Hi and welcome to my React Foodmine course. In this course, we are going to design, develop, and deploy an entire food ordering website from beginning to the end, step by step, and in an easy to follow approach. We are going to use ReactJS on the front end and Nodejs and Mongodb on the back end. My name is Nasir. I'm a software developer with over 10 years of experience. I've worked in software development companies, guided hundreds of students all around the world, and I'm happy to be your instructor throughout this course. By the end of this course, you'll be able to design a beautiful and user-friendly front end and a scalable backend. You can also deploy your websites on popular cloud servers and connect it to the payment gateways for online payments. I'm going to teach you creating functional components in React, handling pages using React Router DOM, building a backend API using Nodejs and ExpressJS, utilizing React hooks for handling global states, incorporating MongoDB with Mongoose models, managing token generation using JSON Web Token for login and registration, creating an admin dashboard for managing foods, orders, and users, uploading food images to cloud services like Cloudinary, sending order receipts to customers through Mailgun, processing the order payment using PayPal, choosing shipping address on the map using Leaflet and OpenStreetMap, create and use your database online with MongoDB Atlas, and finally deploy your website on the render.com for free. I designed this course for web developers to enhance their project portfolios, for students to learn how to create a complete website from scratch, and for business people to establish a solid foundation for starting a business. Now that we know what we want to do, let's start doing it. The first thing that we want to install is Node.js. We need it for using the npm package manager that we need for installing everything for our project. It's better to use the LTS version because it is more stable. If you click on this button, it will automatically download based on your operating system. The second thing that we need is the Visual Studio Code. Of course, we need it for the development process. And you can click here for downloading the Visual Studio Code. And the third one is the Git. Git is a version control system that helps us to manage our code changes. Here, once again, you can click on the download based on your operating system. Here we go. These three are all you need for this course. Let's go to the next step, that is configuring the Visual Studio Code. After opening the Visual Studio, click on this icon, that is the extensions icon. I have 4 extensions that I recommend you to install. The first one is ES7 React Redux React Native JS snippets. It has over 7.5 million installs, and it helps you to write your React code easier. The second thing is ESLint, that will be matched with the ESLint configuration of your React project and will show you errors on the Visual Studio Code. Next extension is this material icon theme. It is just a preference. I don't want to show the icons like normal. I like them to have this beautiful look. And the last one is Prettier, that helps your code to be well formatted. It's a formatter. You can use it by a keyboard shortcut or running a Visual Studio Code command, or from the manage button here you can select settings and here search for format on save and check this one. So anytime you save your file, it will be automatically formatted. So you're going to have a more beautiful code. Okay, let's go for the next step, that is creating the project. In this lesson, we want to create our React project, then add the header to it and make it like this. So follow this lesson to know how to do it. We want to start by creating our project. So open up the VS Code and from the Explorer, select Open Folder. Go to your desktop folder and create a new folder and give it the name of Foodmine-React-JS or any other names that you want. So this is the name of our project.
and we will put our front-end and back-end inside this folder. Now we want to start creating the front-end project, that is the React project. So from the terminal menu, select new terminal, then write npx create-react-app and give it the name of front-end and press enter. It could take several minutes, so please be patient. Okay, the project is created. Now go to the front-end folder, then write npm start for running the project. As you can see, the project is up and running inside the browser. Now we want to clear everything and start working on the header. Let's get back to the code, close the terminal and open up the front-end folder, and inside the src folder, remove the app CSS. We don't want tests, so remove app-test.js, remove the logo, and remove setup tests. Then open up the index CSS and remove everything. At the first line of this file, I want to add my favorite font from the Google, that is Quicksand. You can copy this from the code changes in the description below. Now on the next line, select all the tags and set box sizing to border box for having predictable box sizing. Then select the HTML tag and set the font size to 18 pixel. We need it for the rem unit because we want a rem unit inside this project. Next, select the body, set its margin to 0 and set its font family to this Quicksand and sans serif as the alternative font. Now select the A tags and set its text decoration to none because we don't want the A tags to have underline. Okay, we're done with the index CSS file. Close it and open the Explorer. Now open the app.js file. Close the Explorer, remove everything before the app component and remove everything inside the return and put an empty tag here. Here where we want to put our header component. So let's create the header component first. Open up the Explorer, right click here and select new folder inside the src folder. Give it the name of components, then right click on it and select new folder for the header component. Then right click on the header folder and select new file, header.js. Here write RFC for creating a functional component and save the file. Then come back to the app.js and try to add header component here. As you can see, it helps us on importing the correct header component from the components folder. If we press enter, it will automatically import it for us. But if we remove this and close this header file and try to add the header again, it will not help us. For having the best auto import, right click on the front-end folder and create a new file, then give it the name of jsconfig.json. Open curly braces, inside the double quotes select compiler options and inside its curly braces write module resolution and set it to node. Then at the bottom of it write include src folder to have the module resolution of node. We don't need to touch the jsconfig anymore, so close it. Then try to write header again. As you can see, even without opening the header file, we have the auto import suggestion here. Okay, add it. Now if we go to the browser, we see the header here. So we can start working on the header. Let's get back to the code, close the app file and open the header.js. Inside the header, we want to show a bunch of links that goes to a specific route. So we need React Router DOM for handling it. So from the terminal, select new terminal, then go to the front-end folder and write npm install React Router DOM. Then press enter. Here we go. It is installed. Now we can use it inside the header. Inside this course, I want to use CSS modules to keep my components isolated. For doing this, I need to right click on the header file and create a file with the name of header.module.css. Remember, it should have this module CSS at the end of it. Then I need to import all the classes from this header.module.css. So instead of using the class names directly as a string, we use the classes that comes from the CSS file. By doing this, if you have two same class names inside two different components, they will not going to have effect on each other, so they will be completely isolated. Okay, let's start working on the header component. Close the Explorer, and at the first line, write const user equal to name John. I want to show the username on the header menu, but currently we don't have login functionality, so we only use a sample name. In future lessons, when we implemented the login functionality, we're going to change this to use the real username. Same with the cart. Write const cart, set the total count to 10. Because we want to show total items inside the cart on the header. Now is the time working on this return part. Remove everything here and write header as the root, set its class name to classes.header, then add a div with the class name of classes.container. Now we want to add a link for the logo of the website, that is a text. So write link and select the one from the React Router DOM and press enter, and it will be automatically imported here. Set its to property to slash, that is the home page, and set its class name to classes.logo. For its text, write foodmine, or your brand name. Now if we go to the browser, we'll see nothing because we didn't add the browser router as the parent of the link. We want to set it as the parent of everything, so go to the index file and here before the app write browser router coming from React Router DOM and put our app component inside it. And the app component is the parent of header component, so it's gonna work. Close the index.js, then come back to the browser, and as you can see, we have the foodmine link here. Now let's work on the nav menu. Here press enter and write nav. Inside the nav, write UL. Here we wanna do a conditional rendering. So if the user is available, we wanna show a menu. Write li, set its class name to menu container. This is the parent class of the menu. For the menu button, we need a link that goes to the profile page with the text of user.name. And for the menu dropdown, we want a div with the class name of menu that has three things inside it. The first one is a link that goes to the profile page again, but with the text of profile. The second one is a link that goes to the orders page with the text of orders. And the last one is an A tag that calls the logout function with the text of logout. We didn't create this logout function yet, so let's create just a dummy function here to bypass the error. In future lesson, when we implemented the login functionality, we're going to implement the logout functionality too. Okay, this menu will be shown when the user is available. But when the user is not available, we need to show a link to the login page. So put a colon here and put a link goes to the login page with the text of login. Save it, and here we go. Now let's go to the browser. As you can see, we have the username here and the menu. It's not beautiful because we didn't implement the CSS. It's time for adding the cart. Here after this conditional rendering, add another li. Here we want to put a link to the cart page. Write link that goes to the cart page with the text of cart. And here we want to do another conditional rendering to check if the cart.total_count is bigger than 0, then show a span the cart.total_count. So if we have more than 0 items, then we are going to have a span with the total items inside the cart. Now if we go to the browser, since this 10 is more than 0, we are seeing the total count of the cart. Okay, the header HTML is ready. Let's work on its CSS. Go to the header module CSS file and start with header. For the header class, we want its background to be white, so it shouldn't be transparent. Padding should be 0. Its border button should be 1 pixel, solid, hashtag E72929. For all the A tags inside the header, their color should be hashtag AF1313. And for their hover effect, their background should be E72929, their color should be white, and their cursor should be pointer. If you go to the browser, as you can see, when we hover over it, they're going to have a beautiful background, and the mouse cursor will be like a pointer. Let's continue. For the container class, I want it to have a margin of 0 from top and bottom, and auto from left and right. Set its display to flex, and set its justify content to a space between. So the logo text and user menu gonna be far from each other as much as possible. For the logo text now, set its font weight to bold, and its padding to 1 rem from every side. Okay, it's a little bit bolder and it has padding from all sides. Now let's work on the UL inside the header. Let's set its display to flex and remove that bullet. So let's list the style type to none. By default, it has a margin, set it to 0, we don't want it. Now for the A tags inside the UL, set their padding to 1 rem and their display to inline block. Now if we go to the browser, we can see that at the top we have our header items and at the bottom we have user menu. Now let's hide this menu and show it only when we hover over the username. Here for the menu container, set its position to relative. And for its child, that is menu, set its position to absolute. We can only use absolute inside a relative parent. Otherwise, the absolute is gonna act as a fixed position. Set its Z index to 1, so it will be top of everything. And set its background color to white smoke. And set its display to none by default. Now, when we hover over the menu container, the menu should be shown. So we need to write menu container hover.menu. Inside it, set its display to block. Now if we go to the browser, we can see when we hover over the menu, it will be shown, and when we go out, it will be hidden. Now let's make these menu items a little bit bigger and make this 10 here like a badge and more beautiful. Let's get back to the code, write menu, and select the A tags inside it, set its width to 100%, and set its min width to 8 rem. Now let's go to the header.js. As you can see, we didn't set any special class to this span. So let's give it a class name of classes.cart_count. Then use it inside the CSS. So write cart count and give it a background color of hashtag FF4D4D. Set its color to white and set its padding to 0.1 rem from top and bottom and 0.45 rem from left and right. Set its border radius to 100 rem to be completely rounded and set its font size to 0.9 rem, a little bit smaller. Now let's come back to the browser, and as you can see, we have a bigger menu and we have a beautiful badge for the number of items inside the cart. Okay, now we want to publish our code to the GitHub. Get back to the code and come to the source control. As you can see inside the changes, we have only the changes that we made inside this project. It means that this frontend, that is our React project, is already a Git repository. We don't want the frontend to be a Git repository. We want the root folder, that is the Foodman ReactJS, to be our Git repository. For fixing this issue, we need to delete the Git folder from the frontend folder. So right click on it and select Reveal in Finder. I think it is Reveal in Explorer in Windows. Based on your operating system, show all the hidden files and delete the .git folder. Don't remove the git ignore because we need it to ignore all the unnecessary files and folders. Now get back to the VS Code, and if you go to the source control, you will see no changes. It's the best time to publish your code to the GitHub, so click on it. By default, it is the name of your root folder, and that's okay for us. Select public or private repository based on your preference. Then press enter. Select the folders you want to publish. DS store, this is specific for macOS. I don't want to send it. Just the front-end folder and lessons folder. Then click on OK. Now, if we go to the repository link in the description below and click on the commits, you will see commit 3, create app and header. And here you can see all the changes related to this lesson. In this lesson, we are going to add the home page with its thumbnails to the project and make it like this. Let's do it. Here we have the bullet points. The first thing that we want to do is adding the home page component to the project. Let's go to the code, right-click on the src folder and create a new folder with the name of pages. We are going to put all of our page components inside the pages folder. Right-click on it and select new folder and give it the name of home. Then right-click on it and select a new file with the name of homepage.js. Inside it, write RFC and press enter for creating a functional component. Okay, the homepage component is created. We need to show the homepage at the root path of our website. For doing this, we need the routes. So let's add the app routes for handling all of our routes. Let's get back to the code, right-click on the src folder and select a new file and give it the name of app routes.js. Write RFC, press enter again to create a functional component for it. Now let's use these app routes inside the app.js. Go to the app.js and after the header, put app routes. And it will be automatically imported here. Now, if we go to the browser, we see these app routes, but we don't want to see the app routes. We want to see homepage. So let's get back to the code and inside the app routes, let's add the routes and the homepage route. As you can see, we have the routes here, and inside the routes, we have route that its path is equal to / that is the root of the website, and its element points to the homepage component, that is the component that we created at the beginning. Now, if we go to the browser, instead of app routes, we'll see homepage because we are at the root of the website and it shows the homepage. Okay, we created the app routes and we used it inside the app.js. Now we want to load the data inside the homepage, and for doing this we need sample data because we currently don't have a backend for providing the data. Let's add this data.js file. Here inside the code, first of all close this app routes and app.js, then right click on the src folder and create a new file with the name of data.js. Here I want to put all of my sample data. Okay, this is all the sample foods that I want to show. We have 6 of them and each one of them has an ID, a name, cook time, price, is it favorite or not, what is the origins of it, how many stars it has, its image URL, and its tags. Here as you can see, we have an image URL to show, but we don't have these images inside the project. We need to add them inside the public folder of the project. So right click on it and select new folder and give it the name of foods. Then copy all of your favorite foods inside it. But remember, their names should be exactly the same name of the image URL inside the sample food. Here we go. We just added the data.js and the food images. Now is the time for adding the food service. We'll use it for handling the API requests to the backend. But currently we don't have a backend. We just want to use this data.js. Let's add it. Here close the public folder and right click on the src folder and create a new folder with the name of services. Inside the services folder, create a new file with the name of food service.js. Here we just want to add a very simple function for getting all the foods from the data.js. As you can see, we are just exporting a function with the name of getAll that is async and returns the sample foods that we created inside data.js file. We made it async because in future, all the APIs to the server will be async. So at that moment, we are not going to have too many things to change. Okay, the food service and data.js is ready. Let's check this one and start working on the homepage component. Inside the homepage, we want to add a reducer and load all the foods from the food service. Let's do it. Let's close this and start by adding the initial state of our reducer. As you can see, for the initial state, we are setting the foods, that is our only state at the moment for the homepage, to an empty array. So by default, the foods are an empty array inside the homepage. Now is the time for adding the reducer itself. Here we go. Here we have a function that gets the current state and the action that we want to do for changing this state as input. Here we switch on the action type, and here we created a new action, should be foods loaded, sorry. And here we just return the previous state and we override the foods with the new value that is set to the payload of the action. And by default, we return the previous state. Now that we have our reducer, it's time to use it inside the homepage component. Here we go. For using the reducer, we have the use reducer from the React package. We pass the reducer function as the first parameter and initial state of the reducer as the second parameter. So by default, our foods will be empty. But after dispatching the foods loaded event, we can change the state of the foods. And here we just destructured the state to use the foods directly inside the return part of my component. Okay, we just added the reducer to the homepage. It is the time for loading it from the food service. For doing this, we need to add a use effect. Here we just use the getAll from the food service. Then we dispatch a new action with the name of foods loaded that we created inside the reducer with the payload of the foods. So it will call the reducer and it goes to this case because its type is foods loaded. Then it will update the foods state with the action.payload that is equal to the foods coming from the service. And this empty array is dependency list. If you give it an empty array, this function inside the use effect will be called once when the home page is loaded. Okay, we just successfully loaded the foods. Now is the time for creating the thumbnails and adding it to the home page. Let's go to the code and inside the Explorer, right click on the components and create a new folder with the name of thumbnails. Then right click on it and create a new file with the name of thumbnails.js. Then right click again, create a new file for the CSS with the name of thumbnails.module.css. Go to the thumbnails file and write RFC, press enter for creating the functional component for it. Then come back to the home page and then remove the return part and create an empty template tag and put thumbnails here. Then pass this foods as property into it. So write foods equal to foods. This food is the property name and this food is the value. So now if we go to the thumbnails, we can get the property here like this. Now I just want to make sure that we are getting the foods correctly. For doing this, I just want to put a curly braces here for rendering foods.length. I need to see 6 inside the browser now because I have 6 foods inside the sample data. Now let's go to the browser. As you can see, we have thumbnails and with the number of 6. So we just successfully passed the foods to the thumbnails. We could directly put the thumbnails inside the homepage, but to keep it clean, I decided to create a separate component for it. So close the homepage, then close the Explorer. Now here inside the thumbnails, I want to create an unordered list, and inside it, I want to map these foods into list item that each one will be a separate thumbnail. Let's do it. Okay, as I told you, we created an unordered list that inside it we just mapped the foods into LIs, that each LI represent a list item. Inside it we have a link that goes to the food page that we are going to create in the next lessons. Its path is like /food/ the food ID. For example, if the food ID is 1, it will be /food/1, and inside it we are showing the image of the food. And once again, for the classes, we just imported the classes from the thumbnails module, and we are using the classes for the UL and for the image inside the link. Now let's check out the browser. Here, as you can see, we have the images of the food that is coming out of the public and the foods folder. As you can see, we put this /foods here inside the images because our images are inside the foods folder. Here we go. We just added the image. It is the time for adding the title and the favorite icon, that is a heart icon. Here, as you can see, we added a div with a class of content that we are going to put all the contents other than image inside it. At its first line, we have a div with a class of name for showing the name of the food. And we have a span that has a conditional class here. Its first class is the favorite that always will be shown. But for its second class, we check if the favorite icon is true, then we show nothing because by default, the favorite class makes the heart red, like it is favorite by default. But if the favorite is not true, we are showing the not class from the CSS, so we make the heart gray. Now, if we go to the browser, we'll see the name of the food and the heart icon, but because we didn't implement no CSS, they have no styles. Okay, let's continue. We just added the title and we added the favorite icon. It is the time for adding the star rating. And we'll use the star rating for showing how many stars a food has. This component is not necessary for you to learn. You can easily use a package for this purpose, but I decided to create one for my own because I didn't expect too much from it. Let's do it. Open the Explorer and right-click on the components and create a new component with the name of star rating. Inside it, create a new file with the name of starrating.js and write RFC for creating a functional component. Then add this star rating here after the favorite icon inside the content class. As you can see, we create a div with the class name of stars that we are going to give style to it inside the thumbnail CSS file. And we just added the star rating and we passed the stars property with the value of food.stars. should be food.stars. Yeah, current food. But let's check out the browser. Okay, we have a star rating here. It means it's showing this value inside the browser. So we can work on the star rating component. Star rating has two input properties. The first one that we set from the thumbnails is stars. And the second one is the size of the stars, that we wanted to have a size of 18 pixels by default. We're doing this after or before the star rating component. You need to write the star rating dot default props and make it equal to an object and set your property default value to the value that you want. I want this size to be 18 by default, so I set the size to 18. Now here I want to define an inline styles that uses this size. We want each star to have the same width and height, and I want their unit to be pixels. So by default, the stars are going to have 18 pixels width and height. And as you make the size bigger, they need to have bigger margin. And I found that the size divided by 6 is the best margin for the stars. But you can change it in any way you like. For every star, you can show one of these three images: a full star, an empty star, and half a star. We need to have 3 images. So let's add the images inside the public folder. Open up the Explorer, open up the public folder, then drag the images that I created inside the public folder. You can find them in the comment link in the description below. Close the public folder, then close the Explorer. Now we want to use these 3 images. For creating every single star, I'll create an inline component inside here to decide which star it needs to show. Okay, inside this star rating component, we are going to have 5 stars. And this star component inside it responsible for creating every single one of them. And this number starts from 1 to 5. It's not very sophisticated, but it does the job. Now let's use this component here. Okay, we just added this div with the class of rating. Then we added this star rating module CSS file here, and we imported with the classes. And we created an array from 1 to 5, and we mapped it to this star that creates it based on the number from here and based on the stars from here that we pass from the thumbnails. Now, if you go to the browser, we have an error. What is this error? Okay, I forgot to put // at the beginning. Okay, now it's working. As you can see, we have a beautiful star rating here that shows number of stars that every single food has. We have only one style to give it inside the CSS file. And it is selecting the rating class that we have here and setting its display to flex to make its flex wrap to no wrap. So when we have a small screen, the stars will not go down. They will be shown always like this. Okay, the star rating is finished. Close the star rating files. Then here we are. We added the star images, we added the CSS, and we added the star rating JS file itself. Now is the time for adding the origins and the cook time. Let's add them to the thumbnails. Here we go for the origins and the cook time. I just added a div with the class of product item footer. Inside it for the origins, I used the origins class and I just rendered the foods.origin and I mapped them into span with the key of origin and with the text of origin. And for the cook time, I just used a clock 3 emoji and the cook time text for the text of the cook time. Oh, sorry, here should be food. Instead of foods.origin, we need to use food.origin. Every single food has its own origins. Now, if we go to the browser, we'll see the origins and the cook time like this. Now is the time for adding the price. For the price, I want to create a component for handling its currency and local. Let's do it. So from the Explorer, right-click on the components and select new folder and give it the name of price. Then create a new file with the name of price.js. Doesn't have any CSS file, just converts a normal number into currency. Let's create it. Here we go. For this component, we have 3 input properties: price, local, and currency. Then inside it, we just have a function that uses the intl namespace and number format that gets the local and currency. Then after calling the format function, it converts this price into this local and this currency. So we can simply use this function inside the return of this component. As you can see, everything is happening using the JavaScript itself. And once again, we have default props here. I set the default local to NUS and default currency to USD. But we are going to pass the price from the thumbnails to here. So let's add this price now to the thumbnails. We need to add it after the product item footer. Okay, we just added a div, the class of price, then we added the price component here with the price of food.price. Now, if we go to the browser, we will see the number 10 with the correct currency format, and we have it for all of them. Now is the time for working on the CSS and make these like a real thumbnail. First of all, we want to start from the UL that has the list class. Let's go to the code, close this price and open this thumbnail module CSS. Then let's add the styles for the list. We gave it the display of flex, justify content of center. So it will be center horizontally. Align items center to make it centered vertically. Flex wrap, enabling the wrap. List the style type of none, so that bullet on the left side of a UL will be removed, and we set the padding to 0, so the default padding of the UL will be removed. If we go to the browser, we'll see that it is centered horizontally and vertically, and there is no bullet for the items. We just put every single thumbnail inside the link component from a React Router DOM that will be converted into a tag. So let's select them and make these items thumbnail shape. Okay, we gave it just a static width and height, a small beautiful border, a border radius of 1, a margin of 0.5 rem, and for the items inside it, they're going to be a flex item because display is flex, and the flex direction will be column, so it's going to start from the image and goes to the bottom to the price. They're going to have no scroll bar. We'll see that the items are not red. So 100% I made a mistake. Let's check out the thumbnails. Oh, as you can see, the link should not contain only the image. It should contain everything. So put it just before the li. Then save it. Now we have everything as red. Now let's work on the image. Go to the thumbnails module CSS file, then select image. We just gave it an object fit of cover, so it will not going to lose its aspect ratio, and we set the height to a constant value, so all of them are going to have the same height, even if they have different sizes. Now I want to work on the content class and put this heart icon on the right side and make it gray by using the not class if the food favorite is false. Let's do it by going to the thumbnails.css. So our content are going to have a little bit of margin from the top, 0.5 rem padding from top and bottom, and 1 rem from left and right. Position of relative because its child that is favorite should have a position of absolute, and a constant height of 7 rem. For the favorite icon class, we are going to move it to the top right of the content class, and we are going to make its font size a little bit bigger, and when it's not favorite, its color should be gray. Let's check out the browser. As you can see, you have a little bit of padding and margin, and the heart icon is on the right. Now let's give it a little bit of margin to the stars and put this cook time on the right side. Now if you go to the browser, we'll see stars has a little bit of margin from top and bottom, and we made this item footer justify content to be spaced between, so we have this on the right and we have this on the left. Now let's make these origins more beautiful. Okay, we have the origins more beautiful here. Now let's give flex grow of 9 to the origins and flex grow of 3 to the cook time, and make the cook time a little bit smaller. Then we can make the price more beautiful. Okay, origins are going to have flex graph 9, book time with the flex graph 3. And for the price, we use the absolute position to put it at the bottom left with the background of white, with the 0.1 rem padding from the top, 100% from the right, 0 from the bottom, and 0 from the left. With this color, with a little bit of margin top, and with this font size to be a little bit bigger than 1 rem. So let's check out the browser. As you can see, our thumbnails are ready. In this lesson, we want to add the search functionality to the project and make it like this. Okay, here is the bullet points for this lesson. The first thing that we want to do is adding the search route to the app routes. So let's go to the code, open the Explorer and select app routes. Then here duplicate the homepage route. Then here write search / search term. This search is a constant value that you see inside the address bar, and this search term will be a route parameter, so we can get it inside the homepage and use it for searching. Here we go. We did this. Next thing that we want to do is adding a search function to the food service. From the Explorer, open the food service. From the services, then here let's write the search function. As you can see, we just wrote a function with the name of search that gets the search term as input, then tries to filter the sample foods that's coming from the data, and for every single item inside it, it checks that its name to have the search term. And we just changed both the name and the search term to the lowercase to make it case insensitive. So it doesn't matter which case you search, it will find it. For example, if you search for pizza or pizza, in both cases it's gonna find that because both items are going to be converted into same case. Okay, the food service is ready. Close it. Then let's go here. Now is the time for adding the search inside the homepage. It's very simple. Open the Explorer and open the homepage from the pages home folders. And here, first of all, we need to get that search term params that we have inside the app routes. So we need to write search term equal to use params. Okay, simple. This use params gives us all the items inside the params, but we only have one, and we are getting one by using this search term here. Now inside the use effect, we need to filter the data when this search term is available. Let's do that. Load foods. Okay, here we just create a constant that checks if the search term is available, then it uses the search function. If it's available, the search term is available, it uses the search function that we defined inside the food service. Otherwise, it uses the default get all for getting all the foods, so we put it inside here. It's a promise, okay? We can use then on it. Since we defined both get all and search async, the result of it will be a promise, okay? Now we can set a then for it inside the use effect, and after that we can get data, that is the foods, and the dispatch is exactly the same because all the data or filtered data, both cases we should load the food, so the action will be the same. Okay, but here inside the use effect, we need to add the search term to the dependency list of the use effect. Anytime the search term changes, this use effect should be called again. Otherwise, it will be called only once. We want it to be called every time that the search term changes. We did this. If we go to the browser and search for example, pizza, as you can see, we are seeing pizza items. And it works. But if you look at the home page, we don't have a search input here. So we need to add a search component here to have that. So go to the Explorer, right click on the components and create a new folder with the name of search. And right click on it, create search.js. Then right click on it and create another file for the CSS, search.module.css. Okay, now go here inside the search and write RFC, then save it. And at the beginning, just write import classes from /search.module.css. Okay, now we can use this search component inside the home page at the top of the thumbnails. Okay, search is coming from the components. Yeah, it's good. So now if you go to the browser, we see the search here. It means we can work on it. Let's go to the search.js, close the home page and close the app routes. Close here. Inside the search function at the first line, I want to define a state with the name of term. Set term equal to use state. And its default value is an empty string. After the search, I need to change the route. For doing that, I need navigate from the React router DOM. So write const navigate function that is equal to use navigate from React router DOM like this. And we can call this function for changing the route and getting the search term again here. Use params. Okay, like this. And then we need a search function that is equal to async. We just need to check if the term is available, then navigate to the search route and pass the term here. Otherwise, navigate to the home page. So inside the search function, if the search term is not null or undefined, then we do the search by changing the address to the /search/term. So this route gives us the searched item inside the home page. And if there is no term, we want to show all the items. So just change the route to the slash that shows all the items. Now we just need to return a text box and a button for doing the search. Set its class name to classes.container. Add an input with a type of text with a placeholder of search food mine. Let me move this to the next line. Okay. Its onChange should get the value from the onChange event, and we need to call the set term and set it with e.target.value. And this e.target.value is the value of this input. So every single thing that we write, this set term will be called and this term will be updated. Then on key up, we need to check if e.key is equal to enter key. So whenever the user press enter and release it, because this is on key up, when the user release the enter key, it means it wants to do the search, right? So we call the search. And for its default value, we want to use the search term that comes from the params, because when we refresh the page, we should see the search term inside the input box. Okay? So we need to give it a default value. And we also need a button for its on-click. We need to call the search again. Maybe user wants to click on the search button, not pressing enter. And the text of the button is search. Now, if we go to the browser, we can see that we have an input and a search. Now, if you write something, for example, pizza here, press on the search, we'll see the search works. But it's not beautiful. It is the time for making it beautiful using CSS. Let's do that. So go to the search module, then start with the container. Its display should be flex. Its justify content should be center. So it will be centered horizontally. Its margin top should be 3 rem. And its margin bottom should be 1.5 rem. So we have a flex box for the container of our search. So two items that are input and the button should be near to each other and in the middle. Let's continue. Now is the time for working on the input. So write container input, set its border radius to 10 rem, 0, 0, 10 rem. 10 rem from the top left, 0 from the top right, 0 for the bottom right, and 10 rem for the bottom left. Its border should be none, no border. Its height should be 3 rem, width should be 20 rem. Its background color should be hashtag F1, F1, F1. Its padding should be 1.2 rem. Font size 1 rem. Font weight should be 500. Outline should be none. Shouldn't have any outline and any border. So even if you click on it, it shouldn't show any outline. So if we come back here, we see that we have a round shape on the left, flat shape on the right, a little bit of padding for the text and a bigger text size, bigger height. Now is the time to make this round shape on the right, show it like a complete round item. So let's go to the code here for the container button, set its color to gray, set its height to 3 rem, width to 5 rem, font size to 1 rem, border radius exactly the opposite of the previous one, 0 for the top left, 10 rem for the top right, 10 rem for the bottom right, and 0 for the bottom left. So the right side will be completely rounded and the left side will be completely flat. Its border should be none, just like the previous one. Its background color should have a beautiful red color, so I set it to E72-929. Set its color, text color to white, and its opacity to 0.8, 80%, and its outline to none. Here we go. As you can see, we have a beautiful search button, but it's not interactive. When you hover your mouse over it, I want it to change a little bit. So let's go to the code, and here at the button, select container, button, hover, set its opacity to 1 and its cursor to pointer. Now if you go to the browser and hover over it, you'll see it is interactive. Now we search for meat, press enter, we'll see the meatball. If you remove everything enter, we'll see all the foods and the address change accordingly like this. In this lesson, we want to add the tags bar to the project and make it like this. So after finishing this lesson, you have this beautiful tags bar where you click on each of them. It will show all the foods with that specific tag. So let's do it. In this lesson, we have 2 main steps. The first step is showing the tags, and the second step is showing the foods filtered by the selected tag. We are going to start from the first step, that is showing the tags. First of all, we need to add the sample tags to the data.js. Let's go to the code. Here inside the frontend src folder, click on the data.js. Scroll to the bottom of the file, then write the sample tags here. You can find this code from the comment link in the description below. As you can see, we have only the name of the tag and how many foods have this specific tag. Very simple. Okay, we did it. We just added the sample tags to the data.js. It is the time for using these sample tags inside the food service by using the getAllTags function. Let's do that. Close the data.js, and from the services, select food service. Then here at the bottom, write export const getAllTags equal to async arrow function, and we just return sample tags. As simple as this, exactly like the getAll, but for sample tags. Here we go. We created the function. It is the time for creating the tags component for showing the tags. So go to the code, close the food service for now, and right click on the components, select new folder, then give it the name of tags. Right click on it, new file, tags.js, and right click on it again, tags.module.css. Open the tags.js, write RFC and press enter for creating a functional component. Then import classes from /tags.module.css. So we're going to import our CSS modules inside the classes just like other components. Here we go. Now I want to use this tags component inside my home page. So open the pages folder. Inside the home folder, click on home page. Then at the bottom of the search, write tags. Make sure it will be imported from the components folder and press enter and close the tag. Now, if you go to the browser, we'll see the tags here, so we can start working on it. Let's go to the tags.js. As the input of this component, I want to add a tags and another property with the name of forFoodPage. This is the tags that we pass from the home page to the tags component, and we have a boolean here with the name of forFoodPage because we want to use these tags inside the food page too, and I'll show you how. But for now, we just want to show it inside the home page. So let's work on its template. Set its class name to classes.container. Remove these tags. Give it an inline style, put two curly braces inside each other because we want to pass an object to this style, and write justify content and check if the forFoodPage is not null or undefined, then the justify content should be start, otherwise it should be centered. For the food page, we want to show the tags inside the left side of the screen. So if this is true, the justify content will be start. Otherwise, it will be center. For the home page, we want it to be shown on the center. Now inside this div, we want to show all the tags. So inside the curly braces, we write tags.map. Every single tag will be converted into a link from the React router DOM. That its key is equal to tag.name that goes to the /tag/tag.name, and its text should be tag.name. And if the forFoodPage is null or undefined, then show a parenthesis and inside it show tag.count. Because inside the food page, we don't want to show the count of the tags. We just want to show the tag name because it doesn't make sense. You are inside the food, you just want to see its tags, and that's it. But this is based on my preference. You can show the count of the tags in every single page you want by removing this part. Okay, we just created a component and a template for the tags, but we don't have any tags yet. And that's what we want to do on the next lesson. That is using tags component inside the homepage. Let's go to the homepage. And here inside the use effect, we want to load all the tags. Here at the first line of the use effect, write get all tags from the food service, call it and call then get all the tags and dispatch another event with the type of tags loaded with the payload of tags that is coming from the food service. As you can see, we don't have any action implemented for the tags loaded inside the reducer. Let's do it. Just duplicate the foods loaded and give it the name of tags loaded. And here, instead of the foods, write tags. We also need to give it an initial value. So here inside the initial state, put a comma after the foods and write tags equal to an empty array 2. Then we can scroll down here at the state, the structuring. We can put a comma and write tags for getting the tags from the state. Now we can scroll down here at the tags component. We can pass the tags prop that is equal to the tags from the home page. Now, if we go to the browser, we can see all the tags with their count of foods. But it's not beautiful, right? Let's go work on the CSS. Here, open the tags.module.css. It's very small. Just need to start with the container that is display to flex, and it's flex wrap to wrap. So it wraps if there is not enough room on the screen. And for all the A tags inside the container, set their background color to hashtag F0, F0, F0. Set their padding to 0.3 rem and 1 rem from left and right. Their margin could be 0.2 rem from top and bottom and 0.15 rem from left and right. Their border radius, a big number, 10 rem is enough. Make them completely rounded. Set their font weight to 600, a little bit bolder, and color to blue. Just the normal blue. Let's check them out inside the browser. Oh, it's not on the middle. Let's check the code. Oh, it should be container. Okay, sorry. As you can see, we have our beautiful tags on the middle. Now, when we click on them, the address on the top changes to the /tag/the tag name. It means it is the time for showing the foods based on specific tag. Here, first of all, we need to add the tag route to the app routes. Let's do that. Let's get back, close the tags CSS and tags.js, go to the Explorer and open the app routes.js. Here, copy the search route and paste it at the bottom. Let's change the search to tag and the route parameter to colon tag, so we can get tag using the tag param. Here we go. We just added the routes. Now we need to add another function to the food service for getting all the foods based on the tag. Let's do that. From the Explorer and the food service, write export const get all by tag, an async function that gets the tag as input and checks if the tag is equal to all. Then it returns get all function. That makes sense. When we select the all tag, we want all the food, so we just return this get all function. Otherwise, we return sample foods filtered on every single item. The tags, if available, should include this tag input parameter of the get all by tag function. So here, the foods will be filtered by the tag. Here we go. We just added the function to the food service. Now is the time for using the params and get all function inside the home page for filtering the foods. Let's go to the code here inside the home page. First of all, we need to get the tag route parameter. This one inside here. Then here before the search term, I want to write if the tag is available. Then call get all by tag from the food service and pass the tag to it. Otherwise, the rest will be the same. If the search term is available, do the search. Otherwise, just show all the foods. And once again, it will be set to the load foods and the behavior is exactly the same. But we also need this tag to the dependency list. So put a comma here and add the tag. So now if we go to the browser, since we were on the tag/slow food, it's showing the foods with the tag of slow food. Now if we click on the fast food, on pizza, on lunch, on hamburger, and all the other tags, we'll see their foods. And if we click on the all tag, see all the foods. In this lesson, we want to add the food page to the project. So after this lesson, whenever you click on a food, you will be redirected to a beautiful page like this. Here we want to start by creating the food page component. So go to the code, right click on the pages folder and create a new folder with the name of food. Then right click on the food folder and create a new file with the name of foodpage.js. Then right click on it again and create the foodpage.module.css. Then go to the foodpage.js file, write RFC for creating the functional component. Then here write import classes from /foodpage.module.css. Okay, we just created the food page component. We're going to update it on the next step. But before that, we need to add it to the app routes. So let's go to the code, click on the app routes, close the Explorer, and here at the bottom, duplicate the tag route. Instead of the first tag, write food, and instead of the route parameter, write ID. And for its element, use food page that we created seconds ago, and it will be imported from here. Here inside the path, we need the ID of the food because we want to find the food inside the food page by its ID, so we need to get it. But for now, let's check this one. Now is the time for adding the get by ID function to the food service. We need it for getting the food by its ID. Let's do that. Close the app routes, open the Explorer, go to the services and food service. Here we need to write another simple function. Write export const get by ID equal to an async function that gets food ID as input. Then it goes to the sample foods and finds the food item where its ID is equal to this input food ID that we pass to the get by ID function. Here we go. This function is ready. Let's go and check this one. Now is the time for getting back to the food page and loading the food by using ID parameter and getById function inside it. Let's do that. Close the food service, and here inside the food page, at the first line, let's define the food state by writing const food and set food equal to useState with the default value of an empty object. On the second line, I want to get the ID route parameter from the app routes. So write const curly braces, put the ID, the name of the route parameter, and make it equal to useParams hook from the React router DOM. So it will give us the ID that's inside the route. Now we want to load the food by this ID. Just like the homepage, we need useEffect from the React router DOM. So we need to call it, give it a handler, then inside it, we need to use getById function from the food service, pass the ID, then pass this setFood directly inside it. As you know, setFood is a function to update the state of the food, and this will pass the food coming from the food service to this setFood function, and the food will be updated. But this useEffect is dependent to this ID, so let's pass it as the dependency list of this useEffect. To this moment, if we go to the browser and click on a food, we'll see the food page. As you can see, the address shows /food/2. So here we need to find the food associated with the ID of 2. And we already did it. So we just need to show it. Here remove the div and put an empty template tag, and inside it put curly braces for checking if the food is available. Then we need to show the details of the foods. This part is very similar to the thumbnails part with very minor changes. Here we need a div with a class name of classes.container. Inside it, first of all, I want to show an image with the class name of classes.image with the src of backtick/foods/ curly braces food.image URL, and its alternative text would be food.name. Now if we check out the browser, we'll see just a single food image. Now if we go to another food, we'll see the associated image with this ID. So it's working pretty good. Let's continue and add more details. Here at the bottom of the image, let's add another div with the class name of classes.details. Inside it, create another div with the class name of classes.header. Inside this header, we'll show the food name and the favorite icon. So let's start with the food name. Put a span here with the class name of classes.name with the text of food.name. And at the bottom of it, put another span with the conditional class name, just like the thumbnails component. With backtick, the first class is classes.favorite, that always will be used. The second class checks the food.favorite. If it's favorite, adds nothing, otherwise it adds the classes.not, the not class. Close the span, and here put the heart icon. Now, if you go to the browser, we'll see the food name and the heart icon. Let's continue adding star rating and food origins. Here, after this header div, add a div with the class name of classes.rating. And inside it, let's use the star rating component that we created and give it the stars of food.stars. But this time we use a bigger size of 25 to make the stars bigger because we want the stars to be shown bigger. Okay, now let's add the origins. Add another div with a class name of classes.origins. Here we need to render food.origins. If available, map them with every single origin into span that its key is equal to origin and its text is equal to origin 2. Then save it. Now, if we go to the browser, we'll see the origin of this food too. Now we can add the tags of the food. Let's do that. Here at the bottom of the origin, add another class with the class name of classes.tags. Here inside this div, we need to check if food.tags have value, then show the tags component that its tags is equal to food.tags.map, that every single tag will be converted into an object with the name of tag. Close the tag, but here set its for food page to true. Let me explain. Open the Explorer and check out the data.js. Here, if you look at these sample tags, you'll see every single item is an object with the name and the count. But if you look at the tags of the foods, every single item is just a string. And here inside the tags component, we are accepting the object tag that has a name and a count. And we said that for the food page, don't show the count. So if we only convert that string into an object that has a name, these tags component are going to work very well. So close it, save it, and check the browser. As you can see, we have the tags of this food beautifully placed here. I know it seems to be a little bit complex. If you don't like this approach, you can create the tags for the food page from scratch. Let's continue to the cook time. Here at the bottom of this tags, add another div with the class name of classes.cooktime. Inside it, put a span and write the text of time to cook about. Put a strong tag to make it bold and write food.cooktime. And after the strong, write minutes. If we go to the browser, you'll see time to cook about 10 to 20 minutes. That this 10 to 20 minutes comes from the food. So if we go and change the food, we'll see another number, just like the other fields. Now is the time for adding the price. Let's do that. Here after this div, add another div with the class name of classes.price. Use the price component that we created on the thumbnails part. Set its price to food.price. Then save it. And at the bottom of this, I want to add a button with the text of add to cart that we are going to implement on the next session, that is adding the cart to the project. At the moment, this is just a button that does nothing. Okay, let's check out the browser. We have all the data, so it's the time to use CSS for making them beautiful. Let's go. Here, open up the food page.module.css and start with the container class. Container, its display should be flex, its justify content should be center, align items, center, so it will be centered horizontally and vertically on the middle. Set its flex wrap to wrap and set the margin to 3 rem. Now I want to set the min width and max width for the direct children of the container. So write container star means all the direct children of the container. So it will select this image and this div. Their min width should be 25 rem and their max width should be 40 rem. Now if we go to the browser, we'll see them like this. Now let's work on this image and make it rounded. Let's do that. Select the image class, set its border radius to 3 rem, set its flex to 1 and 0, so 1 for the flex grow and 0 for flex shrink. Set its object fit to cover, height to 35 rem, and its margin to 1 rem from all sides. Let's check the result. As you can see, we have this beautiful rounded image without losing its aspect ratio. Now let's work on this part, that is the details class. Write that details, set its width to 100%, its display to flex, flex direction to column from top to bottom, flex 1, 0 for grow and shrink, Its border radius should be 3 rem. Its padding should be 2 rem. Its color should be black. And margin left could be 1 rem. Now, if we go to the browser, we'll see we have a margin from this side, so we can show the details of the food more beautiful. Now let's work on the header class and make these two separated from each other. Scroll down, select the header class, set its display to flex, and its justify content to space between. So now if we go to the browser, they are separated. So we can make them beautiful now. Select the name class, set its font size to big number, so it will be doubled, and set its font weight to bold. And for the favorite class, set its color, the hashtag is 72929, and its font size to 2.5 rem. Let's create the not favorite class too. So write favorite dot not and set its color to gray. If we go to the browser, we'll see a beautiful bold name here and a beautiful bold heart icon here. So if we go to the one that is not favorite, we'll see it gray. So not favorite works too. The stars are just ready. So let's work on the origins. Let's go to the code, scroll down, select origins class, set its display to flex, and flex wrap to wrap, and margin 1 rem from top and bottom and 0 from left and right. Now for the spans, inside the origins that represent every single origin, set their padding to 0.5 rem, their font size 1.2 rem, a little bit bigger, margin 0.5 rem from top, 0.5 rem from right, 0.5 rem from bottom, and 0 from the left. Set its border radius to 2 rem, its background color to Alice blue. I don't know why I chose this color, but no, I just did. Anyway, let's check out the result. As you can see, we have this beautiful Alice blue color and bigger origins. I want to decrease its margin bottom a little bit because there's a lot of space. So I set this margin bottom to 0, and I also want to decrease the origins margin a little bit, so I make it 0.7. I think this is much better. Okay, let's work on the cook time. Select the cook time class, set its margin top to 1 rem, and for the span inside it, set its padding to 0.6 rem from the top, 2 rem from the right, 0.6 rem from the bottom, and 0 from the left. Set its border radius to 10 rem, completely rounded. Its font size to 1.3 rem. Let's check the result. Okay, we have the cook time, much more bigger and more beautiful. Let's work on the price. Write that price, select the price class, set its font size to 1.8 rem, and set its margin to 2 rem from every side except the left side, and set its color to green. Okay, look at the browser. I also like to write a price text before it, and for doing that I like to use before pseudo elements. Let's go. Right, dot price colon before, set its content to price space, and set its color to dark gray. Let's check it out. As you can see, we have this beautiful text here. If you don't like it, you can keep just the price as it is. Now let's work on this add to cart button and make it rounded and red. Scroll down, select the container, button inside it, set its color to white, its background color to hashtag is 72929, its border to none, its font size to 1.2 rem, its padding to 1 rem from every side, its border radius 10 rem to make it rounded, and its outline to none. And for its hover effect, container button hover, set its opacity to 0.9, so we just decrease its opacity a little bit. and set its cursor to pointer. So when we hover our mouse over it, it's going to have a pointer shape. Let's check out the final result. As you can see, we have the button with its interactive behavior. Now, if we go to any other food, we'll see its details more beautiful like this. In this video, I want to work on the cart. So after finishing this lesson, whenever you go inside the food page and click on this add to cart, that food will be added to the cart page, and you can come back and add another food as much as you want. You can change the quantity of the food, and whenever you do that, the price of the cart item and the total count and the total price will change. And we also are going to change this batch to match the total count of the cart. The first thing that we want to do on this lesson is creating the cart page component and its CSS. Let's do it. Inside the code, right-click on the pages folder and create a new folder with the name of cart. Then right-click on it and create a new file with the name of cartpage.js. Then right-click on it again and create another file with the name of cartpage.module.css. Come back to the cartpage.js and write RFC for creating the functional component, then import the classes from the CSS file. Here we go. We successfully created the cart page component and its CSS file. Now is the time for adding its route to the routes. Let's do it. Open the app routes.js, duplicate the last route, then clear everything and just /cart. Then instead of the food page, write cart page. And it should be imported from the pages/cart/cart page. Here we go. Now if we go to the browser and click on this link that we created, we should see the cart page. It means we successfully added the cart page to the routes. Now is the time for adding the use cart hook. I want to handle all the states of the cart page inside the use cart hook. It's very simple to create. Let's do it. Here inside the code, right-click on the src folder and create a new folder with the name of hooks. Then right-click on it and create a new file with the name of usecart.js. Let's close the Explorer, then close the app routes. We don't need it anymore. Here we want to create the usecart hook. A hook is simply a functional component that provides value of a specific context for its children. Let's start by creating the functional component. Write RFC and press enter just like any other components. Change its name to cart provider. Then save it. It provides the value of a context, so we need to create a context. The context that I want to create is cart context. So write const cart context equal to. For creating the context, you need to use create context function from React. I want to give it a null value as the default value. This context should provide a value. For this purpose, there is a provider component inside the context. So instead of returning this div, we return cart context.provider with the value of currently just an empty object, then closing it. I said it provides value for its children, so we need the children as input. So put curly braces and write children and put that children inside curly braces here. As the value of cart context provider, I want to return the cart and all of its function. Let's start by adding the states of the cart. The first state is cart items. And set cart items that is equal to use state. The second value is total price of the cart. Set total price equal to use state. And the third one is total count. Set total count equal to use state. Now I want to give these three states a default value. Normally their default value should be an empty array 0, 0, but I want to give them a meaningful sample data for creating the cart page. For creating the items, I like to use the sample foods that I have inside the data.js. We're going to remove it in the end of this video, but for having some items inside the cart, I like to use them to slice it from item 1 to 4 and map these foods into cart item object that has the food and the quantity that is 1 by default and a price that is the price of the food by default. So we just simply use the sample foods from the data.js, slice 3 items from 1 to 4, and map these foods into an object that has the food, quantity, and the price of the cart item that is simply the multiplication between the price and the quantity. And since the quantity is 1, so the price of the cart item will be equal to the price of the food. For the total price, I just want to put a random number, for example 40. We're going to fix them later. And as the total count, I want to set it to 3. Now that we have these 3 states, I want to use all of them inside the value of the cart context provider as the cart object. Write cart colon, write items colon cart items. I want to expose the cart items with the value of cart.items, not cart.cartItems. So I gave it items name. And now let's pass the total price and total count here. So we have the cart context provider that provides the cart value for its children. Now for getting this value inside its children, we need to use context by passing the cart context. For making it simpler, we export a function from this file with the name of useCart for using the cart context. So write export const useCart equal to a function that returns useContext with this cart context that we defined at the top using create context. And this is pretty much it. Now we just need to set this cart provider as the parent of where we want to use this use cart. I want this use cart to be accessible everywhere. So I go to the index.js and use it as the parent of the app root of our project. Now we can go to the cart page and we can write const curly braces cart equal to use cart from the hooks. Now I want to make sure that we really have the cart. I put the curly braces here with the value of cart.items.length. Now if we go to browser, we'll see these 3 here, means our hooks works pretty well. Here we go. We created the use cart, we added the cart provider to the index, and we initialized it with sample foods. Now I want to work on the JSX, the return part of our cart page component, and I want to add a title component. Let's do it. Here, let's remove this cart items length and remove this div. Let's add an empty template tag. Here at its first line, I want to add the title component to use it as the title of the cart page because I want to make all the pages to have similar title. So go to the Explorer. Scroll down, find the components, right click on it and create a new folder with the name of title. Then right click on it and create a new file with the name of title.js. And again, right click on it and create a new file with the name of title.module.css. Now let's go inside the title.js and write RFC for creating a new functional component. Close the Explorer. This title needs 3 input properties. The first one is the title itself, the text of the title. The second one is font size. And the third one is margin. Now here, instead of the div, I want to return an h1, a heading 1. And for its style, I want to use this font size and this margin. And for its color, I want to use hashtag 616161. And for its text, I'm going to use the title property. It's pretty simple, but since we have a component for the title, anytime we want to change its style, we can come to this point and change all the titles across the project in one place. Now let's get back to the cart page and write title coming from the components. Set its title to cart page string, its margin to 1.5 rem. From the top, 0 from the right, 0 from the bottom, and 2.5 rem from the left. Then close the title tag. I want to keep the font size property as undefined, so it will be the default font size of the HTML that we set it to 18 pixels. On the next line, I want to put the curly braces and check if this cart that's coming from the useCart hook has value and cart.items.length is bigger than 0. Then we need to show the content of the cart page inside a dev. So write dev with a class name of classes.container Inside it, put a UL with the class name of classes.list. Inside this UL, we want to show all the cart items. So we're going to write cart.items.map, and we are going to map every single cart item to an li with the key of item.food.id. And inside the li, I want to put a div, and inside this div, I want to show the food image. So write img src equal to backtick slash foods folder slash foods slash dollar curly braces item.food.image URL, and set its alternative text to item.food.name. Then close the image and save it. Now, if we go to the browser, we'll see the food images that we set from the sample foods inside the cart items, those 3 foods. Here we also need to show the name of the food, a select box for selecting the quantity of the food. Let's do it. Here after the image div, add another div, and inside it add a link from the React Router DOM to the food page. So put backtick slash food slash dollar curly braces item.food.id with the text of item.food.name. Now, if we go to the browser, we'll see the food name here. And if we click on it, we'll be moved to the food page. Let's get back and continue adding a select box for selecting the quantity of the food. Scroll down. Here, add another div. Inside it, add a select with the value of item.quantity. Let's add 10 option here. From 1 to 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. I like to make it 10. You can make it 4, 5, or anything. Okay, our select box is ready. Let's go to the browser, and we have it here. Now let's add the price of the food. Back to the code, scroll down. After the select box div, add another div, and inside it, let's add the price component and set its price equal to item.price and close it. Scroll down. So we should have the price here. Now I want to add a button for removing item from the cart item. So add another div, inside it, add a button with the class name of classes.remove underline button. Set its text to remove. So we need to have this button here. Now outside of this UL, I want to add another div for this side that shows the total items and a link for proceeding to the checkout page. So add a div with a class name of classes.checkout. Add another div inside it. This div are going to keep all the total items, the total count and the total price. So add a div with the class name of classes foods underline count. And for its text, let's write cart.total count. Let's add another div with the class name of classes.total underline price. Here, once again, I want to use my price component with the price of cart.total price. Then close it. Then outside of this div, I want to add a link from React Router DOM that goes to checkout page with the text of proceed to checkout. In future, we are going to create this checkout page, but currently it does nothing. Here we go. Let's go to the browser. As you can see, at the bottom, we have total count that we set it to 3 inside the use cart hook, total price that we set it to 40, and this link that shows the proceed to checkout text. Now let's go to the CSS and make this beautiful. Close this index.js, title.module.css, and close this title.js. Let's jump into the cart page.module.css. Just like any other components, let's start with the container. Set its display to flex, its flex wrap to wrap, set its align items to flex start, so it will stick to the top vertically, set its margin to 1.5 rem, and its margin top to 0.5 rem. So margins from all sides will be 1.5 except margin top that will be half a rem. Let's check out the browser As you can see, we have this total part now on the right side because we set the display to flex. Now I want to work on this list and make it beautiful. Let's do it. Right, dot list for selecting a list class, set its display to flex, set its flex direction to column from top to bottom, flex grow to 3 and its flex shrink to 0, justify content to space evenly, set its border to 1 pixel solid with this color FFBBB, border radius to 1 rem, list style type to none for removing that bullet from the UL, margin half a rem, and padding to 0 because by default the UL has a padding. Now let's work on the list items. This list is the UL, so we can write list li for selecting all the LIs inside the list, set their displays to flex, justify content to space around, set its align items to center, flex wrap to wrap, and border bottom to 1 pixel solid, hashtag E4E or E4. Now let's check the browser. As you can see, now we are seeing every single item inside the cart like a straight line. But here, if you scroll down, you'll see that the last item here has a border bottom that is outside of this box border. Let's remove it. Here, scroll down and write dot list li colon last child and set its border to none. Now if you go here, we'll not see it anymore. Now I want to make this image small, rounded, and beautiful. Let's do it. Write dot list li img image inside the list items. Set its width to 5 rem, height 5 rem 2, and set its border radius to 100 rem, very big number to make it completely rounded, and set its object fit to cover so it will not lose its aspect ratio. As you can see, it's much more beautiful now. Now, if we go to the code and check the cart page, we'll see for every single item inside the li, we have a div. Now here inside the CSS, I want to select them and give them padding of 1 rem from every side. So write dot list li div, all right, padding 1 rem. So now if we check out the browser, we'll see them more beautiful. Now I want to give flex bases to all the items here except the images to make them more neat. Let's go to the code. We're at the bottom, right? Dot list li div not first child. So this is a select just like this one, but it will not select the first div. It is the image div. Let's set its flex bases 18%. Let's check the browser. As you can see, they are more neat. All the items are under each other, just like a column. Now I want to work on this select box. List li select, set its width to 3 rem, outline to none, border to none, its border bottom to 1 pixel, solid and light gray. Font size 1.1 rem, font weight very lightweight 100. Let's check it out. Here we go. We just have a small border bottom like this. That is, in my opinion, more pretty. Now let's work on this remove button. Right, that list, that remove button. Set its border radius 1 rem, border to none, adding to 0.5 rem, half rem. Its color should be hashtag E72929. Its opacity could be 70%. And it shouldn't have any outline. So we set the outline to none. Let's check out the browser. As you can see, we have this beautiful button. Now let's make it interactive. So when we hover our mouse over it, it will be like a pointer shape. Right, that list, remove button, hover, set its opacity to 1. So it's going to have 100% opacity and the cursor of pointer. Let's check the browser. Here we go. We have these remove buttons. Now it's the time working on the checkout part. So let's start with the checkout class. That is the container of this part. So scroll down, right, checkout, and set its display to flex, flex direction to column from top to bottom, and justify content to space between. Set its align items to center. Set its flex grow to 1 and flex shrink to 3. Height 20 rem. Border to 1 pixel. Solid. Hashtag FFBBBB. Border radius of 1 rem. Padding of half a rem. And margin of rem 2. Now let's check the browser, and we have this beautiful box here that their items will be shown from top to bottom. Now select the first div that is the parent of these two fields and give it some styles. Scroll down, right, checkout, angle bracket, div. So it will select the first div that is the only div inside the checkout class. Set its font size to 1.4 rem, margin of 1 rem, flex grow of 3, display, flex, flex direction, column from top to bottom, and justify content, center. So the items inside this div will be centered vertically, and set the align items to flex start. Now if we go to the browser, we'll see that we have these items on the middle. Now I want to add a little bit of margin between these two, and I want to add a text of content and price here for these two using pseudo elements. Let's do it. Write that checkout, foods underline count, set its margin button to 1.5 rem. This is for the space. Now for the text, let's use checkout, foods underline count, colon before pseudo element, write content of count, colon space, and set the color to gray. Now let's do the same for the total price, write checkout, total underline price, colon before, set its content to price, space, the color of gray. Let's see it inside the browser. I think it doesn't have enough margin bottom. Let's check. Oh man, yeah, I forgot to put the C here. I had a typo, as you can see. Now it's okay. And we have these two texts here. Now let's work on this proceed to checkout link. Scroll down. Let's write .checkout A. It's an A tag. I told you link will be converted into A tag. Set its padding to 1 rem. Set its color to white. Background, hashtag E72929. Give it a display of block, width of 99%, border radius of 1 rem, text align of center, and set its justify self to center. Now for its hover effect, I want to set its opacity to 0.8. I want to set its cursor to pointer to make it look interactive. Let's go to the browser. As you can see, we have this proceed to checkout button like this. Okay, the look of the cart page is completely ready, but it has no behavior. Let's check where we are. We just added the title component, we added the JSX and the CSS, but we are not finished with the use cart hook. Here we want to update the use cart hook. I want to start from the easiest one, that is removing item from the cart. Let's go to the code, open the use cart. Here before the return, write const remove from cart equal to a function that gets food ID as input. Then create a new filtered version of the items that doesn't have this specific food ID. So write const filtered cart items equal to cart items.filter, that for each item, its item.food.id is not equal to food ID. So we're just filtering the cart items and returning everything except this food ID. So in fact, we are removing this food ID from the new filtered items. Now we just need to set this into the cart items. So write set cart items and pass the filtered cart items in it. Now, first of all, we need to pass this function as value to the cart context provider. So after the cart, write remove from cart. Then save it. So we are passing this function to its children. Now we can use to the cart page. And here at the top, After the cart, we can write remove from cart. So now we should have access to this function. Let's put it on the remove button inside the list items of the cart. So put onClick here. That's equal to a function that calls remove from cart function with the item.food.id. So it will pass the food ID to this function for removing. Now, if we go to the browser and click on it, we'll see that the item will be removed whenever we click on this remove button. But now if we refresh the page, they all come back because we set their initial value to some random values from the sample food. Now the next functionality that I want to add is changing the quantity of the food. So whenever we change the quantity, this value should change and the price should change too. So let's go to the code, open the use cart and create another function here with the name of const change quantity. That is equal to a function that gets cart item as input along with the new quantity. And inside this function, first of all, we write const food equal to cart item. Get the food from the cart item. Then we need to create a new cart item. I call it const changed cart item. That is an object that has previous values of the cart item. We spread the cart item here. We set its quantity to new quantity coming inside this function. And we set its price to food.price multiplied by new quantity. So as we increase the quantity, the price of the item will be increased too. Now we just need to replace this with the old cart item. For doing that, I want to call set cart items. Inside it, I want to write cart items, the previous cart items, and then I want to map every single of previous items and check if their food.id is equal to this food.id. So we pass this changed cart item, otherwise keep the previous item. Okay, I have a typo here. This I should be uppercase. Here we go. Now we need to use this change quantity function. So copy it. And inside the cart page, put a comma and paste it here. Don't forget to put it here after the remove from cart for the cart context provider once again. So now we have the change quantity and we need to use it inside the select box. So add onChange event here, make it equal to a new handler that calls the change quantity with the current item. We also need these values. For getting these values, instead of parentheses here, we need to put E for getting the event, and for getting the values, we need to use e.target.value. But this will pass it as a string. For converting it into a number, we just need to write number and put the string number inside it, so it will automatically parse it into JavaScript number. Now, if we go to the browser and change the quantity, we'll see that it changes the price of that specific food. Here we go. As you can see, it works really well. So we successfully created the remove from cart and change quantity. Now, before working on the add to cart function, I want to work on the total count and total price, because whenever you change the quantity of an item or when you remove an item, the total count and the total price should change. For doing this, we need to go to the use cart. Then here at the top, under the states, I want to add a use effect from the React that has the cart items as its dependencies. So whenever we change the cart items, for example, removing the item, changing the quantity, or adding a new item, this use effect will be called. Here inside it, I want to set the total price state and the total count. For doing that, I like to create a helper function. Let's write const sum. It gets the items as input. These items are not cart items. These items are a list of price or quantity. Then it returns items.reduce that has an handler with previous value and current value that returns previous value plus current value with the initial value of 0. This reduce function is part of JavaScript, and it will run this function for every single item. For example, if we have a list of prices, it starts from the first price, and that first price will be the current value, and the previous value for the first time will be 0, the initial value. So they will be summed together, and the end result will be the sum of all items, whether it is price or count, any numbers. This function will sum them together. Now let's use this function inside the use effect. The first line, I like to create a local constant with the name of total price that is equal to sum of cart items dot map for each item return item dot price. So it will sum all the prices together. We need exactly the same thing for the total count. Const total count equal to sum cart items dot map for each item. It's cart items. And for each item, we want to return item.quantity. Okay, so we pass an array of quantity to the sum, and we are going to have a total count. Now we just need to set this total price and total count to these two states using set total price and set total count. Set total count, total count. There we go. Now, since we use this total price and total count here inside the cart, and we used it inside the cart page at the bottom, inside the checkout part, total count, total price, it should work. Let's go to the browser and change something. As you can see, we have 511 equal to 7 items and 1052 equal to $107 total price. So it works. Now I want to work on the add to cart functionality. Go to the use cart. Here before the return, add another function with the name of const add to cart equal to a function that gets the food as input. At its first line, it tries to find the cart item with this food ID. So we need to write cart items.find for each item where the item.food.id is equal to food.id. Now, if this cart item has value, it means we already have this food inside the cart. In this case, I don't want to duplicate food. I just want to increase the quantity of that specific cart item. So I check if cart item, it's not null or undefined. We call the change quantity function with this cart item and cart item that quantity plus 1. So we'll just increase the quantity of that specific cart item. Otherwise, it means we don't have that food inside the cart. We just need to update the set cart items with an array that has the previous cart items. We spread it using a spread operator, 3 dots, and the given food with the quantity of 1 and the price of the food.price. So we just create a new array using the previous items plus the new cart item that we created here. Now, where should we use this add to cart function? We shouldn't use it inside the cart page. We should use it inside the food page. So here we successfully added the add to cart function, but now we need to add it to the food page. So from the Explorer on the pages, food page.js, here at the top, write const add to cart equal to use cart. Now that we have this add to cart function, we can scroll down to the end of this. On the add to cart button, we need to add an on-click event that calls a function with the name of handle add to cart. We didn't create this function yet. Copy its name, scroll up, and here write const, paste the name, create a function. Inside the food page, we have the food state, so we can call add to cart and pass the current food into it. Then also, I like to navigate the user to the cart page whenever the user clicks on add to cart. For navigating the user inside a function, we need to use navigate hook like this. Const navigate equal to use navigate. This use navigate hook returns a function that we can use it for going to another route. So here, after the add to cart function, call the navigate function with the path of cart. So after adding the item to the cart, it should go to the cart page. Now, if we go to the browser on the home page, for example, if we click on this add to cart, it doesn't go. says that the add to cart is not a function. Let's check this out. Here inside the use cart. Oh, we are not passing this as a value here on the cart context provider. So sorry. After the change quantity, put add to cart. Now, if we go to the browser and click on this, you will see that this item is added to the cart page. And if you refresh the page, it will be removed because of the initial state. Now that we have the add to cart functionality and we just add it to the food page, I want to work on something that I forgot to put it here, and it is saving to local storage. This cart should be saved inside local storage, because if we don't save it, anytime we refresh the page, we lose all the items of the cart. Let's work on it. Go to the use cart.js file. First of all, here at the top, after the cart context, I like to define a constant for the key of the cart inside local storage with the name of cart key as a string of cart. And I like to define an empty state for the cart with the name of empty cart equal to an object with the items of an empty array, total price of 0, and total count of 02. Now here, for setting the initial state, I like to define a constant here, the name of init cart, that gets its value from a function that we didn't create yet, the name of get cart from local storage. It needs to get the cart from the local storage at the initial state. Let's create this function. Its job is very simple. Write function, paste the name of the function. First try to get the JSON string from the local storage. So write const stored cart equal to local storage. Local storage is part of JavaScript. An HTML5 called the get item, and pass the cart key that we defined at the top. Then try to return and check. If the stored cart has value, it means we have already a cart inside the local storage. Then we need to parse it and convert it into JavaScript. Otherwise, we need to return an empty cart because we don't have anything inside local storage. So we need to return an empty cart. Now, if we scroll up, we could be able to use the init cart dot items. For the cart items, init cart of dot total price for the total price, and init cart dot total count for the total count. Now, if we go to the browser, we'll see nothing because we have nothing inside the local storage. Where should we set something to the local storage? Inside the use effect, because whenever we add something to the cart items, this use effect will be called, and it is the best place setting the cart to the local storage. So here, after the set total count, write local storage dot set item that uses the same cart key just like the get item, but it has another parameter that accepts a string. So I want to stringify and convert the cart into JSON string. So I pass an object to it with the items of cart items with the total price and total count. Now, if we go to the browser, inside the home page, go to a food page and click on add to cart and refresh the page, as you can see, we still have it. Here we go. Our cart page is almost ready. Now for the last thing, I want to use the total count inside the header. For this 10 badge that you see here, it's just a static number. It should come from this total count. Let's do it. So here from the Explorer, scroll up, find the header component folder, click on header.js. Here, instead of using the cart like this, I want to use const curly braces cart equal to use cart. I need to use the use cart hook, and we can remove this previous cart. Now, if we go to the browser, we'll see that these two always match together. So if we change this, you can see this is 7 and this is 7 too. And if we go anywhere, we'll see that 7 or any number at the top. In this video, we want to work on the not found component. So after this video, when you search for something that is not available on the website, you will see a message and a reset link like this that brings you back to the home page. Same will happen for the food page and the cart page. Okay, here we have what we want to do on this lesson. The first step that we want to do is creating the not found component. Let's do it. Right click on the components folder, then create a new folder with the name of not found. Then right click on it and create a new file with the name of notfound.js and a notfound.module.css. Then close the Explorer, select the notfound.js file and write RFC, press enter for creating the functional component. Then here at the top, write import classes from notfound.module.css. Okay, we created our component, but we didn't complete it yet. Now for testing it, I want to add it to the home page. So inside the home page, when we have no foods on the search results, we are going to see the not found. Let's do it. Go to the Explorer, Pages, Home, and click on the home page. Close the Explorer. Then here after the tags and before the thumbnails, put square brackets. Check if the foods.length is equal to 0. Then show the not found component. So if you have no foods, it means the data is not loaded good or the search result has no foods, then we need to show the not found. Let's check it out inside the browser. Let's write something that is not available in the website. Why? Yeah, press enter. As you can see, we have the not found here. So it works. Now we can come back to the not found component and make it like a real not found. I don't know how a real not found looks like, but anyway, let's go back inside the notfound.js file. For the not found component, I want to have 3 properties. The first property is the message that we want to show. For example, not found. Then we have a link route and a link text. When we show this message, we need to show a button that goes to this route and shows this text. The return part is pretty simple. We have a class name with the name of classes.container. Just like any other components. We show the message here as a plain text. Then we show a link from React Router DOM that goes to the link route and shows the link text. But I want to give them default values because most of the time the link route is the homepage route and the link test is go to homepage. So here at the bottom, I write not found, the default props. I set the message to nothing found, link route to the slash that is the homepage route, and link text to go to home page. Save it. Now if you go to the browser, we'll see this nothing found and this go to home page. When we click on it, it will move us to the home page. Now press back again and refresh the page to see our not found component. Now I want to work on its CSS and make it beautiful. Let's do it. Let's go to the not found module CSS. Let's start with the container. Its display should be flex. Its flex direction should be column, top to bottom. Justify content should be centered. And align items should be centered too. So it will be centered both vertically and horizontally. Its font size should be 1.5 rem. And its font weight should be 100. Lightest possible. And its height should be 15 rem. Now, if you go to the browser, we'll see it on the middle. The text is fine. I want to work on this link and make it beautiful. Let's write container and select the A tag inside it. Set its font size to 1 rem and its background color to E72929. Its color should be white. Its border radius would be 10 rem. Complete radius. Padding would be 0.7 rem from top and bottom and 1 rem from left and right. Its margin would be 1 rem from every side. And its opacity would be 0.8, 80%. I set the opacity to 80% because I wanted to make it 100% on the hover effect. So write container A colon hover, set the opacity to 1 and cursor to pointer. Now let's check out the browser. Here, as you can see, you have this beautiful link that when you hover over it, its opacity will be 100%. Now we have a problem with our previous search code. Here, if you click on the go to home page, we're still going to have our search term. That's because I didn't listen to the search term changes in the URL inside the use effect. I just used it as the default value of the search term. So it will be only called when we refresh the page, but it's not going to work when we go to the search and come back to the home page. Let's fix this. Let's go to the code from the Explorer and from the components, open the search folder and select the search.js component. Here at the top, after the search term, write use effect from the React. Inside it, put a handler that listens to the search term changes from the React router use params. And here inside this handler, just write set term to search term question mark empty string. This double question mark is knowledge coalescing operator. So when there is no search term, it will set the term to an empty string. Now we just need to scroll down, remove this default value and write value and set it to the term, because the term will be set by the search term from the route parameters. Now, if we go to the browser, we have an empty search box because there is nothing inside the route. Now, if we search for something that is not available on the list and click on go to home page, you will see that it's going to be empty. Okay, let's see where we are. We created the not found component and its CSS file, and we just successfully added to the home page and we fixed the search issue. Now we just need to add this component to the food page and to the cart page. A typo here. Let's do it. Just close all the tabs here. Then from the Explorer, scroll down, find the food page and foodpage.js file. Then here on the return part, write an exclamation mark before the food. So if the food is not available, we are going to show the not found component with the message of food not found and the link text of back to home page. Then remove this double and replace it with colon. So if the food is not available, we are going to show the not found. And when it's available, we're going to show the details of the food. Now, if we go to the browser, if we click on a food, we'll see its details. You may ask, what was the reason to put a not found for the food page? Sometimes the user just saves the URL of a product, but that product for some reason could be removed from the website. On that case, let's put something that is not available on the website. The user will see this page and you can click on the back to home page to come back to the home page. And the same situation for the cart page. As you can see, our cart page is empty now. So we should see a cart page empty message. Let's do it. Close the food page, open the Explorer. From the pages, open the cart page JS file. Scroll to the return part. Here now, instead of checking if the cart page is not empty, let's remove the cart and change this cart item's length bigger than 0 to equal to 0. Remove this and 2, put a question mark. Now in this case, when the cart page doesn't have any items, we want to show the not found. So write not found, press tab to import it. Now we just need to set its message to cart page is empty. Then close the not found and after it put a colon for the else part of this statement. So now if we go to the browser, when the cart page is empty, we see this cart page is empty message and a button that moves us to the home page. Now one little thing that I don't like is this home page search and this link text that says go to home page. We are already in the home page. I like to set it to reset search. Let's go to the code. From the Explorer, open the home page and here for the not found, set the link text to reset search. Then save it. Now if we go back, we'll see this, and if we click on it, it will reset the search and shows all the items. In this lesson, we want to move our data to the backend and load everything from the backend side. You can watch this video if you like to do this. Here's what we want to do on this lesson. The first thing that we're going to do is creating the backend folder. So go to the code, collapse your front-end folder like this, and click here at the empty space of Explorer. Then click on new folder icon at the top. Then write backend. The backend folder should be on the same level as the front-end folder. Here we go. We did it. Now we need to initialize an npm package inside it. So go to the code, right-click on the backend folder, and select Open in Integrated Terminal. It will open a new terminal on the backend folder, or you can open a new terminal and write cd backend. That's exactly the same. And write npm init -y for creating a new package.json file that we need for our Node.js backend project. So let's check this one too. Now we want to copy our data.ts from the front end to the backend src folder. So let's go to the code, right click on the backend folder and create a new folder with the name of src. Then go to the front end folder. On the src folder, drag the data.js and paste it to the src folder of the backend. So we did this too. Now we need two packages to run our Node.js server. The Express, as you know, helps us to have an HTTP server on top of Node.js, and Course helps us to have our frontend and backend on different ports and different addresses. So let's install them. Go to the code and make sure you are on the backend folder. Then write npm install express space course, then press enter. After finishing the installation, check out the package.json file on the backend folder and come to the dependencies. You need to see course and express. If you see them, it means they are successfully installed. Now close the terminal and close the package.json, and let's go to the next step, that is creating the gitignore file. You may ask why we need the gitignore file. That's because if you don't have a gitignore file, your code changes will show everything that's inside your node modules. We don't need node modules because our npm package manager handles it. For ignoring them, we need gitignore file. So right click on the backend and create a new file with the name of .gitignore, and inside it just write the name of the node module. You can copy it from here. Right click on it, select rename, copy it and paste it here. Now as you can see, we have only 5 changes and none of them are related to the node modules. Close the gitignore and let's go to the next step, that is creating the server.js file. We configure our server inside the server.js file. Let's do it. Open the Explorer, right click on the src folder on the backend folder, then create a new file with the name of server.js. Close the Explorer. Here first of all we want to import Express, so write import Express from Express. But as you know, this kind of import doesn't work by default. This is the module type. For enabling it, go to the Explorer, on the package.json, here somewhere inside the root curly braces, press enter and write type and select module. Then close the package.json. Now it's going to work. The second thing that we want to import is course from course package. Now let's create the Express app. We can do that by writing const app equal to Express and calling it. So when you call the default export of the Express, you're going to have an Express app. Now we want to use this course package. So let's write app.use and give it the course, call it and give it an object, set the credentials to true and set its origin to an array that has only one item, that is http://localhost 3000. As you can see, the localhost 3000 is where we are serving our React app, and we cannot serve our Express app on the same port. So we are going to have a different port for front-end and the back-end of our project. And by default, requests from one address to another address will be denied. To make it possible, you need to use course package. And the only origin that will be allowed to send requests to this server will be localhost 3000. Now, the next thing that I want to do is serving the Express app on a specific port. So let's write const port equal to 5000. I want to serve it on the port 5000. You can select another port and write app.listen to this port number, that is 5000, and give it a callback. So whenever it's finished, it's gonna show a console log that says listening on port and port number. That is 5000. Put in a space here to make it more readable. Here we go. Let's see where we are. We created the server.js, we added and configured the Express and the course. Now is the time for adding the food router. We're going to put all the APIs about the food on the food router. So let's do it. Open the Explorer, right click on the SRC folder and create a folder with the name of routers. Then right click on it and create a new file with the name of food.router.js. On the first line of the food router, I want to import router from Express and import sample foods and sample tags from the data.js. But as you can see, I have no code completion. For having a beautiful code completion while you're importing JavaScript modules into each other, you can right click on the backend folder, create a new file with the name of jsconfig.json. Then you can write this code here. Here you open a curly braces, then you write compiler options and set its module resolution to node and write include this src folder. So inside this src folder, whenever you want to resolve a module into each other, it will use the node type. So now if we close this file, then write sample foods again, as you can see, it wants to import it from data.js. So write sample foods and sample tags from data.js. Now let's close the Explorer, and after the data.js, we need to put .js, because when you set the type of your package JSON to module, it will only going to understand the node modules packages without .js. And for the local modules that you created, you need to put .js at the end. I know you're going to get errors for this, so make sure to put .js at the end of your JavaScript modules. Now let's continue. Just like the Express app, for having a router, we just need to write const router equal to and call the router from the Express. Now for the first API, I want to write router.get slash, that is a root API for this router, comma, request, response, and the handler, let's write response.send sample foods. As simple as this. So whenever we call the root API of the food router, it's going to give us the sample foods. We defined the router, but we didn't export it. So write export default router. Now we need to use this router inside the server.js. So let's get back to the server.js. And here before the port, write app.use/API/foods and give it the food router. But we didn't import the food router. Let's import it at the top. So write import food router from /routers/foodrouter.js. Remember, you need to put this .js every time. So we just imported the food router here and we used it for this address. So now if we put this address on the localhost 5000, inside the browser, we are going to get the sample foods. Okay, now let's see where we are. We successfully added the food router and JSConfig, but we didn't add all the APIs. Now is the time for installing the node mon, that is stand for node monitor. We can run our package using node, but every time that we make a change on the code, we need to restart our node project. By using the node mon, it will automatically refreshes our backend every time we save the changes. So now let's go to the code. From the view, select terminal, then here write npm install -d capital D node mon and press enter. And we put that D here because we want to install node mon as a dev dependency. So if you open the Explorer, go to the backend and click on package.json, you will see that the node mon is not part of the dependencies. It is part of the dev dependencies because we just want it for the development. Okay, now that we installed the node mon, here inside the package.json, we can go to the script section and press enter and write dev. Then in front of the dev, we can write node mon src/server.js. So we are going to serve our server.js file inside the src folder using nodemon. Now for running this, we can write npm run dev and press enter. And as you can see, we are seeing this log message from the server.js that says listening on port 5000 inside the terminal. Now if you go to the browser, open a new tab and write localhost 5000/API/foods and press enter, you will see all the foods data as a JSON inside the browser. So it means our API works. And if you say, what is this API/foods? It's coming from here. We set this address or this router. Now let's go to the food router and add other APIs. We want to move everything that we had inside the food service into the food router. The second API is for getting all the tags. So write food.get /tags, give it a handler with request and response, and write response.send sample tags. Now if you go to the browser and write /API/foods/tags, you're going to see all the tags. As you can see, this /tags is added to the end of /API and /foods. The next API is the search API when we search for a food. Let's write router.get /search/search term. This search term is the route parameter. Give it a request and response and handler. First of all, we want to get this search term from the params of the request. So write const search term and make it equal to request.params. Now that we have the search term, everything is very similar to the food service. So let's go to the food service on the front end. On the src folder, go to the services folder and open the food service. On the search function, copy what it has, go to the food router and paste it. Make it equal to const foods. And now we are going to have exact same result because we have the sample foods here on the backend and we just got search term from the route parameter and we are using it here. Now we just need to send these foods to the response of the API. So write response.send foods. Now if you go to the browser and here write search/pizza, here we are going to see the pizza pepperoni and the vegetable pizza. So it works perfectly. Let's go to the next API. That is finding the foods based on the tags. It is very similar to the search. So write router.get /tag/:tag. Let's give it the handler. Right? Request, response. First of all, let's get the tag parameter. So write const tag equal to request.params. Once again, we can go to this food service. Here find getAllByTag function and copy what's in front of the return. Let's go to the food router and write const foods equal to this. And once again, we just need to send it using the response.send foods. And now if you go to the browser and replace this search with tag and replace this pizza with something like lunch and press enter, you will see all the foods that have the launch tags at their tags. So this one works perfectly too. Now let's write the last API and connect it to the front end. So here write router.get /food_id. So anything after the slash will be treated as a route parameter. And that's the reason that we put it at the end. If you put this API on the top of these APIs are not going to work. Let's give it the handler. Write request, response. First of all, I want to get the food ID equal to request.params. Okay. Now, once again, we can go to the food service and find getById function and copy its code and paste it here. Right. Const food. It's a single food equal to this. All right. Response.send food. Here we go. We have food IDs from 1 to 6. Let's check that out inside the browser. Remove launch and tag and write, for example, 1. As you can see, we have the first food. 2, we have the second food. So this one works too. Now let's see where we are. We created the server.js file and we added all the APIs. We installed the nodemon, we added the dev script to the package JSON and we ran it. Now we want to connect our front end to the back end. And for doing this, there is a very good package with the name of Axios. So we need to install it on the front end. Let's go to the code, open a new terminal, go to the front end folder and write npm install Axios. Okay, let's close the terminal, open the Explorer, close the backend, and open the package JSON on the front end. You need to see Axios on the dependencies. Here we go, close the package JSON, and let's open the food service.js file. We need to connect all of these to the backend. Here at the top, remove these import sample foods and sample tags because we don't have the data.js on the front end anymore. We moved it to the backend. All right, import Axios from Axios. Here for the get all function, remove these sample foods, put curly braces, and write this. So we are making a get request using the Axios, the /API/foods. We are getting the data and we are returning the data. Don't forget to put this await because this function will return a promise. Save it and let's go for the search. Remove everything for the search, put curly braces and connect it to the API. We are calling /API/foods/search, but we also passing this search term parameter at the end of this API. So we are going to have filtered foods based on this search term, and we are going to get the data, then we can return it. Let's go for get all tags. Remove sample tags and connect it to the backend. Here we go, similar to these ones. Let's go for the get all by tag. Keep this line because if the tag is equal to all, we are going to have all the tags. So this is still the case. Remove the return part. Then let's do it just like the others. And here, as you can see, we have the tag slash and we pass this tag to the server and we are going to get the filtered data based on the tag. Now let's finish the get by ID, remove everything that it has, put curly braces, then connect it to the backend. Here we go. And as you can see, we are passing the food ID to the /API/foods. And it's going to give us the food that we want. And we connected all of our functions to the backend. Now, if we go to the browser, we have an error. Oh, it says that I cannot find the data.js module inside the use cart inside the hooks. Let's go there, open the Explorer, the hooks, open the use cart hook, and we accidentally imported the sample food here that we didn't use. Let's remove it. We go to the browser and zoom back. We're still seeing nothing. But why? If you open the inspect and go to the console, you will see that it's trying to get the API from the port 3000, not port 5000. We need to tell the Axios why we are not on the production. It needs to use port 5000, not the default port of the current address. For doing this, let's go to the code, open the Explorer. On the front end, right click on the src and create a new file with the name of Axios config.js. Close the Explorer and write and import Axios. And let's change the Axios default base URL. So write Axios defaults.base URL equal to if the process.env.node_env is not equal to production, then use the local host on the port 5000. Otherwise, use the slash, that means use the current address. Now that we created this, we just need to use it inside the index.js on the front end side. So inside the src folder, select index.js, and here inside the imports part, import /Axios config. While importing it, this script will be automatically called and the base URL of the Axios will be set on localhost 5000 when we are not on the production mode. So let's save the index.js file and get back to the browser, and boom, we have everything that we had, but all of them are coming from the server. Now let's test them one by one. Let's search for something like meat. As you can see, it works. Let's select the tag. As you can see, the tags works fine too. When we select the food, we can see the food, and the foods and the tags are loaded very well. On this lesson, we want to implement the login page. So after finishing this video, you can go to the login page from this link. Here you can see this beautiful login page and you can log in using sample user and password. And after the login, you can see this login successful toast message and the real username at the top on the header. And we also are going to implement the logout functionality. So whenever you log out, the user will be logged out and there will be another toast message for the logout. So let's do it together. On the login page, we have two sides to work on, the backend side and the front-end side. Let's start with the backend side. First thing that I want to do is creating the user router. Let's go to the code, open the backend folder, src folder, right click on the routers, add a new file with the name of user.router.js. Here, first of all, I want to import the router from the Express. Then I'm going to create the router by calling it and putting it inside a constant with the name of router. Now I write login API. As you can see, we are using router.post that uses the post method of HTTP methods. We normally use the post method when we want to send the data to the server. And for the login API, we want to send email and password. Now for getting the email and password, we shouldn't use request.params because we shouldn't put the username and password in the URL. We should use request.body. So let's write it. Here we go. Now we are getting email and password from the request body. Now I want to try to find the user based on this email and password from the users. But currently we don't have a database, so let's add some sample users to the data.js. So open up the Explorer, go to the data.js, go to the end of it, then add these sample users. Here we go. We have two users with the ID of 1 and 2, the name of John Doe and Jane Doe, with john@gmail.com and jane@gmail.com. The address and a boolean for checking that the user is admin or not. First one is not admin and the second one is admin. The sample users are ready. Let's close the data.js and use it here. We can import the sample users here and get it from data.js. Now we can check this email and password that is sent to the login method is available inside the sample users or not. Let's do it. Here we are using the find function on the sample users and we check for each user if there is a user that its email is equal to this email and its password is equal to this password. So it's going to be returned to this user. Now we need to check if the user is available. It means we have a user with this email and password. We need to set some encoded data from the user to the front end and save it there. And with every request, after login, we need to get that encoded data and decode it on the server to authenticate the user. For generating that encoded data or token, we need to use a package with the name of JSON Web Token that we need to install. So now we are going to install JSON Web Token. So from the terminal menu, select new terminal, write cd backend and write npm install JSON Web Token and press enter. Okay, it's installed successfully. Now we need to import it here. I want to import it as JWT. Now for generating the token and the response of this login, I want to create a function with the name of generate token response. So write const generate token response. It gets this user as input and at its first line, I want to create a token or that encrypted data with jwt.sign. The sign function is responsible for creating the token. The first parameter is an object that will be encoded. I want this object to have an ID, gets the value of user ID, email with the value of user.email, and is admin with the value of user.isAdmin. As simple as this. The second parameter is secret or private key. That for now, I just want to give it some random text. It could be anything. You can just put some random text here. I literally wrote some random text. And the last parameter is options. The only option that I want to set is expires in. I want it to expire in 30 days. So I write 30D. The token is generated, but I also want to return the data that I want to send to the login function. And I don't want them to be encrypted. So I'm going to send them directly here. So write return and return an object. I'm going to send these 3 unencrypted. I also want to send the name of the user because I need it. I want to show it, the address of the user. And after all, I want to send the token that I generated here, this token. We can directly write token because we already have this, and JavaScript gonna automatically create key and a value with the name of token and the value of this token. Here we go. This is the data that we want to send to the user. Now we just need to use the generate token response and send it to the user. So let's write response.send generate token response. We'll give it the user. Then we are going to return out of this login API. And after this if, it means we didn't find the user. We need to send a bad request and send a message that the user or password is invalid. So write response.status bad request, that is 400, and its message is username or password is invalid. And for all status, I want to create a separate file and use it inside my routers. So let's go to the Explorer, right click on the src, create a new folder with the name of constants, because these items are just some constant. They don't do anything. They are just some constant values. Right click on it and create a new file with the name of http status.js. Inside it, we just need to write export const bad request equal to 400. It's exactly like writing 400 here, but seeing literal numbers are not very beautiful. Now that we have this HTTP status, we can import it here. Close the Explorer, then import it by writing import bad request from constant ... It means its parent directory, that is src, and going to the constants folder, and the name of the file, that is http status.js. Remember, you need to put that JS end of it. Now that we import it here, this 400 gonna go here, but we are going to see it as an understandable text. Now let's see where we are. We installed the JSON web token. We added sample users, HTTP status. Okay, we finished the login API. We added the generate token response function. Now we need to add this router that we created to the server.js. So open the Explorer, go to the server.js, duplicate this line that is for food router, paste it at the bottom, change its address to users, API/users. And instead of food router, let's use user router. And then we can import it at the top. Import user router from routers/user.router.js. There's another thing that we need to add here. Since we are using request.body and we want to send our body data to the server as JSON, we need to tell this Express app to use JSON as the body. So it's going to know how to parse JSON body. We just need to write app.use express.json and call it just like this. Here we go. Let's look at here, and we just added the user router to the server.js, and we finished creating the user router for this lesson. Okay, the backend side is finished. Let's go to the front end and start the bigger side. Here, first of all, I want to create a user service and add 3 functions for it: getting the user, login function, and logout function. Let's do it. Close server.js and user router, close the backend, open the front end, src, services, right click on the services and create a new file with the name of user service JS. Close the Explorer. Here, first of all, I want to import the Axios. The first function is get user. We are going to check the user inside the local storage by using the get item function from the local storage. Then if it's available, we are going to parse the data and get a JavaScript object. And if there is nothing inside the local storage, we are going to return a null. So this function are going to give us a JavaScript object of the user. And if there is nothing inside the local storage, it means the user is not logged in. So we are going to return a null. The next function is the login function. In this function, First of all, we are going to define the email and password as input. Then we are going to make an Axios post. Remember, you need to make a post because we defined our router on the server post method. So the method of the caller and the method of the API should be exactly the same. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So it says method not allowed. It's going to go to the API/users/login, and we are going to send email and password that we sent to the login function. If everything was happy and the username and password was correct, we are going to have the user data here, and we are going to set it to the local storage with the key of user, exactly the same key that we get the user with, and we are going to convert that user data into a string to make it possible to be saved inside the local storage. Then we are going to return the data out of this function. For the situation when the login fails, since we are returning a 400 bad request status, these Axios are going to throw an exception, so we can catch it inside the use auth hook that we are going to create, and we can show a toast message that the username or password was incorrect. And the last function that we are going to add here is the logout function. The only thing that it does is removing the user from the local storage. So the user gonna be null or logged out. Okay, our user service is ready. Added these functions and we created our user service. Now for showing the toast message, we need to install React Toastify. Let's install it on the front end. Let's go to the code. Let's open a new terminal and write cd frontend npm install react-toastify and press enter. Okay, it's installed. Let's check the Explorer and package.json to make sure that it's successfully installed. React Toastify. You need to have it inside your package.json. So let's close the user service and see where we are. We installed the React Toastify. Now we want to create the use auth hook. And this auth means authentication. It's responsible for giving us the user and login, logout functions. Logout is a function. Okay, let's hop into the code. Right click on the hooks and create a new file with the name of use auth.js. Close the Explorer. At the first line, let's import everything that we need from the React. We need use state, create context, and use context. On the second line, I want to import everything from the user service. We want to use the user service here. And if you ask why I just import everything as a user service, because the names of the functions like login, logout are the same inside the user service. So I'm going to use them with the prefix of user service to distinguish between the functions here and the functions inside user service. And the last thing that I want to import here is the toast function from React Toastify. At the next line, just like any other hooks, I want to create a context with the name of auth context with the null initial value. Then I'm going to define the provider with the name of auth provider. That is a React component. We get the children of the props. First of all, I want to define the user state. We are setting the default value of this state equal to the user service.getUser. So it's going to check the local storage. If the user is already there, it's going to give us the object. Otherwise, this is going to be null. Now let's add the login function. Here we go. So we define the function with the name of login. It's an async function. It gets the email and password as input. Inside the try block, we use the login function from the user service and we pass email and password. So if the username and password was correct, we are going to get the user from the server. Then we are going to set the user inside the user state. Then we are going to show a successful toast using toast.success and passing login successful. And if by any reason the login was failed and we couldn't get the user, it's going to throw an exception and we are going to catch it inside this catch block. We are going to show a toast.error. So it's going to show red toast. Then we get the response data from this error.response.data. So anything that we send from the server are going to be shown here. So if you go to the backend, src, routers, and user router, we are sending username or password is invalid here. So going to be shown as a toast to the user. The last function that I want to add here is the logout function. Let's add it. Here we go. This is the logout function. It doesn't have any input. It just calls the logout function from the user service. So this is going to remove the user from the local storage, and we are going to set the user to null. So all the components that are using the user state, they're going to go to the logout state. And at the end, we are going to show a successful message that says logout successful. Now we just need to send our auth context provider and pass these values and functions to its children. So let's write it. We are returning the auth context provider, and we are passing all of these values, the user state, the login function, and the logout function. And we are going to put the children as the children of this provider. The last thing that we want to do for this hook is putting the use auth function here for making it simple to use this context. So write export const use auth, define a function, and use the use context with this auth context. So it's going to give us these three values in any components that we use this function. Now we need to put to provider inside the index.js. Auth provider for using this use auth hook, and the toast provider for showing the toast messages. We also need to add the CSS file of this React Toasty file. Let's add them. So go to the Explorer, scroll down, go to the index.js, close the Explorer. Here let's add all of them. We just added the auth provider from the hooks and the use auth hook. We added the toast container from the React Toastify, and inside this address React Toastify /dist/React Toastify.css, we are going to import the React Toastify CSS. So it's going to be shown beautifully. Now let's add these two providers. We have the browser router. Let's add the auth provider. And let's put everything inside it. Then at the bottom of the app, I want to put the toast container with some configurations. Let's do it. So we just added the toast container, but it has a couple of properties. Its position, I want it to be bottom right, so toast gonna be shown here. Their auto close property are going to have 5000 milliseconds, so they're going to be closed after 5 seconds, and all the other options that are easily understandable. You can also remove all of them and use the default behavior of the React Toastify. Here we go. The auth provider and the toast container are both added to the index.js. So we can close the index.js and see where we are. We successfully added the user state, login function, and logout function inside the use auth hook. Now we want to create the login page component, the page that we want to show to the user. Let's do it. So close the use auth hook, and here right click on the pages and create a new folder with the name of login. Then right click on it and create a new file with the name of login page.js. We also need to right click on it and create a new file with the name of login page.module.css. Close the Explorer, go to the login page.js. Here inside this login page, write RFC for creating a functional component, save it. Then let's go to the app routes, then duplicate the last route, change its path to /login, and change its element component to login page. So now if we go to the browser, we have an error. Let's check out the terminal, view terminal. As it seems, we didn't export the user router. So hold the control down in Windows and command in macOS and click on this user router file. So it will be opened. Now at the bottom of this file, we need to export the router. So we need to write export default router. Now if we go to the browser and refresh the page, we are going to have our data. Now let's close the user router, check out the browser. Here on the address bar, write /login. So we are going to see the login page. Here inside the login page, I need a form for sending the data to the server. For handling the validation of this form, I want to use a package with the name of React Hook Form. It gives me a couple of functions and states to make my job easier. So let's go to the code and install it. From the terminal, select new terminal, go to the front end folder, and write npm install react-hook-form and press enter. Here we go, it's installed. Now let's go to the login page, close the app routes, and here at the first line of the login page, let's write everything that we need from the use form. But before that, let's import the use form from the React hook here. Here we go. Now let's get everything that we need from it. We need handle submit. It is responsible for calling the submit function when there is no validation error. This register is responsible for sending all the events and references that is necessary for handling the validation. And this form state, and inside it the errors are going to have all the validation error that our form has. Now I want to add the navigate function from the use navigate from the React Router DOM, because after finishing the successful login, I want to navigate the user to another path. So I need this. Then I want to get the user state and login function from the use auth hook. The next thing that I want to add is params from the use search params. This is responsible for giving us all the query params. When I say query params, I mean everything after the question mark. I want to get the return URL like this. For getting it, I need to write const return URL equal to params.get return URL. So I use these params for getting query string. You will understand how it works. Now I want to add a use effect. Let's add it. It's not imported. We need to import it here, put a comma, write use effect. Here we go, it's imported right now. Inside this use effect, we have a handler, and at its first line, we'll check if the user is null or undefined. Then you need to return. You shouldn't do what we wrote on the next line. But if the user is not null and user has value, it means we shouldn't stay on the login page. On this case, if we have a return URL inside query string of the path, then we need to navigate to that return URL. But if we don't have any return URL, it just needs to go to the home page. And it's a very good thing to do because you don't want to see the login page when you're already logged in. The next thing that I want to add is the submit function. Let's add it. It's very simple. It gets an object that has an email and password, passes those email and password to the login function of the use auth hook, and it goes into the process of logging in the user. Now we want to go to the return part of this login page. This is the biggest part of this component. We need to create a couple of components. Here, first of all, remove this login page, press enter, set the class name of this div to classes.container. We didn't add the classes yet, so go to the top and write import classes from login page.module.css. So we are not going to have the error. Then add another div inside the container with the class name of classes.details. Inside the details, first of all, I want to add the title component that we created before. So write title, press enter to be imported, and set its title to login. Then close it. So now if we go to the browser, we're going to see the login text. Now I want to add the form and its own submit. I want to use the handle submit function from the use form, this one. And for its handler, I want to pass our submit function. As I told you, this handle submit is responsible for checking for validation error. If we have any validation errors, it's not going to call the submit function. Otherwise, it's going to pass all the data from this form to the submit function. So we are going to have the email and password. Then inside this form, I want to write no validate. So the default validation of the form will be disabled. We want to show our custom messages. We don't want to use the browser's default validation messages. Here I want to add two inputs. But since I want to make all of my inputs inside this application similar to each other, I want to create a component for it. But this input that I want to create needs a lot of input properties because this register function needs them for handling the validations. So let's create the input component. Let's go to the Explorer, go to the components, right click on it and create a new folder with the name of input. Then right click on it, create a new file with the name of input.js. And right click on it again and create a new file with the name of input.module.css. Let's get back to the input.js. Here, first of all, let's write RFC and press enter. Here, I don't want to export this function directly. Instead of this, I want to export default react.forwardRef, and then I'm going to pass this component. You need to do this whenever you have something like input inside your custom component and you want to forward its reference to its parent component. Now I want to add all the input parameters that I need for this component. We need label, its type, is it text, password or something like that, its default value, onChange event, onBlur event, its name, and its error. And as you can see, we also have the reference here. This register function here is responsible for creating a reference, passing it here. So this reference will be set to the input that we want to define. And by doing this, these onChange and onBlur functions are going to work fine. Let's continue. Here at the first line of this component, I want to define a function with the name of getErrorMessage that is responsible for giving us specific errors based on the error types. Let's add it here. Here we go. Inside this function, if we have no errors, we are going to return. So no errors will be shown. If we specifically define the error message, we are going to return that error message. But if the error message is not defined, we are going to return the defaults based on their types. So if the validation type is required, then we are going to show this field is required. If the validation type is min length, we are going to see field is too short. But if we have an error type that we didn't define here, we are going to return a star, just to tell the user that something is wrong here. Now, before finishing this input component, I want to create another component with the name of input container, and it's responsible for wrapping that input with a beautiful box and a label. So let's create it. Open up the Explorer, right click on the components, create a new folder with the name of input container. Once again, we want to create a new file with the name of input container.js and another file for the CSS input container.module.css. Here we go. Close the Explorer. Let's get back to the input container.js file. Here, let's import classes from the input container.module.css. Then write this simple component. This input container has 3 input properties: the label, background color, and the children. We wrap everything with the class of container, and we set its style, background color, to the BG color that we send here. We define a label, the class of label, and the text of label that we send here. And finally, we set the children of this component here inside this div with the class of content. Now let's define its CSS. For the container, we need the position of relative, a margin bottom of 0.5 rem, border radius of 0.7 rem, padding top of 0.3 rem, and border with 1 pixel thickness, solid, and E0, E0, E0 color. Let's add the label class. The label class display should be inline block, its margin left should be 0.5 rem, its color should be 5F, 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 grayish color, and its font size should be 1 rem. And last but not least, content class should have a padding of 0 from top and bottom and 0.5 rem from left and right, height of 2.7 rem, a display of flex that its align items is equal to center. So its children inside here are going to be aligned center vertically. Here we go. Our input container is ready. Let's use it inside this input. I want to write this whole return part at once. Let's do it. Let's remove everything here, put a parenthesis, and start writing. But before doing that, I want to import the input container and classes at the top. Here we go. We have these two. Now we can use them inside the return part. Here we go. As you can see, we have our input container. We set its label to the label that we pass to this input, and we use the input and this div with the class of error as the children of the input container. Now let's look at this input. Here, as I told you, for having the reference of this input, we need to use react.forwardRef and use this reference as the second parameter of our component, so we can pass the reference of this input to its parent component, that is login page. So it's going to work perfectly. And here inside this input, the default value, class name, type, and placeholder are what we created, and this ref, name, onChange, and onBlur is what is created using the register function of useForm from the React hook form. So the things that we are passing to this input component, we are using it inside this input. And here at the bottom, we check if we have any error, then we are going to show them with the class of error, and we are going to use the get error message for getting the current error message of this input. You will understand better how it works when we use it inside the login page.js. Here, scroll down inside this form. Let's start using this input. Here we need to write input. We use our input component, set its type to email, and its label to email too, but with capital E. It's going to be better. Now we want to spread all the members of the register function from the React hook form. We want to set its name to email. Remember, this name that you use inside the register should be exactly the same with the one that you use inside your submit function. And for its validation options, I want to set its required to true. Then I want to use this pattern that is the regular expression for the email. You can copy this from the code changes link in the description below. And its custom message will be email is not valid. I just put 2 D's here. Okay. So if anything that the user inputs inside the email input doesn't match this pattern, that is the email pattern, it's going to show email is not valid error. Now here after this register, I want to set the error of the input component to errors.email. Then I'm going to close the input. And these errors are coming from form state, errors coming from the use form. Now we need to do similar thing to this one for the password, but it's much simpler because it doesn't have a pattern. We are using our input component with the type of passport, with the label of passport, and we are using the register function with the name of passport. Once again, this name should be exactly the name that you have here inside your submit function. And we just set its required to true. And we pass the error of the passport by using the errors.passport. Now, if we look at to the browser, we'll see this. As you can see, the input container has its own styles, but the input inside it doesn't have any styles. Go to the code and go to the input.module CSS and add the style that it needs. Let's start with input class. Let's set its width and height to 100%. We set its border to none, but because I want to show an animation for the border bottom, I set its default value to 0. Then I define transition for the border width with 150 milliseconds or 0.15 seconds with the ease out curve. Then I set the background color of this input to white, its font size to 1.1 rem, and its outline to none. Now if we look at the browser, we'll see that the placeholder has very strong color and a big font size. Let's make it smaller by writing this. You can write input : placeholder for selecting the placeholder of the input. We set its color to this, df, and its font size a little bit smaller. Now if we go to the browser, it has much lighter color. It doesn't hurt the user eyes. Now for having that border bottom animation, we just need to go to the code and add this. When we focus on this input, we set the border width to 2.9 pixels. Now, if we go to the browser and click on these inputs, you're going to see this beautiful animation whenever we go in and go out of our input. Now, the last style that I want to add here is the style of the error. Here we go. Its display should be flex, its justify content should be center, and its align item should be center too. Its position will be absolute, and it's going to stick to the top, and it's going to have 1 rem base from the right. Its height should be 100% with 12 rem. Its color should be red, text align center, and its font size should be 0.95 rem, or 95% of a rem. We are not going to see the error inside the browser right now, because we are going to see them whenever we click on the submit button. And I'd like to create a component for the buttons of this website. So let's open up the Explorer, scroll up, and right click on the components, create a new folder with the name of button. Then right click on it, create a new file with the name of button.js. Then right click on it again and create a new file with the name of button.module.css. Close the Explorer, get back to the button.js. Let's import the classes from button.module.css. Now here we can write RFC for creating the functional component. You can remove this import of React, we don't need it. And for this button, we have a couple of properties, styles, and events. Let's add them. We have the button type, would be submit or button, its text, its on-click event, text color, background color, its font size, width, and height. Very simple. Now for these properties, I want to set some default props to make it easier to use. Let's add them. Default type of button, text of submit, the background color of E72929, text color of white, font size of 1.3 rem, width of 12 rem, and height of 3.5 rem. You can set your own defaults based on your own preferences. Here we go. Now we need to work on the return part or the render part of this function. Here I want to set its class name to classes.container. Then I'm going to add the button with its style, type, on-click event, and text. We just created the button tag with the style of color, background color, font size, width, and height. We set its type to type, on-click that we get from the input props of this button. And finally, we set the text to this text. Okay, our button is ready. Now let's use it inside the login page. Here we go, press enter here, then write button. Seems that it's not imported here. Let's write it again and press enter. Here we go. We have it with the type of submit and the text of login. Here we go. Let's look at the browser. As you can see, this button doesn't match the theme of our website. So we need to go to the button.module.css to set the style that the button needs. And let's start with the container. We set its display to flex, its justify content to center, so it will be centered horizontally, and its width will be 100%. Now let's add the styles for the button inside this container. Set its border and outline to none, its opacity to 1, font weight to 100, the lightest possible, border radius to 0.8 rem, width of 100%, margin 1 rem from top and bottom, and auto from left and right, so it's going to be on the center, and its opacity is 80%. Oh, I wrote it twice, sorry. Its opacity should be 80%, and we are going to make it 100% when we move our mouse over it, so it will be a little bit interactive. So let's write the hover effect. So inside the hover effect, container button hover, we set the cursor to pointer, so it will be finger shape, and we set the opacity to 1, so it will be 100%. Now borders are rounded, it doesn't have no outline, and it is on the middle. Exactly everything that we need. But as you can see, having input boxes this big are not beautiful to see inside this website. So let's make them centered, aligned, and justified, and add other things to the login page that it needs. So let's get back to the code and right click on the login page and select close others. So anything other than the login page will be closed. Open the Explorer and open this login page.module.css, and let's start from the container inside the login page. Its display should be flex, its justify content center, align item center, so it will be centered horizontally and vertically. Its height should be 100%, and its margin top should be 3 rem. Now I want to work on the details, then I'm going to limit the width of it to 28 rem. Now for the form inside these details, I want to set its display to flex, flex direction to column, so it will be top to bottom, and I will set its justify content to center. Now, if we look at the browser, click on the login button, that is the submit button, we'll see default error messages. But if we enter an invalid email, we are going to get a specific message. And if we make it a valid email, we are going to see no error. Now let's test the login process. Let's go to the code, open the Explorer. On the backend side, open the data.js, copy this email, paste it here, and the password, this is 12345. And click on login. As you can see, we have the login successful toast message very beautifully. Now let's see where we are. Added the login page to the app routes. We created the custom components, input container, its CSS, input, its CSS, button, and its CSS. So all the custom components are made and we successfully created the login page component, everything that it needs. Now, as the last step, we need to add the use auth to the header component. Because as you know, this is a dummy header. Let's make it real. Let's go to the code, close the backend side, and inside the front end, open the header.js. And instead of this dummy object, let's use the use auth. Use auth, press enter, import it here, curly braces, and write user and logout function, because we need the logout function here. And let's remove this dummy logout function. So now the user and the logout function are real. Get back to the code. And as you can see, we have the full name of the user. And if you click on the logout, you'll see that the user is logged out. So now for logging in again, we can click on the login, and here we can log in. Now I want to test two things that I didn't test. The first thing is when the username or password is incorrect. So john@blahblah.com and some random password, it should give us a username or password is incorrect message. Okay, yeah, username or password is invalid. And the last thing that I want to test is when the user is logged in and we come to the login page, it should get back. So let's write john@gmail.com. That is the correct email. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, now let's write the login page here, /login. As you can see, we're going to come back to the home page. It means that it works. Sorry, but we need to test one thing more, and it's the return URL here inside the address bar. So let's write login return URL equal to, for example, /cart. So when our return URL is /cart, after the login, we need to go to the cart page. Okay, so let's test it. john@gmail.com. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Click on the login. As you can see, we are moved to the cart page and our cart page is empty. Here we go. Everything about the login page is working. In this lesson, we want to load everything that you see inside this project from the MongoDB. So instead of loading them from the sample data inside the data.js, we are going to use MongoDB database. Okay, we are going to start by installing the MongoDB community version inside our operating system. Let's start with Windows, then macOS. For installing MongoDB on the Windows, you just need to search for MongoDB community, and you are going to see a link from the MongoDB website. You can click on it. When you go inside it, you scroll down a little bit, you can download based on your platform. So you can click on the download, and after the download, you will see a file like this that you can double click on it to install. Next, accepted, next, and here click on the complete, next, and don't forget to check this install MongoDB Compass, because MongoDB Compass allows you to view the data inside your MongoDB beautifully and help you to do your job easier. Then click on next and install. Click yes and wait for it to finish its job. Now you can click on finish, and here you can click on start. As you can see, it will automatically opens up the MongoDB Compass and serves our MongoDB database on this address. So if you click on the connect, it will connect us to our MongoDB database. For the macOS, it's a little bit trickier. You need to search for install MongoDB community on macOS, then click on the first link from the MongoDB. Here scroll down to the prerequisites section. The first thing that you need is Xcode command line tools, and you can install it by using xcode-select-install. The second thing that you need is a package manager with the name of Homebrew. You can install it using this link. Now that you install the brew package manager, you need to add the MongoDB/brew tab to the brew by using brew tab MongoDB/brew command. Because MongoDB community is not available globally on the brew package manager, but it's available inside this tab. So you need to add it first. Then you need to do brew update, and at the end you can install the MongoDB community by using brew install MongoDB community command. You can click on these copy buttons and place them inside your terminal. After finishing the installation of MongoDB community version, you just need to scroll down to this point. And you can copy this command, that is brew services start MongoDB community @6. By doing this, you are going to run the MongoDB community as a macOS service using brew. After doing this, the core of your MongoDB is ready. Now the only thing that you need to do is searching for MongoDB Compass and click on download and install Compass from the MongoDB. Here scroll down and click on open the download page, and under the title of MongoDB Compass download GUI, you're going to scroll down, select your macOS version, whether it's M1 series or it's 64-bit, that is Intel series, and the package that is DMG, you can click on download. And after downloading the MongoDB Compass DMG file, you can double click on it. You will see a page like this. You can drag your MongoDB Compass and release it inside the applications folder, so it will be installed on your macOS. Then you just need to open it and click on connect. And as you can see, it is opened and ready to use on this address, localhost 27017, just like the Windows. Okay, if the MongoDB community version is installed on your operating system, you are ready to go to the next part, that is the coding part. Here, first of all, we want to install the Mongoose package from the npm and create our user model and food model. Let's go. Open your backend folder and open the src folder, right click on it and create a new folder with the name of models. The first model that we want to create is the user model. So right click on it and create a new file with the name of user.model.js. Now for creating the user model, I want to install Mongoose package. So from the terminal, select new terminal, write cd backend for going to the backend folder, and write npm install mongoose for installing the mongoose package. By using the mongoose package, you can create models and schema for your MongoDB. So it's going to have structure and it's going to be more secure. Okay, our mongoose package is installed. Close the terminal and try by importing model and schema from the mongoose. Now the next thing that I want to add here is the user schema. User schema will be the structure of the user inside our MongoDB. So let's write it. Inside the user schema, as you can see, the data is exactly similar to the data that we have inside the data.js for the sample users. ID, name, email, password, address, and is admin. The ID will be automatically generated inside the database, so we don't need to put it here, but the other fields are all here. Using these timestamps adds two other fields to this schema with the names of created at and updated at. And whenever we create a new user or we update a current user, these two fields will be automatically updated. And these two JSON and two objects with these virtuals to true are useful when you want to define getters or virtual methods on your actual data inside the database. Now that we have our user schema, we want to create our model. So scroll down and let's create our model in one line. Here we go. The user model is our model. We create the model by using the model function coming from the Mongoose. This user is its name inside the database, and this user schema is the schema that we created for the user at the top. So now by using this user model, we can find user, update user, delete a user, and do everything that we want to do with the user document inside the database. Let's save this and go for the other model, that is the food model. We can close it, right click on the model and create a new file with the name of food.model.js. Once again, we need to import model and schema from the Mongoose. Then we need to create the food schema here. Once again, we have the same structure as we had inside the data.js for the sample foods, except ID, but I didn't talk about the types. Inside the user model, we have 4 string type from name to address and 1 boolean type. We can define them to be required or not required. For example, by setting the required to true. Whenever you're creating the user model, you need to set these 4 values. So it will not be created if you don't set these values. But if you set the default value, it's not necessary to fill them. If you don't fill them, they will use the default value. And for the email, we used another another property with the name of unique, and we set it to true. By doing this, anytime we want to add a new user to the database, it checks if that email is already inside the database or not. If it is there, it will not allow us to add the same email because we defined the email to be unique. This is for the user, and it's pretty simple. Let's go for the food one. Here we have number type. That is obvious, it's just a number. We also have string array type. So you put string with capital case inside 2 square brackets, so the mongoose get it as string array. We have it for the tags and the origins. For the stars, we're setting the default to 3. So if we don't set the stars when we are creating the food, it will set it to stars automatically to 3, nearly on the middle. If you like your stars to be empty by default, you can set it to 0. And the rest is exactly similar to the user. Now let's go add the food model here. We exported the const with the name of food model, so this is our model, and in front of it we are calling the model function from the mongoose again with the name of food inside the database and with this schema that we created at the top. Okay. Our models are ready, user model and the food model, and we installed the mongoose successfully. At the next step, we want to add a .env file. As you know, connection URI to the database is a credential thing. You should not expose it inside your source control or inside your Git, because nobody should see it inside the code. They should be saved inside environment variables. For simply setting the Nodejs environment variables, we can use a file with the name of .env along with a package with the name of .env. Let me add it here, install .env, and this Mongo URI local should be just Mongo URI. We set the Mongo URI inside this .env file and we configure it using .env, so this Mongo URI will be part of the Node.js environment variable and we can use it inside the code. Let's start by installing .env package. Go to the code, from the view menu select terminal. We go, make sure you are inside backend folder and write npm install .env and press enter. It's a very small package. Close the terminal, open the explorer, then right click on the backend folder. The .env file should be on the root folder near package.json. So right click on it and create a new file with the name of .env and press enter. Here we just need to simply write Mongo URI equal to, then we can put double quote in front of it. Then we need to open the mongoose, so it will show us the default URI to our local MongoDB. We can copy it and put it here. Then after it, we can put a slash and write the name of the database. I want to call it foodmine-db. Here we go, our Mongo URI is ready. But if we open the code changes, we can see our .env file here. So it will be sent to the Git, but we don't want to send our credential data to the Git. So we need to add .env file to the git ignore. So click on the git ignore file, press enter and write .env. Now if we go here, we will not see the .env file because it's ignored. Close the source control and let's see where we are. We just added the .env file, we installed .env package, but we didn't config the .env. Let's config it inside the server.js. Open the explorer, go to the server.js, and here at the top of everything, write import .env from .env. Then on the next line, write .env.config. Here we go. By calling this config function from the .env, it will read the .env file and uses all the keys that we wrote here with their values as the environment variables. Here we go. The .env part is finished. So added the Mongo URI and we just add it to the git ignore. Now I want to add a file with the name of database config, and I want to add everything related to the configuration of the database inside it, including connecting to the MongoDB, seeding users and foods. Let's start by creating the file. Go to the code, open the explorer, right click on the src folder and create a new folder with the name of config. Then right click on it and create a new file with the name of database.config.js. Here first of all, I want to import connect and set from the mongoose package. I will tell you what we are going to do with them. On the next step, I want to set the strict query to true. We need to do this because by doing this, the mongoose uses the schema of your models strictly. For example, if you want to add something to the food model that is not inside the schema, it's going to throw an exception. So it will not allow us to do that. And it means our data storage will be much more secure. At the next step, I want to expose a function with the name of dbconnect. So export const dbconnect, and I want to make it an async function that has this body. It has a try catch block. Inside the try, we call the connect function from the mongoose. The first argument of the connect function is Mongo URI that's coming from process.env. If you remember, we just add it to the .env file and we configure it here so that Mongo URI will be available here through process.env. So we can use it here. But we also want to pass two other parameters. Object, we set use new URL parser to true and use unified topology to true. You need to do it for the newer versions of the mongoose. Then at the end, I just added a log. So it says connect successfully. So if it was successful, it says connect successfully. Otherwise, if the connect has an error, goes to the catch part and we log that error inside the console. Pretty simple. Now that our dbconnect function is ready, we can go to the server.js and here before the app, we can write import dbconnect and import it from the database config. Then we can call it inside the server.js file. Now if we click on the view and terminal and click on the running backend instance of terminal, we'll see that there is a listening on port 5000. It means it is successfully connected to the database. Okay, the database connection part, connecting to the MongoDB part is finished. Let's check this one. Now is the time for seeding the database because we are connected to the MongoDB but we don't have anything inside it. By doing the seeding part, we are going to put our sample users and sample foods inside the database. For seeding the users, we cannot save the password directly inside the database. We need to hash the password inside the database for security reasons. Because by any reason, if somebody could be able to have access to your database, he could not be able to have access to your users' passwords. So let's go install bcrypt.js and seeding the users and foods. Let's go to the code. From the view, select terminal. Select the not running backend instance or open a new terminal and go to the backend folder. Then write npm install bcrypt.js and press enter. Okay, it's installed. Now let's come back to the database config. Here, before doing anything else, let's go to the Explorer and look at these models. It's better the names of the folders in JavaScript start with lowercase character. So make it models with the lowercase character. Then come back here and add everything that is necessary for seeding the users and foods inside the database. Here we go. We just added user model and food model, the mongoose models that we created inside the models folder, sample users and sample foods as a sample data for being seeded to the database. And bcrypt.js, that is the last package that we installed. Bcrypt package needs an argument with the name of salt rounds for hashing. I want to create a constant for it. And this salt round means number of times that this bcrypt.js are going to hash your data. So if you give it a bigger number, it's going to be more secure, but it also needs more resources of your server. So keep it 10 and 10 is fast and secure enough. Now that we have all the imports, let's go down and add the seed users function. So let's write async function seed users. Here, first of all, we want to check if the seed is already done or not. So we are going to get the count of documents from the user model and put it inside user count and checking if it is more than 0. It means if there is already a data inside the user model, we're going to say that the seed is already done. So the seed document is not empty and we are going to return. Otherwise, we are going to loop through all the sample users that are coming from the data.js, but before saving them directly using userModel.create, we are going to hash their password using the bcrypt.hash function and passing the current user password from the sample users. And as I told you, the bcrypt as the second parameter inside its hash function gets a number for salt rounds, and we set it to 10 at the top and we used it here. So the password will be hashed, and on the next line, we just create the user using the user model and we save it inside the database. Here, as you can see at the top, we are going to say the user seed is already done, but here we need to say the user seed is done. Okay, our seed users function is ready. So if the database is already seeded, we are going to see this message inside the console. But if it's empty, these parts are going to be run and we are going to see this part inside the console. But where we need to use it? Best place is after the connect function. So here write await seed users. Now, if you open the terminal and go to the backend running instance of terminal, you will see that the user's seed is already done because I used this database before. So if I change its name to something that I didn't seed before, then if I go here and save it just for restarting the server, you will see that it says user's seed is done. Now, if I go to the MongoDB compass and connect here, you will see we have a foodmine db1. And inside its user model, I have the newly seeded data. Now I want to do the same for the foods. As you can see, the foods collection is empty. Let's go to the code, scroll down after the seed users. Let's write async function seed foods. Here once again, we want to count the documents inside the food model and store it inside the foods constant. Then again, we're going to see the number of foods are more than 0. We are going to show the food seed is already done. And here we are going to have a for again, but this time for image URL. Okay, as you can see, for every single food from the sample foods coming from the data.js, we are going to add /foods/ to its image URL and set it to its image URL again. Then we are going to create the food model. We used to add this /foods/ inside the front end side. That wasn't a good decision because if you have a food that is not inside your local machine, you're going to have error. So it's better to set it inside the database and fix the front end side. That we are going to do in this video. Then at the end, I want to console log food seed is done. If I open the terminal, you only see that user seed is already done. Now, if I scroll up after the connect function at the bottom of seed users, I can add seed foods. And if I save it, you will see foods seed is done. And if I save it again, you will see foods seed is already done because on the first run, it did its job. Now, if we go to the MongoDB compass and refresh the data, you will see that we have all of our foods inside the database. Now let's see where we are. We just added the database config file, we seeded the users, we installed the BigReactJS, and we seeded the foods. Now we need to go to the user router and update it for using user model instead of sample data. And since the functions coming out of the user model are async, we need to install ExpressAsync handler package. So first of all, let's go and install it. Open the terminal, go to the terminal that's inside backend folder. Let's clear everything. You need to write CLS if you are on Windows, then write npm install ExpressAsync handler and press enter. Here we go, it's installed. Okay, we're done with the database config and .env file, server.js and food model. Let's open the Explorer. From the routers, go to the user router.js. Here on the import part, we need to add 3 things. First one is the handler, the second one is the user model, and the third one is BigReactJS. The order is not important, but all of them should be imported inside your user router. Now that we have this ExpressAsync handler here, we just need to come on the login API, select its handler, press Ctrl X or Command X in macOS. So you are going to see it like this. Here you can add handler, then call it, write async, and paste what you have. This is all you need to do for making your APIs async by using the ExpressAsync handler. Now here, instead of finding the user from the sample users, we need to write await user model .find one with this email. So first of all, we are going to find the user by its email, but not its password, because you cannot find the password as a plain password inside the database. Because if you look at the database on the users collection, you will see that the password is hashed and it's not a plain password. For checking the password here, we need to use the compare method from the BigReact. So here inside this if, first of all, we check if the user with this email is available, then we write an and we write this. Write await bcrypt.compare. As the first parameter, we pass the plain password coming from the user, and the second parameter is the hashed password that's coming from the user saved inside the database. So the first password coming from the password he entered inside the text box, and the second one is the password that is saved inside the database. So these two will be compared to each other, and if the result is true, it means password matches the hash, so the token response will be generated. Otherwise, we are going to send a username or password is invalid message with the bad request status to the user. Now, if you go to the browser and try to log in again with the same email and password, you will see that we are using database or login. Now we want to do the same for the foods to come from the database instead of sample foods. But before that, I want to do something else. Here, as you can see, for the JWT sign, I used a sample text. This text is JWT's secret, and it's very credential, because if somebody has this text, it could be able to encrypt and decrypt token just like the token you generate. So he can generate a token by himself, and he could set his isAdmin to true, so he could be able to compromise your server. For not exposing the secret, you need to put it inside the .env file that we created. So open your .env file and write JWT_secret and enter a very random number. Just press all the keys randomly on your keyboard. It doesn't have a length limitation, but between 16 to 32 characters are enough. Copy the key of your environment variable and go over here, remove this, and write process.env and paste the name that you wrote here. So your JWT secret are going to come out of your environment variables, and you can set different values for it, whether you are running it on your local machine or inside your server. Okay, before doing anything else, let's log out and log in again, because it is related to the login part. As you can see, it works again. So we are ready to go for the foods part. So close this one and this one. Open the Explorer, go to the food router, scroll to the top. Here at the top, we can remove the sample foods and sample tags coming from data.js. We can go back to the user model and do the same. I think we have it here too. Yes, let's remove sample users from the user model. We don't need them anymore inside the routers. Here we need to add two things. The food model coming from the Mongoose models, and handler coming from Express async handler. We don't need bcrypt here because we don't want to hash anything. We just need these two. But here we just need to make everything async. So just like how I told you, let's add handler into all of our APIs inside the food router. So let's cut the current handler, write handler, call it, write async, and paste it. Let's do the same for all the other ones. Okay, we just added the handler to all of our APIs. Now let's use food model instead of sample foods and sample tags. Here for the s/1 that is responsible for getting all the foods. First of all, at the first line, we need to get all the foods from the food model by writing const foods await food model.find and giving it an empty criteria object. This is going to return all the foods. Now we just need to return this foods constant instead of the sample food. Okay, the root API is finished. Let's go to the next one, that is getting all the tags. This is the most complicated one because we are not going to save the sample tags inside the database. We are going to get the tags from the foods. And since each food has a list of tags, we need to use aggregate function on the food model. So let's start. Here, as you can see, we are using the aggregate function. By using this aggregate function, you can run an array of operators and functions on your Mongoose model inside the database. The first thing that I want to do is making the tags flat. For doing this, we need to use unwind operator. By using this unwind operator, we are going to have a list of foods that each food has a single tag. So we just created a single row for every single tag. Now we want to group them together with the ID of tags. So here we are going to make a group that its ID is the tags. So the ID will be the name of the tag, for example, fast food, and the count uses the sum operator. Remember, anything that starts with a $sign is an operator here, and 1. So for every single tag, we are going to sum 1 to the count. So in fact, this one will give us the count of foods with that specific tag. Now is the time for the project part. The project part is like select inside the SQL. The first line of its underline ID 0 means we don't want this ID to be returned. In fact, we want that ID to be represented inside the name property. This dollar inside the string means this is a field name, not a literal text. So we set the ID to the name and we set the count to the count. Now we have our data because everything that was necessary was the name and the count of tags. Now here at the end of it, I want to sort all the tags based on the count. So let's use the sort function, and inside it, let's write count -1. And this -1 means descending. If you use 1, it will be ascending. But this is not the end. I also want an all item inside my tags. It's a personal preference. You can add it, or you can just keep it like this and return it. But I like to add it. Here we just need to create a new object with the name of all, with the count of await foodmodel.count documents, because this name has the count of all the foods inside the database. Then we need to add it as the first item inside this list, so we can use tags dot unshift all. And unshift is the opposite of push. Push adds the item to the end. Unshift adds the item to the beginning of an array. And here at the end, instead of sending the sample tags that we don't have it anymore, we can send these tags. Now, if we go to the browser and refresh the page, we are going to see the tags at the top. As you can see, we are not seeing images anymore. That's because of that /foods that I told you before. We need to fix on the front end. We are going to do it after finishing the food router. Now let's go to the code and go for the next one, that is searching. For searching items inside the database case insensitive, we cannot use these two lowercase inside our model. Instead of that, we need to create a search regular expression like this. And this is very simple. We are just getting the search, then putting it inside a new regular expression object with the I as its second parameter. And that I means case insensitive. Now for finding the foods, we need to remove this sample foods filter and write this. We are using the find function, and we are going to search for the name of the foods with the regular expression of the search regular expression. Remember, you need to pass it to the regex operator. You cannot use it directly for the name. Okay, the search part is finished. Let's go to the browser and search for example, meat, and press enter. As you can see, the search for the foods working very well. So let's go for the next API, that is finding the foods based on a single tag. Once again, we just need to remove everything in front of the foods and write a very simple code, that is foodmodel.find, where the tags equal to this tag. Very simple. So now if we go to the browser and click on item, we are going to see that finding the food based on the tags working very well. Now the last thing on the food router is finding the food based on its ID. It's the simplest one. Just need to remove everything in front of the food equal to and write this. Await food model, find by ID, passing the food ID. And if we go to the browser, click on a food, we are seeing the food, but with a big ID from the database. So we know that this is coming out of database. Now let's see where we are. We just updated the user router. We added express async handler, login API, generate token response. We updated the food router, root API, tags API, search API, and foods ID API. Now we just need to fix the image URL in the home page or thumbnails component, food page, and cart page. Let's start with the home page. Open the Explorer, go to the front end side, close the backend side, and you can close the food router too. Open the src folder, go to the components, thumbnails, and thumbnails.js. Here, as you can see, for the img, remember, don't touch the link. The link should be like this because it goes to the router. img src, you need to remove this /foods/ here. And that's it. Now if you go to the home page, you will see all the food. Now let's fix the food page. Go to the Explorer, from the pages, food page.js. Do the same for the img.src part and save it. We go to the browser, we are going to see the food. But what about the cart page? Let's fix it too. Open the Explorer, pages, cart page.js, close the Explorer, and here at the part of img.src, remove this /foods/ and save it. Now if we go to the browser, we are going to see the foods of the cart page too. So everything about this lesson is finished and our project backend is connected to the MongoDB. In this lesson, we want to add the register page and register functionality to the project. So after clicking on the login link, you're going to see a link here. When you click on it, you will see the register page that you can register a new user with it and log in to the website. Let's see how we can do it. Here we have everything that we need to do on this lesson. Let's start by adding the register page component. Let's go to the code. Inside the frontend folder, src folder, pages, right click and create a new folder with the name of register. Then right click on it and create a new file with the name of register page.js and another file with the name of register page module.css for its CSS styles. Let's close the Explorer and here inside the register page.js, let's write RFC for creating a functional component, save it. Now let's add it to the app routes. Click on the app routes.js and here inside the routes, let's duplicate the last route, that is the login route, and change it to register. And for its elements, let's use the register page component and it will be automatically added here. Now if we go to the browser and here on the address bar, let's write register and press enter. And here we are going to see the register page. So our component is successfully created. Let's see where we are. We just created the component and we just add it to the app routes. Now let's add its link to the login page. Let's go to the code from the Explorer, from the pages, login and login page.js. Here after the button, I want to add a link to the register page. I don't want to create a separate link for the register. I want the user to go to the login page and here I want to show a text that says new user ? And the link to the register page. Let's do it. Here first of all, let's add the link from the React Router DOM. Okay, link is added. Now here after the button, let's write what we're supposed to write for having a link. Here we go. We just created a div with a class of classes.register. So we need to create a CSS for this one. Here we just added a text, new user, a no break space, ampersand, and BSP semicolon. So this just puts an empty space here and this link that has the register here text that goes to the register page. And if it has the return URL, passes the return URL to the register page. Otherwise, it just doesn't set anything after the question mark. We can even cut this question mark and put it here because if we don't have a return URL, we don't want to send any query parameters to the register page. So an empty text is enough. Now, if we go to the browser, we'll see that we have this text and the register here link that moves us to the register page. Now let's come back and give it a simple CSS to put it on the middle. Let's go to the code, open the Explorer and go to the login page module CSS. We'll scroll down and write the register class like this. Set its display to flex, justify content center and align items center. So it will be centered both vertically and horizontally. Now if we go to the browser, we'll see it more beautiful. It is aligned with the button. Now let's go to the register page and see where we are. We successfully added the link to the login page, but we didn't finish the register page component and its CSS. So let's work on the register page itself. Let's go to the code, close the login page, CSS file and login page JS file, close the app routes. Here first of all, let's add all the imports that we need. Let's start by using the useForm hook and using the function and states it returns. We're just getting handle submit register get values and the form state, and inside it it's errors from the useForm hook, just like the login page. Here I want to write a dummy submit function At the end, we need to add a register function inside our auth hook and call it from here. But currently, since we didn't implement it, we just leave it empty. Here on the return part, first of all, I want to remove this register and set its class name to classes.container. And inside it, I want to add another div with the class of classes.details. So this will be our whole box, and this will be the small register box that we put on the middle. Let's add the title of register here. Just use the title component with the title of register, and let's add the form here. We just have a form that is on submit event, uses the handle submit from the use form, and when everything is okay, it will call the submit function here we define. And we set the no validate attribute here because we don't want the default HTML validation to be enabled, because we want to use our own validation. Okay, now that we have our form here, let's add the inputs one by one. The first input is for the name of the user. Here we go. This is the input component that we created, and it's inside the components /input/input. We set its type to text, its label to name, and we spread it, the register function with the name of name. It is required, and I set its min length to be 5. If you don't like your username to have min length limitation, you can set it to 0 or any number you want. Now let's go to the browser. As you can see, we have the name input beautifully placed here, but it's filling the whole page. We're gonna make it small when we jump into the CSS. Now let's continue adding other inputs. Let's go to the code. Here after this input, let's add the email input. Here we go. We have an input with the type of email. Its label is equal to email. Its name is email2. It's required. And just like the login page, we have this regular expression pattern for validating email structure. So if the structure of the email is not valid, it's going to show email is not valid. Oh, I have a typo here. Let's fix it. Okay. And for the error, we are going to pass the errors related to the email input. Errors are coming from form_state.errors. Let's go to the browser. Here we go. Let's go to the next input that is for the password. The type is password, label is password with a capital P, name is password, required, min length limitation of 5, so at least it should be 5 character, and the errors that will be passed here from the errors.password. We also need another input for the confirm password. Let's write it. Here we go. This one is a little bit tricky. Everything is exactly the same, but we have a validate event. Here, every time we write something inside the confirm password, this validate function will be called and the value of the input will be passed here. So if it's not equal to the value of the password, it's gonna return passwords do not match error. It means the password and the confirm password does not match. Otherwise, if they are equal, it's gonna return true. So if the validation is true, no error will be shown for the confirm password. And the rest is exactly the same like other inputs. Okay, let's add the address input. Okay. Type of text, label of address, name of address is required with the min length of 10 and the error that is equal to errors.address. Okay, now let's add the button. Okay, added our button component with the type of submit and with the text of register. So now if you go to the browser, you'll see the name, email, password, confirm password, and the address. Currently, I want to add another text here and a link that goes to the login page with the return URL. So first of all, we need to get the return URL inside the register component. Go to the top. So first of all, let's add the use search params from the React Router DOM. Now by using this use search params, we can get the return URL query string. Here make some empty lines and write this. Const inside the square bracket, put the params and use the use search params hook in front of it. Now on the next line, we need to get the return URL from these params and set it inside return URL constant. Here we go. This is our constant that we are going to set it by getting the return URL from the query params. Now that we have this return URL, we can go down here after the button component. We can write the link to the login page. Okay, we have a div with the class of login with the text of already a user, space, a link to the login page with the return URL. Once again, we can put this question mark here. Okay, now let's go to the browser. As you can see, we have this login here button. If we go here and put a question mark with the return URL of, for example, /cart, and if we click on the register page, as you can see, we have the return URL here. Now, if we come back, we already have the return URL here. So it works. Now that we have all the visuals ready, let's work on its CSS. Let's go to the code, open the register page module CSS, and let's start with the container. Display a flex, center both horizontally and vertically, so everything that's inside the container will be put on the middle. Now we just need to make this details div a little bit smaller. So let's write .details and set its width to 25 rem. So now if you go to the browser, we'll see the details part on the middle beautifully. Let's work on the form and make it a column. And at the end, let's work on the login link and put it on the middle. Now let's see it in the browser. As you can see, our register page is ready visually. But what about the functionality? That's what we want to do on the next step. But let's see where we are. We just added the CSS to the register page. Now we need to add the register function inside the user service and register function inside the use auth hook. Then we need to add it to the register page, and we can add register API to the user router. But I want to make this register API first, then connect the user service to it. So let's go to the code from the Explorer, Backend, SRC, Routers, and User Router. Here scroll down before the generate token response, make some space. First of all, let's create the API. At its first line, we want to get the user inputs from the request body. Name, email, password, and address of the user. On the next step, we try to check if the email of the user is not already inside the database, because you cannot register two users with the same email. So let's find the user with the email. Okay, now we need to verify if this user is inside the database. Then we need to return bad request with a message. Okay, we check if the user is available. We send a response with the status of bad request, that is 400, and we say the user already exists, please log in. Then we return the user outside of this handler and we don't continue down. Now after this if, we know that the user with this email is not inside the database. So just like how we did inside the config, database config, we need to hash the password of the user, so we need these password hash salt rounds. So let's copy this constant, go to the user router and paste it here. Let's go to the register API. After this if, let's create the encrypted password by using bcrypt.hash. Here we go. We are using bcrypt.hash just like the database config. We are passing password that the user entered in the input box and password hash salt rounds. That is just a number. You can write like 10, okay? But I like to give it a meaningful name. Now on the next line, we just need to create the user object like this. For the email, I want to use email.toLowercase because I want all of my emails have the same lowercase style. And for the password, I'm going to use this encrypted password. It's better to say hashed password. Let's change its name to hashed password because hashing and encrypting is two different things. When you hash something, you cannot decrypt it. You can just compare it. It's different from encrypting. Now on the next line, I want to create this new user. Here we create the user by using the user model.create and passing this new user object to it. And if you ask why I'm using the result here, because after creating the user, we are going to get the user from the database that has the user ID, because on this level, we don't have the database ID, but we need to send it inside the generate token response. And this result has the ID coming from the database. So now on the next line, just need to write response.send and generate the token response just like the login and make the user logged in. Here we go. Now that our register API is ready, let's go to the front end in the user service and have a call to this API. Open the Explorer, front end, services, user service. Here after the login function, let's add the register function like this. Here we go. It just gets the register data that has all those email, password, address, and everything inside it. We are going to make an Axios post method because we set our API method to post. And after getting the data, we are going to set it as the user and stringify it inside the local storage. And we return it out of this function to use it inside the useAuth hook. So we need another register function inside the useAuth hook. So open the Explorer. Here from the hooks folder, let's go to the useAuth.js. And here after the login function, let's write the register function. Okay, our register function gets the same data, the username, email, password, and everything, and it passes the data to the user service register function that we created seconds ago, gets the user, and sets the user to the state of the user that we defined inside the useAuth hook. Then if there was no exception, it will show a toast message of success that says register successful. Otherwise, just toast the error coming from the server. Now we just need to give this register to the auth context provider value. Here we go. So now we can go to the register page. Here, first of all, we need to import the useAuth hook. Okay, then we need to use it inside the register page component. Like this. Now we need to go to our submit function and write this. Here we are using the auth.register, the function that we added to our hook, and we are going to pass the data of the form to this register to be submitted on the server. But this is not the end. Here, just like the login page, we don't want the user to be able to see the register page when he is already logged in. For doing this, we need to import the use effect from the React. And we also need to add use navigate from the React router DOM because we want to verify the user inside the use effect, and if it's already logged in, we want to navigate the user to the home page. So here, let's get the user from the authentication hook. Okay, I didn't do it for the register because we already have register from the use form hook. So I used the register directly from the auth. But for the user, we don't have any similar constant, so we can use it. Now on the next line, I want to add the use navigate. Okay, const navigate, use navigate. So by calling this function, you can navigate the user to another page. Now we just need to use effect here and do the job inside it. Okay, here inside the use effect, we check if the user is null. We say just return out of this use effect. It means don't navigate it to another page. But if the user is not null, it means the user has value, so it's logged in. We'll check if the return URL is not null. We'll navigate the user to the return URL. Otherwise, we'll navigate it to the home page. Now let's go to the browser and test everything. Let's click on the register. As you can see, we have all the errors. Let's give it the name of test1, test@gmail.com, password of 12345, confirm password of 12345. As you can see, that the passwords are not the same. We are going to see this, but if I press 5, goes away because now they are the same. Somewhere like Japan, Tokyo. Let's click on the register. As you can see, it says the register was successful. But as you can see, it moved us to the cart page because our return URL was /cart. So even the return URL works pretty well and the user is already logged in. Okay, it's perfect. The register functionality is added to the project. In this lesson, we want to add loading to the project. So after finishing this video, if you refresh the page, you'll see a loading like this, and after that, the data will be loaded successfully. Here, the first thing that we want to do is creating the use loading for handling the state of the loading in one place. So in all components, if we want to show loading, hide loading, or use the current state of the loading, we can use this hook. So let's go and create it. In the front end, src, hooks, right click and create a new file with the name of use loading.js. Here, first of all, we want to import everything from the React for creating this hook. Okay, use a state for creating the loading state, create context, and use context for creating and using the context. First of all, let's create the context. Its name is loading context and we create it by using the create context function from the React. Now I want to create its provider. I want to call it loading provider. Okay, export const loading provider. We get the children prop, so we can use this loading context provider as its parent. At the first line, I want to create is loading state using the use state. Okay, const is loading, set is loading from the use state with the default value of true. So by default, it shows the loading until we set it to false. Other than is loading, I want to expose two functions to the outside from this hook, show loading and hide loading. Okay, show loading. Set the is loading to true, so the is loading will be true, and hide loading, set it to false. As you can see, it's very simple. Now we just want to put the is loading, show loading, and hide loading inside the loading context provider's value and return it from here. We have the loading context provider here. We set its value to is loading, show loading, and hide loading. So inside the components, we can use this state and these functions. And we put the children here inside it. So the loading context provider will be its parent. Now we just want to use this use context for using this loading context inside the components. Okay, our loading context, loading provider, and use loading are ready. Now let's see where we are. We successfully created our use loading hook. Now we just need to add the loading provider to the index.js. Let's do it. Let's open the Explorer, go to the index.js. Here after the browser router, write loading provider, cut the ending part and put it before the browser router. Here we go. So our application is wrapped by the loading provider. Okay, we just added the loading provider to the index.js. Now we need to create the loading component for using the state of the use loading for showing or not showing the loading. Let's create the component. Close this index.js and use loading, and here inside the components right click and create a new folder with the name of loading. Right click on it again and create a new file with the name of loading.js, and right click on it again and create the CSS file with the name of loading.module.css. Close the Explorer, open the loading.js. Here write RFC for creating the loading component. Now let's add it to the app.js for showing it. So open the app.js and here at the top of the header, write loading. Okay, now if we go to the browser, at the top, we'll see the loading. So now we can work on it. Go to the loading.js. Here, first of all, we want to add the imports. Use loading from the use loading hooks that we created and classes from this loading module CSS that we add here. At the first line of this component, I want to get the state of is loading from the use loading hook. Then I want to check if the is loading is false, just return. Okay, here we check if the is loading is false, just return. Don't return this, so it will not render anything. But if it's true, it's gonna show this part. Here, first of all, let's remove this loading text and give the class name of container to our parent div. Then add another div and give it the class name of items. Inside the items, I just want to show an image with the src of loading SVG. We don't have this loading SVG in the project, so we need to open up the Explorer, open up the public folder, then copy our loading.svg image inside it. If you like, you can put another image with another extension, for example, maybe GIF. This is what I chose. Let's close the loading SVG. So our image is ready. Close the Explorer. And at its bottom, I want to add an H1 with the text of loading. Now if we go to the browser and refresh the page, we will see our image and our text. But it's not showing well because we want it to cover the whole page and be placed on the center of the page. So we need to work on its CSS. Let's go to the code, open the loading module CSS and start coding. For its container, I want to use these styles. position of fixed, so by scrolling, it's not go up or down. Width and height of 100%, background of white with the alpha of EA, Z index of 10,000 or just a big number so you can make sure that it is on top of everything, and top and left of 0. So it starts from top left, and by width and height of 100%, it covers the whole page. Now that we have our container, we just need to put our items on the middle. Let's do it. Display of flex direction of column, because we want to show them from top to bottom, not from left to right. At the top the image, at the bottom the loading text. Justify content, align items of center, so it will be both vertically and horizontally on the middle. Height of 80% and width of 100%. If we look at the browser, we'll see the loading beautifully placed on the middle of the screen. But I like to give this image a border bottom, so it's like this ball is hitting a flat surface. Let's go to the code and write this. Okay, let's see it. It's beautiful. I also like to change the color of the loading to the brown like this one. Let's do it. Okay, I think this is beautiful. Now let's see where we are. We successfully created the loading component. We just added to the app.js, added the image and its CSS. Now we are on the last step, that is creating the loading interceptor and adding it to the app.js. If you ask what is an interceptor listens to your request that's going to the server and the response that's coming from the server. Axios has a functionality for adding interceptor into it. So let's add it. Go to the code, open the Explorer, right click on the src and create a new folder with the name of interceptors. Then right click on it and create a new file with the name of loading interceptor.js, like this. Close the Explorer and start writing. First of all, we want to import Axios. Now I want to create a function with the name of setLoadingInterceptor that gets show loading and hide loading from the outside. The reason that I'm getting these two functions because I defined them inside the useLoading hook. So I need to pass them from a component to work here. And I want to do it from the app.js. Now let's set up the interceptor for the request that goes to the server. Okay, for setting up an interceptor for the request that goes to the server, just need to write axios.interceptors.request.use. For the unresolved part of the promise, we just show the loading. It means the request going to the server successfully. But when there is an error inside the request going to the server, we hide the loading, because in case of error, we don't want to show the loading on the screen and stuck into a white screen. So we hide the loading and we return a promise that reject. That is a shorthand for creating a new promise and calling its reject with the error. Now let's add another interceptor for the responses coming from the server. Okay, this one is a little bit different because in both cases, unresolved and on error, we are going to hide the loading, because that makes sense. When the response came from the server is okay, just hide the loading and return it. And if there is an error from the server, we hide the loading again and we return promise.reject with the error. Pretty simple. So only the happy requests going to the server are going to show the loading, and all the other cases are going to hide the loading. Now let's just export this setLoadingInterceptor as default. So you can import this module both by default export and named export. You can just use this named export, doesn't matter. Now let's use this setLoadingInterceptor inside the app.js. So go to the app.js. Here first of all, I want to add the useLoading from the useLoading hook and setLoadingInterceptor from the loading interceptor. Okay, because the functions that I want to pass to the setLoadingInterceptor, show loading and hide loading, are inside the useLoading hook. So at the first line, let's get these functions. Okay, const show loading and hide loading that are coming from the useLoading hook. Now I want to import the useEffect from the React. because I want to use it for calling the setLoadingInterceptor and pass these two functions into it. So here press enter, and inside the use effect, we call the setLoadingInterceptor and will pass the show loading and hide loading. So we are going to handle the loading inside the loading interceptor by the functions that we are getting from the use loading. Now, if we go to the code, as you can see, we have no loading anymore because loading interceptor works really well. Since the page is loaded, we are not seeing any loading. But for seeing the loading, you can press F12. Let's zoom a little bit. Here on the Network tab, you will see this no throttling. You can set it on, for example, fast 3G and refresh the page to emulate a slow connection. So you will see the loading, and after that, you'll see that the data is loaded. Now, if you go to the food page, we'll see the loading again, and it works perfectly. On this lesson, we want to add the checkout page to the project. So after going to the cart page and clicking on proceed to checkout, you will see this page that you can enter the name and the address, see the order items, and select the location on the map with the find my location button and a go to payment button that saves this order inside the database. Okay, let's do it. Here, first of all, we want to fix a problem from previous session that was about loading. Here, as you can see, inside the home page, when we refresh the page, the loading works and it shows the content of the page. But if we go to the cart page and refresh the page, the loading stuck on a screen forever. The reason is, inside the cart page, we have no access to the backend. So the interceptors doesn't get called and doesn't work to stop the loading. So instead of setting the loading to true by default, we need to set it to false. So go to the code, the front end, src, hooks, and use loading hook. We need to set the use state of the is loading to false by default. So when we use the use loading hook, is loading is false by default. And that makes sense. So if we look at the cart page, refresh the page, it works. And if we go to the home page, refresh the page, as you can see, we'll see the loading for a couple of milliseconds. Okay, now the loading problem is fixed. You can go to the main steps of this lesson. The first step is creating the checkout page component. Then we need to create another component with the name of authentication route or auth route to make it protected. So a user that is not logged in should not be able to have access to the checkout page. Then we need to add it to the routes. Let's start by creating the checkout page. Close the use loading, open the Explorer, right click on the pages folder, create a new folder with the name of checkout, then right click on it, just like always, create a checkout page.js, create a new file again with the name of checkout page.module.css. Like this. Now let's go to the checkout page and write RFC for creating a new functional component. Now for showing it, we don't want to use it directly inside the app routes. We want to use a component to make it protected and only the authenticated user should be able to see it. So go to the Explorer. Here right click on the components folder and create a new folder with the name of auth route. Then right click on it again and create a new file with the name of auth route.js. You can directly put it inside the components because we don't have a CSS file for it, but I just wanted to make it like other component. Close the Explorer. Here write RFC for create another functional component. Here we don't want this React import. Instead of this, we need navigate, use location, and use auth from the React router DOM and use auth hook that we created. Now let's see how we want to use it. We are getting the location from the use location. We need this because when we want to redirect an unauthenticated user to the login page, we want to set the return URL by this. So whenever the login is finished, it needs to come back to the current page. For example, if we clicked on the checkout page and the user is not logged in, after login, he needs to come back to the checkout page. And we need user to verify if the user is logged in or not. For the return part, we want to remove this return div and replace it with this. So if the user is available, then show the children. And this children comes from the properties. Put it like this here inside an object. So we get the props of children from here and we put it as the children of this authentication route. So it's going to show the component that you are protecting. And if the user is not logged in, it's going to use navigate and navigates the user to the login page with this return URL. is the current return URL. For example, this will be /checkout, and replace means remove all the histories. So the user couldn't be able to press back, come back to the previous page. Okay, our authentication route is ready. Now that we have both checkout page and auth route, let's use them inside the app routes. So go to the app routes. Here, let's duplicate the last route. Let's change its text to checkout/checkout, its path to /checkout, okay? Then here, first of all, write auth route and import it. Then inside it, write checkout page. Here we go. So we are going to have our checkout page wrapped by the authentication route. Okay, now let's go to the browser and verify it. First of all, let's log out and go to the cart page. Okay, we have something. Let's click on proceed to checkout. As you can see, it moved us to the login page with the return URL of /checkout. So this is exactly what we want. Now, if we click on the login, we need to see the checkout page that we are seeing. So it works perfectly. The user is not logged in. He or she will not be able to see this page. Otherwise, they will be able. Okay, now let's see where we are. Created the checkout page, but we didn't finish it, so I don't check it. We just add it to the app route. So auth route is ready. We add it to the routes. Now I want to work on the checkout page and add the elements that it needs. Okay, let's jump to the code, close the app routes, authentication route, and work on the checkout page. Here, first of all, at the top, I want to import use cart and use auth. We need the use cart for loading the items from the cart, and use authentication to assign those items to a user. Now let's use them inside the checkout page. The next thing that I need here is the use navigate for navigating the user to the payment page after submitting the data inside the checkout page. Now let's use this one too. Next, I want to define a state for the order. So I need use a state from the React. Then we can use it like this. Order, set order with the default value of ... cart. So we're going to put a shallow copy of the cart inside the order. So in this step, order has all the items of the cart. The next step is using the form for getting the data of the user. So let's import use form from React hook form and use it here. Just like the login and register page, you have register function, form state and its errors, and handle submit function from the use form. Next step is creating the submit function. So here after the use form, let's write const submit equal to async data. This data is form data, just like the other pages that we created. At the first line of this submit, we'll verify if the order.address.lng is not set. It means if the user didn't select the address on the map, because we want to fill it based on the location that the user choose on the map. Here we need to show a warning. So we need React Toastify toast to show the warning. So here let's import it. Okay, import the toast from React Toastify. Now we can use it here. Here we write toast.warning. Please select your location on the map, and we return out of this submit. So we will not send anything to the server if the address.lng is not set. If you don't want the address to be mandatory, you can remove this if completely. So here after this if, anything that we write means it passes this condition, because if the address.lng was null or undefined, it's supposed to return out of this function, and it couldn't come to this point. So here we can create the order. I want to create it inside the order service that we didn't create it yet. So let's create it. It's very simple. Let's jump into the Explorer, right click on the services, create a new file with the name of order service.js. First of all, here we need to import Axios from Axios. Then we need to create the create order function like this. We export a const with the name of create order, gets the order that we pass from the checkout page, send its data to this address that we are going to create on the backend side, the order that we pass to it, and it gets the data and it will return it. Okay, our order service is ready. Let's close it and come back to the checkout page. First of all, let's import it from here. Scroll down. After the if inside the submit, let's write await create order, then pass ... order. So we're going to create another shallow copy of order this time with the name of the user and its address. If you like to get more data from the user, you need to add more properties here and add more inputs inside the return part. And here, after having a successful order creation, we need to go to the payment page. So we call the navigate / payment that we are going to create on the next lesson. Now here inside the return part, let's remove everything and add an empty template. At the first line, I want to add the form, but before that, I want to add the classes from the CSS module like this. Then I want to go to the return part and add the form here. Here inside this form, I want to add another div with the class of content. And this content is what we see on the left side of the map. On the right side, we'll see the map, and at the bottom, we'll see the button. So here I want to use the title component, input component, and the button component right now. Let's import them all first. Okay. Okay. Title, input, and button. And now let's use them. Let's start with the title. Okay, we have our title component here, the title of order form, the font size of 1.6 rem. Here after the title, I want to add a div with the class of inputs. Then here I want to add two inputs for the name and address of the user. So we use our input component with the default value of the username. So the current username will be the name of the user inside the checkout page. And just like before, we spread the register function and we'll pass it to the input, and we'll pass the errors from here, from the errors dot name of the input. And exactly the same for the address. Now, if you go to the browser, you'll see the order form title like this, name, address of the user that has the correct data from the user. Here at the bottom of the inputs, I want to show the order items, but it's a separate component and I want to create after finishing this page, just like the map. So let's finish everything about this component and work on order items list component and the map component. Okay, let's get back to the code. Here after this div, we need to add order item list component. So let's ignore it. And here after this div, that is the content div, let's add another div and give it a title like this. For choosing the location on the map, this will be shown on the top of the map, and at its bottom will show the map. Let's ignore this one again and add another div here for the buttons container. So this will be the container of the buttons, and inside it we add another div with the class of buttons. It could be button, but maybe in future you want to add another button for some other businesses here. I just made them buttons. And at the end, I want to add the button itself. Type of submit, for submitting the form, text of go to payment, width of 100% and height of 3 rem. Now, if we go to the browser, we'll see the data like this. That means we can go to the CSS and make them ready for adding our other component. Here we go. Go to the checkout page, module CSS. First of all, let's start with the container class. Okay, very straightforward. Margin top of 1 rem, flex, 0, 0, 6 rem from bottom and 2 rem from the left. It should be wrapped when the size is smaller, so the map goes down, and justify content of center. So it will be shown on the center. Now let's work on the inner class, that is content. Set its width 35 rem and its margin to 0 from the top, 3 rem from the right, 0 from the bottom, and 0 from the left. And for the content and inputs together, we need to give them a display of flex, flex direction of column. For the inputs specifically, we need to set its width to 100% because inputs is inside the content. It will fill this width. Now let's work on the buttons container and buttons. For the buttons, we are using a flex basis of 100%, display of flex, so the buttons will be a flex item, and justify content. With the buttons on the middle, we set its width to 35 rem, so it will be a big button with the margin of 2 rem from all sides. Now let's check out the browser. Okay, it seems to be ready. Now let's see where we are. We just added the CSS to the project. and we worked on the checkout page. We didn't finish it because we need to add order items list and maps component into this to finish it. Now let's go and create the order items list and put it inside the checkout page. Here, open the Explorer, scroll up, then right click on the components and create a new folder with the name of order items list. Then right click on it and create a new file with the name of order items list.js. Then right click on it again. As always, create an order items list module.css. Come back to the order items list. RFC for functional component. Here I need a couple of imports that I want to add all of them at once. We need the link from the React router DOM because this order items list shows the items inside the cart and I want to be able to click on them and go to the food page. We need to show their prices and classes for the order items list module. Here, first of all, I want to get the order inside the props, and here instead of returning a div, I want to return table. So I create a table with the class of table. Inside it, we have a tbody and a tr that has a td with a call span of 5 and an h3 tag that writes order items. In fact, it creates an empty row with this call span of 5 because we have 5 columns. It fills all of them and just writes a text of order items. After this row that acts as the header of this table, I want to list the items of the order like this. Here we put curly braces and inside it we write order.items.map. We want to map the order items into trtd tags. Let's create the tr tags and give it the ID of food ID because it is unique. For the first td inside it, I want to use the link that goes to the food page and the img tag that shows the image of the food. For the next td, I want to show the name of the food. Next, I want to show the price of the food using the price component that we created before. On the next column, we want to show the quantity of the cart items or order items. And on the last column, I want to show price of the order item or the cart item. That is the multiplication of the price with the quantity and will be placed here. Here, after these rows, I want to show a row like this. Its first td has a call span of 3, so it goes 3 columns forward. On the 4th column, we'll show a text of total, and at the end, show the total price of the order, the bottom of the table. Now let's use this order items list and see it inside the checkout page. We need to put it after the inputs here. Let's import it from the right place. Okay, order items list from the components, order items list and order items list file. Here after the inputs, put it here and pass the order into it. Okay, now if we go to the browser, you can see we have the food images. If we click on them, it will move us to the food page. You have the name of the food and price of the food and total price of the order item. So $2, 5 quantity will be $10 and the total of $111. Now we need to work on its CSS and show it beautifully here. Go to the code, click here, order items list module. Here, let's start with the table class. We give it a width of 100% so it fits its parent, border of 1 pixel solid and this color, margin top of 1 rem, border radius 5 pixel, a little bit radius on the corners, and padding of half a rem from top and bottom and 1 rem from left and right. See the result? As you can see, I have this beautiful border around our table. Let's continue and work on the TDs and the images. For the table TD, we set a height of 3 rem, and for the images inside the TD, we set their width and height to 3 rem, so they will be a rectangle, and with the border radius of 100 rem, a big number, they will be a circle. And with the object width of cover, we'll keep the aspect ratio of the image. Now, if we look at here, we'll see them more beautiful. Now let's work on this title and make it a little bit gray and change the opacity of these when we hover over them. Let's do it, okay? Let's start with H3. Okay, we gave it a little bit of margin top and margin left, and we made it gray. And for the hover effect of the A tag, that is the link tag, we set its opacity to 90%. So when we hover our mouse over it, we feel that it's something clickable. Okay, we finished the order items list part. Let's see where we are. Check this one. Now we want to create the map. For adding the map to the project, I want to use Leaflet that is free and open source. And for adding it to a React project, it's better to use a package called React Leaflet. So we need to install these two packages together inside our project. Let's jump into the code and open a new terminal, then go to the front-end folder, and you can write npm install leaflet space react-leaflet to install them both at once. Then close the panel. Let's check out the package JSON inside the front-end folder. As you can see, we have the leaflet here and the React leaflet. Now that we have them, we can go to the next step, that is adding images to the public folder. There is a problem that I experienced on Angular and React on Leaflet, and that's loading the default images of the leaflet. For fixing this problem on the React, we need to copy the images of the leaflet inside the node modules into the public folder of our React project. So let's do it. Here, scroll up and click on node modules to open it. Then write leaflet. As you can see, the leaflet is selected. Open it, go to the dist folder and images. Copy all the images, close the node modules, then right click on the public folder and paste it. So layers 2x, layers, marker icon, and marker shadow all are copied inside our public folder. So we are not going to have the image loading issue. Here we go. Let's check this one and this one. Now let's create the map. Let's go to the code, right click on the components, create a new folder and give it the name of map. Then right click and create a new file with the name of map.js and a CSS file with the name of map.module.css. Inside the map.js, write RFC for creating functional component and save it. For this map, I want to define three properties: read-only, location, and onChange. These two are what comes to the map, and this onChange is the event that sends the data from the map to the outside. Now let's see how we can use it inside the checkout page. Let's find the checkout page JS file, and here inside the div with the title of choose your location. After the title, press enter. First of all, let's add the tag map from the components map/map. Press enter to be imported. Then here let's add the location and onChange. Here, as you can see, we set the location to the order.address lat.lng, and onChange, we are going to get the lat.lng coming outside of our map component. So we need to implement where this onChange should be called, and we set the order with a new object that has everything from the current order, but the address lat.lng changes to the new selected lat.lng on the map. Okay, perfect. If we go to the browser, we're going to see this map text that's coming from the map component here. So now we can work on the map component. Here, first of all, I want to import the user state from the React because I need it for the position on the map. I also need the use effect for handling the read-only mode. And we have a bunch of other things to import. First of all, we're importing classes from map.module.css for handling our CSS classes. We need to import the leaflet CSS here. So the leaflet map gonna be shown correctly. We need 4 components and 1 hook from the React leaflet. Map container is the provider container for the use map events. Tile layer shows the tiles of the map, marker for the marker, and pop-up for some extra information for the marker. And at the end, we are adding the toast for showing some messages. Now that our import part is ready, let's jump into the return part. Here, first of all, I want to give a class of container to this div. Then I'm going to remove the map text. Here inside it, I want to use the map container. I need to set a bunch of properties of the map container. Let's do it. Here, as you can see, we have a bunch of properties to set, but most of them are related to the read-only. Because on the next lesson that is about the payment, we need to limit the behavior of the map container because we need to make our map read-only. So nothing should be changed when the user clicks on the map or drag the marker or anything. So we disable everything in the read-only mode by setting, for example, dragging when it is not read-only, and the same for all the other cases. We set the default zoom to 1 so it shows the whole map of the world, and center to the latitude and longitude of 0, and with the class of map. Pretty straightforward. Now that we have the map container, we need to add the tile layer. The tile layer is responsible for showing images that together they make the whole map. As you can see, the tile layer has a URL. This is how the tile images will be loaded from the server, and I find it from the leaflet documentation. To this point, we could be able to see the map on the browser. But first, let's close the unnecessary tabs. This one, and this one. Let's move the checkout page here. So we have the map.js and map module CSS together. Okay, but if we go to the browser, we'd see nothing because we didn't give any dimension to our map. So we need to go to the CSS file and start with the container, position of relative, width of 35 rem, height of 22 rem, and text align of center. I will tell you why we need this position of relative. Normally on its children, we have some position of absolute. And for the map class, we need to set its width and height to 100% with exclamation mark important to override the default size of the leaflet. Now, if you go to the browser and refresh the page, we'll see our map placed here. Now I want to add a component inside the map component with the name of find button and marker, because in two ways we can select our location on the map. One with selecting a specific area, and the second is by clicking on find my location button. Let's implement both of them. Let's go to the code inside the map.js. At the bottom of the file, let's create a child component or just a function with the name of find button and marker with the same props as its parent. At its first line, I want to define a state with the name of position. Okay, position, set position, use a state that uses the location coming from its parent, that is the map component, that gets the value from the checkout page. Now I want to use this use map events hook. By using this hook, we can get all the map events like click, location find, and location error and handle them in the way we want. So let's go here and add it. Here we go. Here we just defined a constant with the name of map. We used the use map events. We passed an object into it and we used 3 events of it: the click, location find, and location error. The click means when you click on the map. In this way, if it's not the read-only mode, so we set the position to the lat.lng that will be passed to the click event, and we set it to the current position. On the location found, it means after clicking on the find my location button and after finding the location, that location should be set as the current position and the map should fly to that position. And this fly to function gives a very beautiful animation so the user doesn't get surprised. And the location error will be shown when the location is disabled or any other things. So we show the error that's coming from the leaflet. Now for the return part of this component, I want to return an empty tag. And here I want to verify. If it's not read-only mode, then show the find my location button, okay? With the type of button, with the class name of find location. And this is the important part. The map that we defined here that uses the use map events has a locate function that does the job of finding the current user's location on the map. And after this button, we need to show the marker if it's available. Let's write everything and talk about it. Here, as you can see, we check if the position has value, then show the marker. By using the marker component from the React leaflet, we show the marker on the map. Inside the marker, we have event handlers that you can pass event handler for different events. The only event that we set here is drag end. It means when we drag the marker and release it. When we release it, we need to set the position to the e.target.getLatLng that is coming from the drag end event. And we need to set the position to the position state of this component. And we need to enable the draggable when the read-only is not true. So if the map is read-only, we couldn't be able to drag and change the marker on the map. And inside the marker, we have a pop-up. So when you click on the marker, you will see this text as a pop-up. Okay, our find button and marker is finished. Now let's go to the map component and add it at the bottom of the tile layer. Here we go. Now, if we go to the browser, we'll see nothing. But if we refresh the page multiple times, we will see our button here. And if we click on the map and drag the marker, we'll see it change. For fixing this find my location problem, we need some CSS. Let's go to the code and jump into the map.module.css. Let's add a bigger style for the find location button. We set its position to absolute, margin to auto, width of 12 rem, min height of 2.5 rem, font size of 1 rem, top, left, right, 0. So it will be shown on the top of the map, on the middle. This is the most important one. We need to increase the Z index of it to show it on top of the map. We set its background color to white, cursor of pointer, border radius. We're just rounding the bottom side of the button with setting its default border to none and giving it a 1 pixel border from the top. And now the last thing that we need is a hover effect. On its hover effect, we set its background to white smoke, a little bit grayer than the white. Now let's go to the browser. As you can see, we have this find my location. And when I click on it, it says geolocation error, user denied geolocation. It means I disabled location on my computer. I need to enable it and test it again. Okay, now I enabled the location. Now, when I click on the find my location, it will find the current location on the map. And I also could be able to change the location to the place that I want. I can zoom out, select another place as I like. So it works. Now, the only thing that I want to verify is to make sure that it gets the lat.lng from the map inside the checkout page when we change the location. So let's go to the checkout page JS file. Here on the map on change, let's press enter and write console.log lat.lng. Jump back to the browser, press F12 on your keyboard, clear everything, change the location, and we'll see no effect from the map. So it means we did something wrong inside the map component. Okay, we forgot to use the unchanged event. For using it, we need to add a use effect here, and whenever the position changes, it should call the unchanged with the current position. We also need to handle the read-only mode. Let's do it. Here we go. Inside this use effect, we only listen to the changes of the position. And at its first line, we verify if it's the read-only mode. Then we just set the view of the map to 13, so it's very zoomed to the selected location of the position, and we return. Otherwise, if the position is not null or undefined, we call the unchanged, and that's exactly what we needed to do. So let's get back to the browser, press F12, clear everything, click on find my location. Okay. Let's change it. As you can see, we have the lat.lng inside our checkout page. So our map is completely ready. We created our map component. Now is the time for fixing the header problem with the map. If we go to the browser, as you can see, when we hover over the menu, it goes behind the map. For fixing this issue, we need to go to the header module CSS file. So from the components, go to the header module CSS, and here set this Z index more than the Z index of the map. That is 1000. So let's set it to 1001 or 10,000. But don't play with Z index too much because it could make a lot of problems for your CSS. Now save it and go to the browser. And as you can see, when we hover over the menu, it is on top of the map. So we fixed the header menu problem too. Now is the time for going to the backend. Here, first of all, we want to start from creating the order router. So let's jump into the code. Here, let's close all the front-end tabs. So right click on one of the tabs and click on close all. Then open the Explorer, go to the backend, src. Then right click on the routers, create a new router with the name of order.router.js. Here, first of all, we want to start by importing the router from Express. Then we want to import handler from Express Async handler, just like the other routers for handling the async functions inside the Express routers. Now we can create the router by writing const router equal to router from the Express router. Now I want to make this router to use a middleware with the name of auth middleware. We didn't create it yet. We need this middleware to limit access to this router, that is the order router, only for authenticated users. It's very simple. It's just a function that will be called before calling your API. Here, first of all, let's open the Explorer, right click on the SRC and create a new folder with the name of middleware. Then right click on it and create a new file with the name of auth.mid.js or authentication middleware.javascript. On this middleware, we want to verify and decode the token coming from the user. And if the token is not valid, we need to send an unauthorized status to the user. For verifying the token, we need the verify function from the JSON web token. And we need to add an unauthorized status to the HTTP status. Let's go to the Explorer, constants, and HTTP status. Here, duplicate the bad request and change its name to unauthorized. The status number of unauthorized is 401. Here we go. The unauthorized is ready. Let's add it to the auth middleware. Okay. Now we need to export the default function that gets 3 inputs. Okay. Request, response, and next. This request and response is obvious. Just like our API, it has a request and response. But this next function, as its name says, will call the next item in the pipeline. So if the next item is our API, it will be called. But remember, after finishing your middleware, you always need to call the next function. So it knows that it could go to the next item on the pipeline. At the first line, I want to get the token. I'm going to get it from the request.headers.accessToken. Access token is a name that I chose. You can select any other names, but remember, you need to send this header from the front end side to the back end. Here, after getting the token, first of all, we verify if it's not null or undefined, because if it's null or undefined, it means the user is not logged in, so it's unauthorized to see this page. So we need to check if the token is null or undefined, then send the status of unauthorized, that is 401, and send it to the user. But otherwise, here we're just checking if the token has value or not. But here I want to verify if the token is valid inside our system or not. As you can see, we are using the verify function from JSON web token. And for the JWT secret, we are using the value from .env file with the value of JWT secret. And this verify function, if the token is not valid, throws an exception. So we need to put it inside the try block. But if the token was valid, it will return the decoded object of the token. So we can set it for the request user and have the current user inside our APIs. But if the verification wasn't right, we are going to have an error. So we need to catch it and send the status of unauthorized to the user. Then at the end, we need to return next. As I told you, because this is a function inside the pipeline, so you always need to call next at the end. Now that our authentication middleware is ready, let's come back to the order router and import it here. Now we need to use this authentication middleware for the router. Okay, router.use this auth coming from authentication middleware. Now, after this router use, we need to create our API. Here, as you can see, we created an API with the method of post, with the path of /create. So it will be /orders/create. And we use this handler from Express Async handler, an async function inside it that gets the request and response. At its first line, we set the order equal to request.body because request.body has the order that we want to save coming from the client side. After it, we need to verify if the order item's length is smaller than or equal to 0, we need to return a bad request and we shouldn't save the order, because if an order doesn't have any items, that doesn't make sense because nothing is selected to be purchased. So we write if order item's length is smaller than or equal to 0, we return a response that is status of bad request with the text of cart is empty. So this one will be shown as the error inside the toast. But if the items were more than 0, here we need to delete the previous order of the current user with the status of new. Then we need to create a new order for the current user. But for doing this, we need an order model. So we need to create it on the Mongoose models folder. So right click on it and create a new file with the name of order.model.js. For creating the order model, I need Mongoose and schema coming from the Mongoose package. Then I need order status, because our order should have a status. Is it new, paid, shipped, or anything else? So now we need to create it. Here from the Explorer, go to the constants, right click on it and create a new file with the name of order status.js and create a constant like this. Here we go. We have order status constant with 5 states. When we create the order, we give it the status of new. So save the order status and close it, and let's import it here. Okay. We also need to import the food model because we need its schema, since we want to save the foods of the order inside the order model. But we need a couple of other schemas too. For example, latitude, longitude schema that has only 2 items, lat and lng. Let's create it. Okay, pretty simple. Export const lat lng schema. It is a new schema that has this structure, lat lng with the type of string for both, and both of them are required. And we remove its ID because it is part of the order and we don't need a separate ID for the lat lng. The next thing that we need is order item schema for storing the items of an order inside the database. Let's create it. Okay, order item schema that has the food as its first item, and this is interesting. The type of the food is the food model dot schema. So we are getting the schema of our food inside the order from another model, and it is required. We also have a price and quantity with the type of number, and both of them are required. In fact, all 3 of them are required. And just like the lat lng, we don't need the ID for this schema too because it will be part of the order. Now here for the order item schema, we need to add a pre-validate hook. We are going to create a pre-validate hook, and inside it, we want to calculate the price of the order item based on the food price and the quantity. Let's create it. Here we go. We just write order item schema dot pre string of validate, and we give it a function that gets the next item on its pipeline. Then we set this dot price, that is this price, to this dot food dot price, the price of the food and the quantity. So the price will be set on the server side before validating the schema. Okay, now we need to write the main schema, that is order schema itself. Here let's write order schema is equal to new schema. Let's define its structure. It has a string name, address lat lng with the type of lat lng schema, the schema that we created at the top, payment ID with the type of string, total price with the type of number. It has an item with the type of order item schema array, the order item schema that we created here, a status with the type of string, that its default value is new. This is the order status that we created minutes ago, and the user with the type of schema.types.object ID, and the object ID is the ID type inside the MongoDB. So in fact, we want the user to have the ID of the current user inside the database, and it is required too. This was the structure. Let's give it the options. Timestamps are true, 2 JSON virtuals true, and 2 objects virtuals true. I talked about it, so I'm not going to waste the time on this. Finally, we need to create the model at the bottom. So let's write export const order model equal to model with the name of order inside the database and with the schema of this order schema. Okay, our order model is ready. Let's close it and come back to the order router. Oh, here we didn't import this bad request. Let's import it. Then we need to import the order model that we just created and the order status because we want to remove the order status of new for the current user. So we need it. Now here after this if, we need to delete the new order of the user like this. We write order model delete one, user ID coming from request.user.id, this request.user coming from our authentication middleware. And since we set the ID when we were creating the order inside the user router, as you can see, when we are signing our token, we set the ID of the user here. So when it will be decoded, it has the ID so we can have access to it. So this delete one function on the order model will find the order for the current user and the status of new, and it will delete it. Then on the next line, we need to create a new order with the order coming from the user and with the user ID coming from the authentication middleware. Then we need to save the new order. And at the end, we need to send the new order to the client side. Okay, our order router is ready. Now we need to add this order router to the server.js. So first of all, let's import it here and use it here after the user router with the address of /API/orders, just like the other models APIs. And we pass the order router here. Oh, here, I think inside the router, I forgot to export this. So let's write export default router. So we are going to export this router that we created at the top. Now let's go to the browser, press F12 for opening the inspect, click here for clearing everything, select your location on the map and click on go to payment. As you can see from the server, we got an error with the status of 401. The reason is we are using the auth middleware, and since we didn't send any access token to the server, it returns an unauthorized, that is 401. For fixing this issue, we need to send the token with every request that comes to the server. But before that, let's see where we are. We just created the order router. We added the auth middleware, the status. We added the auth middleware to the order router, order model, order status, and we just added to the server. Now is the time for connecting frontend to the backend. That's what we are talking about. We already created the order service. We added the create function. Now we just need to do this part. That is adding an auth interceptor or adding an interceptor on Axios and sending the token with every request to the server. Let's do it. Go back to the code and close the backend stuff. Open the Explorer, go to the front end. Let's find the interceptors folder. Right click on it and create a new file with the name of authinterceptor.js. Here, first of all, we need to import the Axios, and just like the interceptor of loading, we need to call axios.interceptors.request.use, and inside here, when we are sending the request to the server, we need to write this. First of all, we need to get the user from the local storage as a JSON string. Then if the user is available, we parse it into a JavaScript object. Then we get the token, that token string, and we put it inside this constant. If the token is not null or undefined, we set the access token. As you can see, this is exactly the name that we have inside our auth middleware. Here, see, this is access underline token. And we are setting the header of access token equal to this token that we got from the server. Then we return the request. And for the error situation, we just need to give it a handler that gets the error and returns the promise that rejects of that error. Okay, our interceptor is ready. Now we just need to add it to the index.js file. So open the index.js file, then add the auth interceptor. Here we go. You don't need to import it with any name. Just adding it here will run this script, and Axios use this as an interceptor. Now if you go to the browser, then clear everything here and come back, select the location on the map and click on go to payment, If you go to the network, you'll see that the create API inside /API/orders got a status of 200 instead of 401. For verifying that our order is really created, you can go to the compass. Here, as you can see, we have a new collection with the name of orders. If we click on it, we'll see our order here. And if you open the items, you will see the same items with the same price and quantity. Okay, the checkout page is ready. On this lesson, we are going to work on the payment page. So inside the checkout page, we can click on go to payment and see the location on the map as read only, the user data as read only, the order items and the PayPal button. So the user can pay for the order and finish the purchase. Okay, let's start by creating the payment page. Here inside the code, let's right click on the pages and create a new folder with the name of payment. Then right click on it, create a new file with the name of payment page.js and another file with the name of payment page.module.css. Then just like always, let's go to the payment page and write RFC for creating a functional document. Then go to the Explorer, find app routes for adding it to the routes. The payment page is an authenticated route, so I need to copy the checkout one that has the authentication route. We need to change this to payment, and instead of the checkout page, we need to write payment page. Now, if you go to the browser, add some food, proceed to checkout, select the location, go to payment. As you can see, we have the payment page here with the address of payment. Now that the payment page is created, we can start to adding stuff into it. So let's back to the code, go to the payment page, close the app routes. Here I want to add the classes first. Then we need use state and use effect from the React. At the first line of the payment page, we need to define a state, the name of order, using the use state. For setting this order, I want to create an API in the order router for getting the new order for the current user. So let's jump into the backend and create it. Go to the backend src routers and order router. Here, let's create another router like this. This is the router that you created. Its route is equal to /new order for current user, and we use the async handler here, and we passed an async handler inside it. For getting the new order for the current user, we just need to write order model.find1 with the request.user.id, the ID that's coming from the authentication middleware, with a status of new. But since I want to use this in the payment API too, I want to create a function for it with the name of get new order for current user that gets the request. Now I can cut this and put it here. So this function will return this. And here I just need to write await get new order for current user. And of course I need to pass the request into it. Now that I have the new order for the current user, I need to check if the order is available, then send it to the user, and otherwise send a bad request to the user. So by using this API, we can get the new order for the current user. So now we can go to the order service on the front end side and use this API. Okay, services, order service, and we write such a simple function for getting the order for current user. Okay, we just exported a const with the name of getting order for current user, and we are calling our API with Axios get. We're getting the data, then we return the data. Now we can go back to the payment page, and here we can use the use effect, and inside it we can write get new order for current user. It will be imported, and we just write then set the data coming from the server to this order. So in this way, we'll get the data of the new order from the server and set it inside our payment page. On the next line, I want to write if the order is not available, return. It means don't show anything, because anything that we want to show here is dependent to the order. Okay, let's go to the return part. Here, first of all, remove this div and put an template tag. Then add a div with the class name of container, and inside it add another div with the class name of content. Here, first of all, we want to add the title component that we created before with the title of order form and the font font size of 1.6 rem. As you can see, this is very similar to the checkout page, but everything here should be read-only. So on the next lines, instead of creating inputs, I want to use some h3 and spans for showing name and address. Okay, we just added a div with the class name of summary. We have two divs inside it. The first div has the name and its value, and the second div has the address and its value. If you like to get more data from the user, you need to add more inputs in the checkout page, then add the corresponding fields here. Okay, let's check out the browser. We have an error here. Okay. Oh, I have a typo on importing the module CSS. Let's get back. Okay, here, let's make it payment and come back to the browser. And as you can see, it's actually getting the data from the server and showing it here. Now is the time for using the order items list, the component that we created on the previous session. Let's go to the code. And here at the bottom of the content, let's write order items list and set its order equal to the order. Now, if you go to the browser, we'll see what we have inside the cart. Okay, now that we have our order items, it is the time for showing the map section. Let's come back to the code, and here after the content, let's write a div with the class of map, set its title to your location. And on the next line, we can write map and import it from the components. We set its read-only to true and its location to the address lat.lng coming from the order. If you remember, on the creating of the map, we use the read-only property for making our map read-only. Now, if you go to the browser, you'll see the effect of it. As you can see, we cannot change the marker, cannot click, can just zoom in and zoom out. We cannot change anything on the map. Okay, the map is ready too. Let's go for the buttons. Here we go. Let's add a div with the class of buttons container and another div with the class of buttons. Here we want to show our component with the name of PayPal buttons. For showing the PayPal buttons, I want to use the React PayPal.js package. But before going for the PayPal buttons, I want to work on the payment page module CSS to make this page beautiful. Let's start. For the container, we need the display of flex, 0 margin from the top, 2 rem from the right, 6 rem from the bottom, and 2 rem from the left. Flex wrap of wrap and justify content of center, so they will be centered horizontally. This is the effect of the container styles. Let's go for the content class. Set its width to 35, margin to 0 from every side except the right side, that is 3 rem. Display of flex and flex direction of column, so it's gonna be from top to bottom instead of left to right. For the summary class that has the name and the address, its direct div children should have a display of flex and a margin top of 0.7 rem. The span elements inside it that are showing the actual value should have a little bit bigger font size. And the h3 inside it that are showing the titles of these elements should have 1 rem margin from the right side and 0 from every other side, and a flex basis of 5 rem. Let's check it out inside the browser. As you can see, this is much more readable. Okay, we're done with these elements. Now I just want to give some styles to the buttons, so after adding the PayPal buttons, they will be shown correctly. Let's go to the code. Let's start with the buttons container. And after that, the buttons class inside it. Everything is obvious and nothing changed here because we didn't add the PayPal buttons yet. Okay, let's see where we are. Here we created the payment page, we just added to the routes, we added the CSS, and for the order router, we added the new order for current user API. Now here, before adding the pay API, I want to start adding the PayPal buttons component. This component that we want to create manages all the interaction with the PayPal. Inside it, we are going to use the PayPal/React PayPal.js package, official package from the PayPal. So let's start by creating the PayPal buttons component. Let's close the payment page CSS file, then open the Explorer, find the components folder, right click on it, create a new folder with the name of PayPal buttons, and press enter. Now let's right click on it and create a single file with the name of PayPal buttons.js. I don't want to use any styles for this because we don't want to create the PayPal buttons by ourselves. It will come from the PayPal. We'll just decide where to show it and how the payment events work. Here inside PayPal PayPal buttons, let's write RFC for creating the functional component, and let's come back to the payment page, and between the buttons class div, let's write PayPal buttons and pass the order of the payment page into it. Okay, just like this. We're going to use this order for getting the price and changing the state of it. Now if you go to the browser, we'll see the PayPal buttons here inside the payment page. Okay, let's come back and work on the PayPal buttons component. Here first of all we need to install this package, PayPal/React PayPal.js. So let's get back to the code, go to the terminal, write cd frontend for going to the frontend folder, and install @PayPal/React-PayPal-JS. and press enter. Here we go. Let's check out the package JSON. Okay, we have the PayPal/React PayPal.js here. So let's close the sidebar and remove this div here. Instead of this div, we want to use PayPal script provider. This PayPal script provider loads the scripts from the PayPal server into our website. This PayPal script provider needs an options property, and we need to pass an object to this option property that gets the client ID. We don't need this semicolon here. The client ID is a big string that you can get from the PayPal server. Let me show you how to get it. First of all, you need to go to the developer.paypal.com/dashboard address. Don't forget to set your dashboard in the sandbox mode from here, because in this way you can test it easily without worrying about the prices or anything. Then from here, click on apps and credentials. Here, as you can see, I have some already created apps, but I want to create a new app for my FoodMine React project. So write FoodMine-React or any other names that you want. Select the type on merchant because we want to accept payments. By default, the PayPal creates two accounts for you, one for business and the other one is a normal account, and it will automatically select the business account for you. I'm okay with that, so I click on create app. Okay, our app is created with the name of FoodMine React, and this is the client ID that we need to copy. So click here to copy it, come back to the project and paste it. And here put the angle bracket for closing the tag. So this tag will load our script. But what about the behaviors of our PayPal buttons? For handling the PayPal buttons, we need to create another component here, an inner component with the name of buttons that gets the order and will be used here. So we'll pass the order from the parent component into the buttons component. Okay, we forgot to put the order prop here, so we'll put it here. This component will get the order from the payment page and pass it to the buttons component. So everything will be done here inside this. And the reason that we created these buttons, because this PayPal script provider provides some hooks that will be available only inside the children of it. So we need to have a child component for using those hooks. The main hook that we want to get from this is pending. For using it, we need to write const inside the array. We need to deconstruct an object and get the isPending from use PayPal script reducer. Make sure that it's imported at the top. By using this isPending, we can make sure that this script is loaded or not, for showing the loading and hiding the loading. For using this, we can add an use effect, and inside it we can add a handler. We can write isPending show loading. For having this show loading, we need to add the use loading hook. So write const equal to use loading. Okay, it is added successfully at show loading and hide loading. Okay, so here inside the use effect, we are saying if the isPending is true, then show the loading, otherwise hide the loading. So if the PayPal script is not loaded, we'll see a loading, and if the script is completely loaded and it's not in the pending mode, we'll call the hide loading. So the loading will go away. Okay, now here we have 3 events to add to the PayPal buttons. The first event is creating the order. The second event when the payment is done or on approve event. And the last one when something went wrong and there's an error. So create order, on approve and on error. Let us start with creating the order. It is just a function that gets the data and the actions, and these two will come from the PayPal, and we can use this actions order create for creating an order. Then we can set purchase units. You can list all the items inside the order items, or you can just create one object with the total price of your order. That's what I want to do. If you want to go into details and make it more sophisticated, here where you can add your items. I just want to make amount object, set the currency code to USD, and set the value from the order coming from the payment page and use its total price as the value. Okay, the create order function is ready. Let's go for the next one, that is on approve. Okay, let's create the function first. Here I want to add a try catch block because if anything went wrong, I want to show a toast message to the user. Here inside the try, first of all, I want to get the payment from the PayPal by using await actions order.capture. We want to capture the payment because we need the payment ID to be saved inside the database. For doing the payment, we need an API inside the order router. So let's go and create it. Here before this new order for current user, I want to add a router.put method with address of /pay with a normal handler. Here if you ask why we use the put method instead of the post method, we normally use put for updating an existing item inside the database. At the first line of this handler, I want to get the payment ID from the request body. On the next line, I want to use the same function that we used here for getting the new order for the current user. So here we're going to have the new order for current user. On the next line, we'll check if the order is not available. Then we send a bad request with the text of order not found, and we return out of this API. Otherwise, I mean, if the order is available, we'll set the payment ID to the order.payment ID, and we set its status, I mean the order status, to order status.paid, and we write await order.save for saving the order inside the database. And at the end, we'll send the order ID to the user for redirecting the user to the track page. Okay, our API is created. Now we need to go to the order service for creating a function that will make the payment. It's a very simple function. It gets the payment ID and makes an Axios put request to the /API/orders/pay and passes that payment ID to the server and gets the data that is the new order ID for the current user. So now we can come back to the PayPal buttons for using it here. So we're going to write const order ID equal to await pay, that is coming from the order service, press enter to import it and pass the payment.id into this function. After this line, we need to clear the cart because when you pay for something, you don't want to see them again inside your cart page because they are already paid. For clearing the cart, we need to add a function into the use cart hook. So let's go to the Explorer, open the hooks and click on the use cart hook. Here scroll up, and here after the add to cart function, let's add the clear cart function. First of all, we want to remove the cart key from the local storage. Then I want to get everything from the empty cart that we defined at the top with an empty array and 0 items. Then I want to set them into their corresponding states. Set cart items with the empty cart item, set total price with the empty total price to 0, and set total count to 0 coming from the empty cart. You can directly put an empty array 0 0 here if this is a little bit confusing, but I want them come from the empty cart because if in any case you want them to have some default value, you can manage them inside here. Okay, the clear cart function is ready. Now we just need to use it or add it into the value of the cart context provider. So let's write clear cart. Okay, it's just added here. Let's come back to the PayPal buttons. Here, let's go to the top of this buttons component. Let's write const clear cart equal to use cart. Let's write it again. Don't forget to press enter for importing it. We have the clear cart and we can use it here. Now I want to show a successful toast message. So write toast from the React Toastify, press enter, then write success with the text of payment saved successfully with the title of success. And on the next line, I want to navigate the user to the track page that we are going to create on the next lesson. For doing this, we need use navigate from the React router DOM. So write const navigate equal to use navigate from the React router DOM. then scroll down. We're after the toast success message, right? Navigate into the /track/ the order ID that is just paid. And on the catch, we want to show toast error message with the text of payment say failed with the title of error. And similar to this situation, we have an error event. It is very simple. Inside it, we'll just show toast error with the text of payment failed, the title of error. I know you can do a lot with your error because it's a very important error. It's a payment error, but I just wanted to keep it simple. Your error handling should be much more sophisticated because maybe somebody paid for something and you captured it, but it's failed while saving it inside the database. Your catch shouldn't be just about showing a toast error message. You should save the payment data somewhere inside the log, so whenever that user came to your website, send a message to you, you can verify your logs. But for now, we just want them to be like this. Now at the end of this, we want to return PayPal buttons coming from the PayPal/React PayPal.js. Press enter, and we are going to add the create order, on approve, and on error events equal to the functions that we created. Better to say event handler. Okay, everything about the PayPal buttons are finished. Let's go to the browser and test it. Open our React app. As you can see, we have the buttons coming from the PayPal. Click on this PayPal button. Here, since we are using the sandbox client ID, we need a sandbox account. For finding your sandbox account or creating one, you can come back to your PayPal dashboard. It's possible that you will be logged out of here, so log in again. Then from the testing tools, select sandbox accounts. Here you will see two default accounts, one with the type of personal and the other one with the type of business. As you saw, we used the business one for creating our app and getting the client ID. Now we can either create a new account or use the default personal account for testing the purchase. In any case, you need to click on the three dots and go to the view edit account. Here you can copy your email to the clipboard, go to the login page, paste it here, click on next, come back, copy your password to the clipboard by clicking on this icon, come back again, paste the password, and click on login. As you can see, it's working. It will move you to the PayPal checkout, and you can click on complete purchase without worrying about the money that you are paying because it's a sandbox account. Okay, now you can close your PayPal website, and as you can see, we are inside the /track/ the order ID, and we are seeing the payment saved successfully toast message. But if you are very skeptical, you can open the Mongodb, go to your database, open the orders, and see that the status of your payment is paid and its payment ID is not null or undefined. In this way, you can make sure that the data is really saved inside your database. In this lesson, we want to work on the order track page. So after completing the purchase, you'll be redirected to this page so you can see the shipping address on the map and the state of your order. Here, first of all, we want to create order track page component. Let's jump to the code, right click on the pages, create a new folder with the name of order track. Then right click on it, create a new file with the name of order track page.js, and create another file for the CSS, order track page.module.css. Now, just like always, let's come back to the order track page, write RFC, press enter, save the file. Let's go to the app routes. I want the order track page to be an authenticated page, so I copy the payment route that is an authenticated page. Okay, then I change this payment to track/order ID. So this route gets this order ID as a route parameter. Then change this payment page to order track page, our component, and press enter to be imported. Now if we go to the browser here inside the payment page, if we click on the PayPal and complete the purchase, we're going to see the order track page, and as you can see inside the route, we have the order ID of our order. Now that we have this order ID, we can go to the order router in the backend and create an API for getting the order based on its ID. So open the Explorer, go to the backend, src, routers, order router. And here before the new order for current user, write router.get. It has a get method because we want to get something from the server. Here first of all write /track/:order ID for the API path and write handler async request response for the body of this API. First of all, we want to get this order ID from the request params. Then we need to get the user from the database based on the user inside the request user ID that we set inside the authentication middleware. We need this user because we want to check if the user is admin, he could be able to see all the orders. But if the user is not admin, he could be able only see his own orders. The user shouldn't be able to see other people's order state. I like to put this limitation. You can make it completely open by returning the order based on this order ID. Now on the next line, I want to create a filter constant that is underline ID is equal to this order ID. So this filter are going to find our order for us. But on the next line, I want to check if the user is not admin, set the filter.user to the current user ID. It means we are going to have two filters, one with ID and the second one with user. So if this order ID doesn't belong to this user, it will not return anything from the database. Let's go ahead. On the next line, we need to use this filter to find one order model or one order. Okay, we write const order await order model dot find one and we pass this filter into it. And now we'll check if the order is not available by any reason. We're going to return an unauthorized. So that user is not authorized to see that page. And since we are using return here, anything after the if will be automatically the else statement. And in the else statement, we are going to return, or you don't need to use return, response.send the order. When we are here, it means the order is valid and came from the database. Okay, our API is ready. Let's go to the front end and call it using the service. Open the Explorer, front end, services, order service. Here after the pay function, we can write export const track order by ID equal to async order ID. We'll create the body of the function. Then as always, we can write const data await axios.get /API/order/track and we pass the order ID coming from our component to our API. Then we'll return the data. Okay, our order service and order router is ready. Let's close them both and let's close the app routes. Here inside the order track page component, first of all, we need to get the order ID from the params. So write const inside the curly braces, write order ID equal to use params from the React router DOM and call it. In this way, we are going to get the order ID from the params. Then create a state for the order. So write use state for creating the state. On the next line, we are going to have a use effect. Okay, let's create the body of the use effect and pass an empty array. Inside it, we need to check if the order ID has value, then we need to call track order by ID function inside the order service and we need to pass the order ID. We need to add a then and get the order from the server and set the order with the order coming from the server. So we are going to set the order state with the order coming from the server. On the next line, we're going to check if the order ID doesn't have any value. Then we are going to return the not found component. If you remember, we use not found component inside the food page, home page, and the cart page. For the message, we are going to use order not found, and for the link text, we're going to use go to home page. Okay, so if the order ID is not available, we are going to show a not found message. Now we need to work on the return part where the order ID is not null or undefined. Here, first of all, we need to check if the order itself is valid. Then we need to show the content. Now that we need to add CSS, let's come to the top of this component and import classes from order track page.module.css. And here for our root div, just like always, let's use the classes.container. Let's remove order track page. Inside it, let's add another div with the class of content. As the h1, we're going to show the order ID, and as the header or details or any other names you like, we want to show the details of the order. For every single item, we're going to have a div with a strong tag tag for the name. First one is the date. Handling the date time is better to be done in one place. And for doing that, I want to create a datetime component. So open the Explorer, go to the components folder, right click on it and create a new folder with the name of datetime. And right click on it, create a new file with the name of datetime.js. Write RFC for creating the functional component. This datetime component are going to have two input parameters. The first one is the date and the second one is the options that has parameters for managing every single part of the date or type of every single part of the date. We don't like to pass these types every time that we use the datetime component, so it's better to use a default value for them. So write datetime.defaultProps and set their default value based on your preference. Now here inside this component, first of all, we need to get the current locale. For getting the current locale, we need to use intl. It is part of JavaScript. You need to write new intl.datetimeformat.resolveOptions.locale. By having the current locale, we can show the datetime based on the current user's locale. On the next line, I want to define a function. Const getDate equal to parentheses, and we create the function. Here once again we are going to use intl from the JavaScript to format our datetime based on the current locale. We're going to use new intl datetime format, will pass the current locale, will pass all the options, then at the end we call the format and we are going to use the date.parse for parsing the dates that's coming from the server because it is of type string, so it should be converted into the date using the date.parse. Okay, the function is ready and the return part is very simple. You just need to remove everything, put a template tag, put curly braces and write get date and call it. We need to call this function that we created here. Oh, we have a problem here. We shouldn't put curly braces because if we put it, we need to put a return here for getting the date. So here we are going to have the formatted date for the user. Okay, our datetime component is ready. Let's use it here. Let's write datetime, press enter to import it and set its state equal to order.createdAt and close the component. Okay, this div is finished. Next div is for the name inside the order. Okay, next one for the address, the state of the order or the status of the order. The next one is for the payment ID. Since we can see an order with the status of new here and in the new state the order doesn't have any payment ID, first of all we need to check if the payment ID is available. So we write order.paymentID and if it's available we're going to show this div just like the other ones. Okay, the header part or the details part is finished. Now here, just like previous lessons, we need to show order items list with the order of the order and we close it. Now let's see this inside the browser. Oh, we don't have anything. Let's press F12 for seeing the errors. We have 500 error. It means we made a mistake on the server side inside the router. We can go to the code, open the terminal, go to the backend one and start reading the errors. Here as you can see we forgot to import the user model, so the user model is not defined inside the order router. So let's close the terminal, go to the backend, open the order router. Let's go to the top here, press enter, write import user model and import it from models/user model.js. Now if you go to the browser, refresh the page, we'll see the content. As always, it's not pretty because we didn't touch the CSS, but it works. We are seeing the data coming from the server. Let's continue and add the map. Close the order router. Here after the content div, press enter and here add a div, add the title component with the title of your location and the font size of 1.6 rem just like the payment page. Then add the map component, set its location to order.address.lng and set the read only to true. Once again, just like payment page. Oh, didn't import it. Press enter again. Okay, it is imported. Okay, let's see it inside the browser. We have the map here, but as you can see, the marker image is not showing. The problem is when we are inside the track page and we have another parameter, leaflet are not going to go to the root of our website to find the marker where we copied them. It's going to search inside the /track that doesn't have any image inside it. So the image is not showing. For fixing this, we need to go to our map. So open the Explorer, components, map component, map.js. Here we need to define an explicit icon and give it to this marker. First of all, we need to go to the top and import everything inside the leaflet as L. So whenever we use this uppercase L, it means we are using the leaflet package. Then we need to go down right before the return. We need to write const marker icon equal to new L.icon. In this way, we are going to define an icon. First of all, we need to set its icon URL. We need to go to the Explorer, public folder, and copy this name, marker-icon-2x. Close it and come back to the map.js and paste it here. This is how it already is. And we need to put a slash here to make sure that it goes to the root of our website for finding that image. Let's come back. For the icon size, I want to use 25 pixels width and 41 pixels height. The icon anchor, I want to be 12.5 for the width and 41 for the height. So if it's a little bit confusing for you, 12.5 is the middle of it and 41 is the end of it. So this point will be the anchor point of this image inside the map. And the last thing is the pop-up anchor that I'm going to use 0 and -41. By default, the pop-up anchor will be shown on the anchor point, but in this way, pop-up will be shown on top of this. So I said keep the width on the middle, so it will be 0, and make the height -41, so it goes up. So we are going to see the icon along with the pop-up. You're going to see everything when we finish it. Our marker icon is ready. Let's use it inside our marker. Here after the draggable, press enter and write icon equal to marker icon. Now if we go to the browser, we'll see our marker just like before. If we click on it, as you can see, pop-up is on the top. If you are curious what will happen if we change pop-up anchor, for example, to 0, 0, if you go to the browser and click on it, as you can see, it's pointing the anchor point of image, not on the top of it. So it needs to be -41 to show it on the top of the image. Perfect. Our map is ready. Now we can come back to the order track page. Here as the last item, I want to check if the order status is new. Then show a div with the class name of classes.payment. Close it. And inside it, put a link from the React Router DOM to the payment page with the text of go to payment. So if the order has the status of new, we'll show a link that says go to payment. On this lesson, we are not going to see this, and we are going to see it when we are making the orders page, that you will see all of your orders with different status on a single page. But as a hacky way, we can go to our database and change the status of our order to the new. So first of all, go to the browser and take a look at your order ID. Then go to the Mongodb orders and try to find it, 8179C. The last one, double click on the status and change it to new and click on update. Now go to the browser, refresh the page, and as you can see, the status is new and we have the link for going to the payment page. Okay, now that everything is ready, we can work on the CSS. Let's go to the code, open the order track module.css and start with the container. Margin top of 1 rem, flex, specify content center, and flex wrap. For the content, set the display to flex, but set the flex direction to column from top to bottom, width of 100% and the max width of 35 rem, and margin right of 1 rem. If we go to the browser, this is how it looks. Let's continue, okay? For the header class, set the margin bottom to 1 rem, and for the divs, direct div children of the header, set the margin top to 1 rem and the font size to 1.1 rem, a little bit bigger. The strongs inside the header should have a display of inline block with the width of 20%. For the payment class, its width should be 100%, but because as you saw on the browser, it was here. By setting its width to 100%, it comes down. We need to set its text align to center, so it will be shown on the center, margin top of 2 rem and margin bottom of 5 rem. And for the A tags inside it, it's going to have a background color with this color, text color of white, padding 0.8 rem from top and bottom, and 5 rem from left and right, and border radius of 1 rem. And if we go to the browser, we'll see everything as expected. In this video, we want to work on the profile page. So after going to the user menu and click on the profile, you will see this page. So the user can change the profile information and the password on the same place. So let's do it together. Okay, here we have the roadmap of this lesson. The first thing that we want to do is creating the profile page component. So jump into your code in the front end, src, pages, right click and create a new folder with the name of profile and press enter. Then again, right click on it and create a new file with the name of profile page.js and again profile page.module.css. Now come back to the profile page and write RFC for creating the functional component. Close the sidebar. Here first of all, we want to add the use form members. So we need to write const handle submit register form state equal to use form hook. So the use form will be imported from React hook form, and we are going to use all of these from inside it, just like the login and register page. On the next line, I want to get the user from use auth, because if you want to edit the user information, we need to have current user information. So we get it from the use auth. Then we are going to write the submit function that gets the user and here updates profile. We are going to implement this inside the use auth, put it here and use it here. So stay tuned for that part. But for now, we just want to leave the submit function empty and go to the return part. On the return part, we need this CSS. So let's go at the top and import the classes from the profile page.module.css. As always, for the main div or the root div, I want to use the classes of container. Let's remove this profile page and use another div with the class of details. Let's add the title component with the title of update profile. After that, let's add the form with the onSubmit that is equal to handle submit and the submit function that we pass through it that will be called when there is no validation error, just like before. Now let's start adding the inputs. Our input component that its default value is equal to username, its type is equal to text, label of name. We spread the register function and we give it the name of name. It is required and it should have a min length of 5. And for its error, we use errors.name that has a specific errors for the name input. Now let's do it again for the address. The only difference here is that we set the min length of address to 10, so it should at least have 10 characters. It depends on you and how you want to get the data. You can change this value and the error that gets the errors specific for the address input. The next thing that we need to add is the submit button. We created a specific button, so we import it here. We set its type to submit, its text to update, and its background color to this. Now if we go to the browser, we'll see nothing because we didn't add anything to the app routes. So let's come back, go to the Explorer, open the app routes, scroll down, duplicate the last one, the one that has the authentication route, because the profile page is for authenticated users. Okay, duplicate it, change its path to profile, and inside the auth route, change the component name to profile page. Now if you go to the browser, we'll see everything that we added here. Here, as you can see, we have the information from the user, but we need to be able to update it or change it whenever we click on the update button. So we need to add the update profile function inside the use auth, user service, and the user router. And let's start with the user router on the backend. Let's go to the code, open the Explorer, go to the backend folder, src, routers, and the user router. Here before the generate token response, let's write router.put. We want to update the user, so we'll use the put method /update profile as the path. This API should be available only for authenticated users, so we need to give it an auth middleware. Since this is the user router, and we have functions that should be called for non-authenticated users. For example, the login function will be called when the user is not logged in. So we cannot put authentication middleware on the router to make everything authenticated. On these situations, we need to make a specific API to be called when the user is authenticated, or we need to pass it through the authentication pipeline. For doing this, we need to go and import the auth middleware. So let's write import auth from middleware auth.mid.js, then scroll down to the update profile function, put a comma and write auth. We import it as auth, so we use it as auth here. As simple as this. Then we need to write our handler, async, request, response, and the body of our handler. Here we need to get name and address from the request body. On the next line, we need to write const user equal to user model.find by ID and update. So this function are going to find the document inside the database by this ID and update it with this information. Because our field names are exactly the same with the database field names, can pass them like this without using colon or anything. And at the end, use the new colon true for getting the newly created user. By default, if you hover over this new, it says that without the new true, it returns the document as it was before update was applied. But if you set the new to true, it will give you the object after update. So we are going to get the updated user. Then after this function, we need to write response.send generate token response user. So we are going to generate a new token and send the updated user information through this generate token response to the client side that is our React project. Okay, we're done with the update profile. Let's go to the user service for calling it. To the front end side, services, user service. Here we are going to have a function similar to the register, but for update profile. So export const update profile. We'll get the user and we send it to the server, to the API users update profile, the API that we created. We'll get the data that is the user information and we set it to the local storage of the user and we'll return it out of this function. Now that we have this function, we need to use it inside the use auth hook. So save it, open the Explorer, scroll up, find hooks, use auth. After the logout, let's write const update profile. It's an async function that gets the user from the component and calls the user service update profile and passes the user. It will get the updated user, shows a toast message that says profile update was successful, and if the updated user is not null or undefined, sets the user state to the updated user. So everywhere in the project that are using the user state will be updated with the updated user. Now we need to use this update profile here inside the provider value. Okay, save it. Now we can go to the profile page, scroll up. Here after the user, write update profile, and here inside the submit function, instead of this comment, let's write update profile and pass the user. Now if we go to the browser and change the information of the user and update it, we'll see that we have the profile update was successful toast and the user information is updated inside the user state. So we'll have it here. Now if we reload the page so many times, we'll see that data is permanently changed. Now if we change it again, we'll see that it works completely. Let's do the same with the address, refresh the page. As you can see, it works too. Click on the update, go to the main page and come back. As you can see, the information is persistent. Okay, the update profile section is completed. For the change password that I want to put on the bottom, I want to create a separate component because it's possible for you to use it separately somewhere inside your project. So it's an easy decision to create a separate component for it to make it modular. Okay, let's start by creating the component. From the Explorer, right-click on the components and create a new folder with the name of change password. Then right-click on it and create a new file with the name of change password.js. Then close the Explorer. Now let's close all the tabs and only keep the profile page. Here write RFC and press enter for creating a functional component. Then go to the profile page, scroll down at the bottom of the form, add change password component here, then go to the browser. As you can see, we have the change password component text here. So it means we can start working on the change password. This is very similar to the profile page. The only difference is the confirm password section. So here, first of all, we'll write const handle submit register get values and form state equal to use form that we imported from the React hook form. Only difference here is this get values, because we're checking if the password are matches. We need to get the values of the password, and we need this function. The next thing that we want to add here, just like the profile page, is the submit function that gets the passwords. I mean, current password and the new password. Here it needs to call a function for changing the password, and we are going to implement it after finishing the visuals of this component. Now let's go on the return part. For this component, I'm not going to use any styles because everything is already made. So just remove the change password text and start with adding the title. Set the title to change password. Create a form with the onSubmit equal to handle submit that calls the submit when everything is good, and the input for the password, its type is equal to password, its label is current password, with the register function spread it over here with the name of current password that is required, and with its specific errors. The next input is for the new password. So it has a type of password with the label of new password, name of new password, and we'll put our limitation again here, just like the register page. We just set its required to true and its min length to 5. So it should be at least 5 characters. We need another input for the confirm password. The type is similar, it's a password, label, register, the name of the input, it is required, but for the validation, we need this validate function that will call this function anytime this input changes or anytime we insert a character inside this input. So this function will be called gets the current value and checks if its value is not equal to get values of new password. This new password is previous input. That's the reason that we imported get values from the use form. So if they are not the same, it's going to show this password does not match error. Otherwise, we are going to return a true. That means this validation is okay and doesn't have any errors. The rest is just the error and is completely similar to the previous inputs. The only difference is this validate part that is simple also. Now here as the last tag, we need to add the button. It is of type submit and its text is change. Now if we go to the browser, we'll see our change password inputs like this that we can use for sending information to server for changing the password. But we didn't create the change password API yet. So let's go to the backend and create its API. So open the Explorer, go to the user router. Here after the update profile, we'll write router.put /change password as the path, the authentication middleware because the user should be authenticated to call this API, and the handler just like this. Since this is an update 2, we are going to use put method again. Now here inside the handler, first of all, we need to get the current password and the new password from the request body, and we need to get the user by using the request.user.id that is set inside the auth middleware. Normally the user should be a valid user, but we'll check if the user is not valid. We'll send a bad request status with the text of change password failed, and we'll return out of this function so it doesn't go down. But if the user is valid, we need to compare the current password with the user password inside the database. The current password that will send to the server and the current user password. We cannot compare them directly because the user password inside the database is a hash. So we'll need to use bcrypt.compare. Its first parameter is the string, that is the current password, and its second parameter is the hash, that is the user password inside the database. Now that we have this equal result, on the next line, we need to check if they are not equal. We need to send a bad request with the message of current password is not correct, and we'll need to return outside of this API again. But if they were equal, it means after this if statement, we need to hash the new password using bcrypt.hash and set it inside the password, user password. And this password hash salt rounds is that 10 at the top. So once again, you can directly use 10 here. After changing the user, We need to write await user.save for saving it inside the database. And we just need to call response.send. We don't need to send anything to the client side. So our change password API is ready. So we can go and create its service function. So go to the front end side, services, user service, and write this simple function, change password. Just call Axios, put change password and pass the passwords to the server. Now we need to go to the use auth hook for using this service. Okay, close the Explorer. Here, after the update profile, let's write const change password, gets the password as input, calls the user service change password and passes the password. If there was no exception, it will call the logout and a toast message that says password changed successfully. Please log in again. So the user needs to log in again with the new password. Now we need to put it inside the provider value and go to the change password, scroll up. Here before the submit function, we need to write const change password is equal to use auth, okay? Like this. And now we just need to copy this change password and use it here and pass the passwords from the submit function. Now if we go to the browser, my current password is 54321. For this user, I'll change it to 12345. 12345. And I click on change. Okay, logout successful. Password changed successfully. Please log in again. john@gmail.com 12345. And I log in again. And as you can see, password changed successfully. You can test it with your current and new passwords. Now that all the functionalities are implemented, let's work on its CSS. This page has one of the smallest CSS on this project. So open the Explorer, go to the profile page here and click on profile page.module.css. Let's start with the container. Set its display to flex, justify content and align items center. So it will be centered both horizontally and vertically, height of 100% or you can set it to 100 VH, margin top 3 rem, little bit of margin top, and the content inside it should have a smaller width. So we set the details to have a width of 28 rem. So it will be smaller on the middle. In this lesson, we want to work on the orders page. So after going to the user menu and clicking on the orders, you're going to be able to see all of your orders and filter them based on their states. We're going to start by creating the orders page. Let's jump to the code from the Explorer, frontend, src, right click on the pages, create a new folder with the name of orders, then create a JS file inside it with the name of orders, page.js, then add the CSS file with the name of order page.module.css. Then go to the orders page, write RFC for creating the functional component. Now we can go to the app routes and add it here. So this page is specific for the authenticated users. We can duplicate an authenticated route for it. I select the last one that is for profile and I paste it here. I change its name to /orders and for its component, I write orders page. Press enter to import it here. Now, if you go to the browser and from the menu select orders, you will see this orders page here. It means we can start working on it. So close the app routes. For the orders page, I don't want to use normal use state for managing the state of the orders page. I want to use reducer. Okay, let's get it started. First of all, I want to add the initial state before the component. Then I want to create the reducer function, gets the current state and the action. Inside the reducer function, we want to get the type and payload from the action. These are the properties that we want to pass to the reducer. So based on the type, we can decide which action we want to do. And inside the payload, we have the data along with that action type. Here we can make a switch statement based on the type. Currently, I want to leave this empty and the only thing that I want to fill is the default state or the default case. On the default case, we need to return the current state. So if we come to this switch statement and if there is no specific case equal to this type, the default one, that is the current state, will be returned and nothing will change. We are going to fill this switch later. Let's move this initial state at the top of the reducer. It's not necessary, but I like to put them near to each other. Now let's go inside the component and use this reducer. In this reducer, I want two states, one for all status and the other one for the orders. So I put a square bracket. From the current state of the reducer, we'll get all status and orders. For the second element, we use the dispatch for dispatching an event or an action, and we make it equal to use reducer from the React. For the reducer, we use this reducer, and for the initial state, we use the initial state that we put at the top of this file. Now for filtering the orders, I like to put a path parameter here inside the address bar so we can filter the orders based on their states like this. For example, if we want to only see the paid orders, we can put the paid here as a path parameter. For adding this filter, we need to go to the app routes, and here after the order, put /:, and filter. Now close the app routes, come back to the orders page. Here we need to write const filter for getting the filter from the use params. In this way, we are going to have the filter parameter from the route parameters. Since this whole component should be reloaded and re-rendered, whenever the filter changes, we need to add a use effect here. So let's add use effect, give it a handler, and inside the dependency list, pass the filter. So we have a use effect that will call this handler whenever the filter changes. Perfect. Now we need a function to get all of the orders with or without this filter from the server. For doing this, we need an order router API and an order service function. Let's start with the order router API. Go to the backend, src, routers, and order router. Here at the bottom of the APIs, I want to add an API with the get method, and its path should be /: status and question mark to make this status optional. So even if you don't pass any status to the server, it will load all the orders. And if you ask why I didn't add any names here, because if you go to the Explorer and go to the server.js, you will see that the API to the order router is /API/orders. So it makes sense if we only put in a slash here and filter it. Okay, that's the reason that I didn't use it here, because it will be /API/orders/ for example, new or paid, or an empty one for showing all. So it completely makes sense. But remember, you need to put this at the bottom of your other APIs inside order router, because if you put it at the top, it will accept anything as the path parameter or showing the orders. For the second parameter, let's add the handler. Okay, I didn't close the get. Okay, our API is ready to start. First of all, we need to get this status. So we write const status equal to request.params.status. On the next line, we are going to find the currently login user, because a not admin user shouldn't be able to see other people orders status. On the next line, let's create an empty filter. After that, we can check. If the user is not admin, we should set the filter.user equal to user.id that's coming from the database, or current user ID inside the database. So the orders will be filtered for the current user. But if the user is admin, this filter will not be set. So it's obvious admin is able to see all of the orders. On the next line, we need to check if there is any status coming from the URL, then this filter should have that status. Now we just need to find the orders based on the filter that we created by using order model.find, passing that filter, and we can sort the orders based on create date or update date by using created at or updated at, and this minus means descending. So it's going to show the last order first, okay? If you don't put it, it's going to show the first order first. So maybe you have an order from 2 years ago, it will show it first. You don't want to see it. You like to see your latest orders first. So we'll put it here. And at the end, we just write response.send, and we send the orders to the user. Now that we have this API, we can go to the front end side, inside the services, order service. Here we need to add a very simple function that gets the state and pass it to the /API/orders/ and here we'll check if the state has value. If it's not null or undefined, then we pass it to the server. Otherwise, we just pass an empty text to the server, so it will show all the orders. Then we are going to return the data, that is the orders coming from the server. Okay, save it and come back to the orders page. Here inside this use effect, we need to write get all coming from the order service, not food service. Attention here, press enter to import it. then pass the filter. All right, then now we have the orders coming from the server, so we can dispatch an action with the type of orders underline fetched with the payload of orders, these orders. As you can see, this type is only a name. You can write any other names you want. So now let's copy this type and go to the switch statement of the reducer function, write case and put your action type. And here inside this case, we can decide what should happen after this action happened. We need to write return and create a new state, spread the current state and set this orders property that we put here and copy it and put it here and make it equal to the payload. And if you see, we set the payload equal to the orders that came from the server. So the reducer are going to update this orders state and the return part will be re-rendered here. Now that we have the orders coming from the server and we set it to the orders state, we can work on the return part. First of all, we are going to remove this orders page. Then we need to add the class of container here. But before that, we need to go to the top and import it. Import our order page module CSS classes. Then we can go down and here we can set class name equal to classes.container. First of all, I want to add title here and give it the title of orders, margin of 1.5 rem from the top, 0 from right and bottom, and 0.2 rem from the left side, and the font size of 1.9 rem. And if we go to the browser, we have an error about the orders page module CSS. If we look at it, we'll see that we are using orders page here and order page for the real name of the file. So let's open up the Explorer and change the name of the CSS file to orders page.module.css. Now if we come back to the orders page and save everything, here inside the browser we have nothing. It means there is something wrong because we didn't make the status of the orders optional. Now, as you can see, I passed the value for the filter and we have the orders. Let's come back to the code and go to the app routes. Here for the filter, we need to make it optional by putting question mark after it, just like the order router. As you can see, we made this status optional because if we didn't pass the status or the filter, we should show all of the orders and we shouldn't filter them. Makes sense. We make this change. Now, if we go to the browser and if we remove this paid state, we already can see the orders title. So we can continue working on it inside orders page. Here after the title, I want to say if the orders have value, then we need to map the orders. Orders.map order. So here we need to map these orders into div tags. Here we write a div and we set its key to order ID and its class name to order summary. For every single order, I want to show a box. This box has a header, items, and footer. Let us start with the header box. So we'll write a div with a class name of classes.header. As its first element, we show the ID of the order as a span, another span for the create date of the order. So we write date time, import the date time component that we created. For its date, we pass order.created at. Okay. And as the last item inside this span, we show order.status. Now we need to close the div and save it. Now if we go to the browser, we're going to see the headers of all orders. Here we have the ID, here we have the date time, and here we have the state. After the header, I want to show the images of the items inside the order and make a link for them. So when you click on them, it will redirect the page to that food page. Let's come back to the code. Here after the header div, let's add another div with the class name of classes.items. Here we want to map the items into links and images. So let's write order.items.map. For every single item, we want to have a link. Okay, I think I didn't import it. Let's import it again. Link, React Router DOM, okay, and close it. Since this link is the first item of the map, it should have a key with the value of item.food.id. This link should go to the food page. So we set its to equal to food/item.food.id. Okay, now if we click on them, we will be redirected to the food page. Now we need to show the image. write image src item.food image URL with the alternative text of food name. Now, if we save it and go to the browser, we're going to see the images of the foods here. So the items part is finished. Now we can go to the footer part. So we are going to add another div with the class name of classes.footer. Here we add a div that has a link to go to the track page with the text of show order. So if we want to see the order details, we can click on this show order and it will redirect us to the order page. So it could be very helpful. Now let's come back to the orders page. I'm working on the next thing, that is adding the price. Here in the code, scroll down, let's add another div and span with the class name of classes.price, and inside it we'll add price component from the component/price component that we created, and we set its value to order.total price. So if we go to the browser, we'll see the total price of the order here. Okay, everything about the orders list is ready. Let's go to the CSS and make it usable. Here, let's go to the orders page.module.css and start with the container. It should have a display of flex, justify content, and align items should be centered. So it makes the content inside it both vertically and horizontally centered. And with the flex direction of column, the items inside it gonna start from top to bottom. After it, for the order summary, we want to give it a max width of 45 rem and width of 100%. So it's going to be like this. This part of the order summary is common with the status bar that I want to put at the top of list of orders. So I put it in a separate block. Then specifically for the order summary, we are going to have a display of flex direction of column, border of 1 pixel, a little bit of border radius, and 2 rem of margin top. And all the first level children of the order summary should have a padding of 0.8 rem from all sides. The next thing that I want to work on is the header part. Once again, display of flex, justify content, space between, because I want this ID, this date time, and the state of the order have a space from each other, a small border bottom, a little bit of border radius from top left and top right, and the color of gray. Now let's go for the items part. Display of flex wrap, no wrap. So if we shrink the page, it shouldn't move the items to the next line, but we are going to have an overflow X. So if there is a lot of items inside the order, it's going to have a horizontal scroll bar, a margin of 0.5 rem from top and bottom and 0 from left and right. Now, if we look at the browser, we can see that the image went inside the block, but it shouldn't be that big. Let's make them smaller. Inside the code, items img, width and height should be 5 rem, 2 rem of border radius, so they're going to be rounded, and they're going to have a margin right of 1 rem, so each one of them are going to have a little bit of space and object width of cover to keep the aspect ratio of the image. And here, as you can see, it is much more pleasant to watch. But when I hover the mouse over them, they don't look very interactive. So let's give them a little bit of opacity change on hover. Items, image hover, opacity of 80%. Now, if we look at the browser, okay, much better. Now is the time for the footer part. That is consists of show order and the price. Okay, for the footer class, we give it a display of flex, justify content of space between, small border top, little bit of border radius from the bottom, and the next class, that is the price, I want to set its color to green. Now, if we save it and look at the browser, our order list is complete. Now I want to put all the order states at the top so the user could be able to click on every single state and filter the orders based on that. For doing this, first of all, we need the data that's coming from the backend. So once again, let's come back to the order router, and here at the top of this get all orders, we can add our new API. I want to give it the name of all status. Let's write it. As you can see, it's a very simple API. It's using object.values, that is part of JavaScript, for getting the values of an object. For the status of order, we made an object with the name of order status, and as you can see, we imported from the constants and we used it when we want to create a new order for setting its state to new. Now if we go inside it, we're going to see all the possible status for the order, so we can get all of these values and use them for filtering the orders. And that's exactly what we did here. We'll get all status, object values, order status, and we'll send it to the client side. Now we can go to the order service and use it very easily. Like this. We make an Axios called get the /API/orders/all-status. We'll get the data and we return it to the orders page that we want to use it. Let's go to the orders page. Here inside the use effect, at its beginning, let's write get all status from the service, then status. Now here, just like the orders, we need to dispatch an action with the type of all status fetched with the payload of status coming from the server. And here once again we need to go to the switch statement, add another case with the same type of the dispatch that is going to create a new object with the previous state, and it will only update the all status with the payload that is in fact all status coming from the server. So now we can use this all status for showing the statuses of the order. I want to show them after the title and before the list of the orders. So here let's check if all status as value, then we need to show a div with a class name of classes.allStatus. Here I want to map every single state of all status into a link that its key is equal to the state and its class name checks. If this state, for example, new is equal to the filter, so it's going to give it class of selected, otherwise it's going to be empty, and this link will go to the current page, but it will pass the state and shows that state as a text too. So now if we go to the browser, here after the orders, we'll see all status, and if we click on one of them, the orders will be filtered based on that. Now we can make it beautiful using CSS. Go to the code, go to the CSS. Since we have all status at the top of the orders page, I like to put its CSS nearly on the same place. The max width and width, as I told you before, all status is exactly like order summary, so I add all status here. But separately for the all status class, we are going to have a display of flex, classify content of space around, so they're going to have space from each other from both sides. Align items centered, they will be centered vertically. Height of 3 rem, small border, font size of 1.1 rem, 1 rem margin top, and 1 rem border radius. We'll see that they have the default color of a tag, and when I hover over them, their background doesn't change, just like it changes here and here. So I'm going to give it a dimension, color, and radius. Let's go to the code. Here after the all status, let's give some style to the a tags inside all status. Color of gray, width and height of 100%, border radius, display of flex, align items, justify content center to make them centered from all sides. Now for the hover effect, at the time that state is selected, I want to give these a tags the same style. So let's write all status a.selected, all status a colon hover, color of white, background of black, and opacity of 0.8. Now if we go to the browser, we'll see that the paid state is selected. If we click on the new, it will be selected, and when we hover over a state, it will be highlighted. One thing that I forgot here is putting the status of all, because if I come to the orders page and don't select any states, I'm going to see all of the orders, whether it's new or any other states. But if I click on one of them, I'm not going to see all of the orders again. So we need to go to the orders page component here before the all status.map. We need to to put a link that goes to the orders, and for its class name, it checks if there is no filter, we'll select all. Otherwise, it will be left not selected. Now, if we go to the browser and click on the all, we're going to see all the status again. But we have another problem here. It's possible for some states we don't have any orders. In this situation, just like always, we need to show a not found message. But this not found message is a little bit different, or I want to make it a little bit different, because when we are on a specific status, I want the not found link to go to the all page. But if there is nothing in the all page, I want it to go to the home page. Okay, let's implement it. It's very simple. We need to put it after all status part and before the orders. Here we want to check if the length of the orders are equal to 0. Then we are going to use this not found component, that its link route and link text are going to be different whether we are in a special filter, for example new state, or we are seeing all of the orders. So if we are on a special state and there is no items, it's going to show the not found, but its link goes back to the orders and shows all of the orders with the text of show all. But if the user totally has no orders, the link route will be the home page and its text gonna be go to home page. So let's test it in action. For example, we don't have any orders in the shipped state, canceled state, or refunded state. As you can see, we are seeing nothing found in all of these states. And if we click on show all, we are going to come back to the all state, that we are seeing all of the orders from the last one to the first one. And it was about this lesson. In this video, we are going to publish our project on the internet for free using render.com website. We need to prepare the scripts that should be run on the server for building and starting the project. In fact, our front-end project, that is the React project, should be built and it should be moved to the backend project so we can start the backend project on the server and serve it. For doing that, first of all, we need to create a package JSON here on the root of the project. So go to the terminal menu and create a new terminal. Here write npm init-y and press enter. You should be on the root of the project. Remember, you shouldn't be inside the front end or back end. Okay, our package JSON is created. Let's open it. First of all, remove this test script. We don't need it. The first script that I want to add here is the build script. We're going to use it for building the front end project. So first of all, we need to go to the front end project, cd front end, and after going inside it, put double and here. It should be done synchronously. If you put a single and, it will be done asynchronously. So remember, you should put double and here and write npm run build for building the front end project. Obviously, it goes to the front end project and runs the build script here inside the front end that calls React scripts build command. That will give us a build folder here that contains everything ready for the production. We can test it right now. Open the terminal and write npm run build. And as you can see, we are on the root of the project. Press enter. Now we have the build folder, but this is not enough. We need to move this build folder to the backend src folder here. I want to put it inside the folder with the name of public. So the whole front end will be the public for the backend. Close the package JSON for the front end and go to the root package JSON. Here I want to add another script with the name of post build. Don't forget to put a comma at the end of the first one. This post build will be called automatically after calling the build. And inside it, we want to move this build folder to the src folder with the name of public. For doing this, we need to use the mv command or move command with the -f argument that force and overwrite the moving from frontend/build, that is the build folder inside the frontend folder, to backend/src/public. This is the name of the new folder. Remember, this mv file will be used for renaming a folder too. So you can move and rename a folder at the same time. So we rename the build folder into public folder. Now save it and run npm run build. You don't need to run post build. It will be called automatically after build. So run it. As you can see, the build folder is moved from here into the backend folder with the name of public. So now that we have everything on the backend, we can run run our server.js, right? Let's do it. The last command that we need to add here is the start command for running the project. And inside it, we just need to write cd backend for going to the backend folder and npm start. And this command is like going to the backend folder and running the start command from the package.json of the backend. But as you can see, there is no start command. All we need to do is copying the dev script, paste it at the top, change its name to start. And instead of nodemon, we just need to use node because we use the nodemon for the development and we should not use it on the production. Now that we have the start command on the backend, we can run the start command of the package.json on the root of our project. But what will happen if we do this? npm start. As you can see, it's working just like before, but the difference is we don't have our frontend on the port 3000. We have both frontend and backend at the port 5000. Now, if we go to the browser, we'll see that we have this cannot get slash. It means it cannot serve the static public file that we built and put inside the public folder of the backend. For serving the public, we need some modification on the server.js. So let's go to the code, open the server.js on the backend, close the terminal. For serving the public folder, we need to do two things. The first thing is using the public folder as a static or serve it as a static so it could be accessible from the backend as a static data. As you know, these URLs are dynamic data and our HTML stuff should be served as static. The second thing is delegating or passing all the URLs other than these URLs that are responsible for serving our APIs to the public folder to the React project. And the React project is on the same folder as the server.js. So by having access to the directory of the server.js, you can have access to the public folder too. As you remember in the Node.js style of importing modules, I mean the way that we use require instead of import, where the type of our package.json wasn't module. We could use __ dir name for having access to the directory of the current file we are in. But things are a little bit different in ES6. Here we cannot have access directly to the directory of the file, but we can have access to the URL of file and we can convert it into directory of this file. The URL of the file is inside the import.meta.url. Now let's convert this URL into the path of this file. For doing this, we need to write const __ file name. It's not necessary to use __ file name, but you know, in the require style, this constant automatically has the file name of the current file. So I like to give it the __ file name as the constant name. And there's a function for converting URL into the path. We need to import it first, import file URL to path from URL. Did I do it right? Hold the control down, click on it. As you can see, it's a valid function. Let's use it here. File URL to path. We want to convert import.meta.url that has the URL of the current file into the file path. So we are going to have the file name. It means the full address of the current file. But this is not what we want. We want a directory. We don't want the file name because we want to go to the public folder, not inside the server.js. So we write const __ dir name. We set it equal to dir name function. It's a function inside path package that is part of Node.js. We call it and we pass the file name. And now we have the current directory of this file. I don't know why they make it so much harder, but this is how you can have access to the directory of the current file. Now let's scroll down here after the APIs. Press enter. First of all, I want to create a constant for the public folder. It's a string. I want to use path from the path package dot join. For the first parameter, I pass the dir name, and for the second parameter, I pass public. You can write it like this, like dir name plus / plus public. You can write it like this. It's exactly like this, but in some operating system like Windows, for navigating a folder, you need to use / instead of /. So if you use path.join, it will take care of that. Anyway, it will return a string. On the next line, we want to use this public folder as a static. So we need to write app.use express.static, and we pass this public folder folder. Okay, this was the first step, using the public folder as a static. The second step is defining a get API. So write app.get. Its first parameter should be star. It means everything. In fact, since we used it after these APIs, it is everything other than these APIs. So here, let's give it request response and make the body of the API. Here, I want to create a constant for the file path or index file path. And I'm going to make it equal to path.join this public folder with index.html. So this index file path will be the index.html file inside the public folder, because by running this, we are going to have our front-end project. So we need to serve it from the backend. And on the next line, we just need to write response.send file with capital F, and we just need to write index file path. So this HTML file will be served on the response of this API. So all the routes will be passed to this index HTML that goes into the React routing system. So the routing will be managed inside our React project. Now there's only one problem, but as you can see, everything inside the public folder has been tracked by the source control. We need to ignore them. So on the backend, go to the git ignore, press enter and write public. So the public folder will be ignored. Now just open the terminal, press Ctrl C for stopping the backend and run npm start again and press enter. Now if you go to the browser and refresh the page, you are going to see the data at the localhost 5000 instead of localhost 3000 that we used to develop our project. Now we can say that this project is ready to be deployed. So we can go to the render.com. Here, click on get started for free if you don't have an account. Here I want to sign up with my Google account and complete the sign up. At this point, a verification email will be sent to your email address. After clicking on the link, you will be redirected to this page. Here you just need to click on starting a new project and continue to render.com. Here from these thumbnails, select web service, click on new web service, select build and deploy from a Git repository, click on next. Here we can click on the connect GitHub and select our repository. But before that, I want to publish my code to the GitHub. So I don't need to wait to have a failing build without these modifications that we did. I set my commit message to 20, publish on render.com, commit and sync changes. Okay, it is pushed to the GitHub. Here, after clicking on the connect GitHub, you will be redirected to the GitHub page with the title of install render. Here you can whether choose to give access to all of your repositories to render.com, or you can select a specific repository. That's what I want to do. Search your project name, find it and select it. Then scroll down and click on install for installing the render application on your GitHub. Now, as you can see, we came back to the render.com and we are seeing the repository that we are working on. Click on connect, give it a name. I want to give it the name of foodmine-react-js. Remember, this name will be used as the URL of your project. So be careful if it's important for you. The branch is master. Okay, scroll down. The important part here is the build command. For the build command, you just need to write npm run build. And for the start command, we need to write npm start. That's it. Scroll down, select the free plan and click on create web service. Oh, we have a build fail. I forgot to put two things inside my package JSON. The first thing is that I didn't define the specific version that I want to use for my project. I don't want to use version 14.17, that is the default version of the render.com. I want to use version 18, that is at the time the latest stable version of Node.js. The next thing that I forgot is, as you can see, we have an error that says React script not found. It means the Node modules are not installed both in front end and the back end. So we need to add a command for installing the Node modules in both folders. So let's come back to the project and do it. For installing the npm packages in both front end and back end, I want to add a pre-build command here. Remember, it should be exactly pre-build, just like the post build. If you have typo, it's not going to work. I want to set its value equal to cd backend and npm install. So this is for installing the backend npm packages. At the single and here and write cd frontend and npm install. As I told you, when you use double and or double ampersand, these two commands will be run synchronously. So first it will run this one, and after it's finished, it will run this one. But I put an and here because the frontend and backend are not related to each other, so both of them could be run at the same time and install the npm packages in both folders. For testing it, we can go to the backend and frontend and remove the node modules folder. Okay, backend, we removed it. Frontend, we removed it. Open the terminal, run npm run build. When you run npm run build, it will automatically calls pre-build and post-build. So we expect it to run the pre-build. As you can see, it's showing us this command that we wrote here. It means, first of all, it will run the pre-build command, and that's exactly what we want. It's installed the node modules on the backend and the node modules on the front end. Let's remove the build folder on the front end and public folder on the back end and try to run npm run build again. The build folder should be created and it should be moved here. Okay, as you can see, it works too. So everything about it is ready. The only thing that we need to do in this package JSON, we need to set the node version. So at the end of it, put a comma, write engines. Inside it, write node and set its version bigger than or equal to 18 and smaller than 19. So it could be 18.18, that is the current version of Node at the moment, that is bigger than 18, but the major version couldn't be higher than 19, and that's exactly what we want. Now I just want to append or amend this change to the previous commit message. For doing this, we can open the terminal and write git commit --amend --no-edit. No edit means we don't want to change the commit message, and amend means we want to append or amend this commit to the previous commit, so there will be no other commits. It will be added to the previous commit. Press enter, and for pushing it, write git push origin master --force and press enter. Normally you will get an error if you do it by pressing the sync button, so we can run this command for doing the force push. Now if we go to the render.com, on the events, new commit is building, but even if the build will be successful, we still are going to have error, because if you get back to the project, go to the backend folder and open the .env file, we are using a local MongoDB as our Mongo URI. But for our website that is accessible from the internet, we need to have a Mongo URI that is available through internet. For having that, we need to go to the MongoDB Atlas website, that is mongodb.com/atlas. Here, if you don't have an account, click on try free. You can sign up with your information, or you can sign up with the Google. I want to do it with Google. Here, if you see this accept privacy policy and terms of service, you need to accept it and click on submit. It asks you what is your primary goal. Select one of them based on your primary goal and select how long you are using the MongoDB. For the programming language, select JavaScript and select the others based on your preference and click on finish. Here select the free tier and you can keep the provider on AWS and click on create. Enter the CAPTCHA if there is any, and you will be redirected here. Here, scroll down and create a database user. I want to set its username to Nasir. Click here to make it invisible. Click on auto-generate secure password for generating a new password. Then click on copy for copying the newly generated password and create the user. This was for the database access. For the network access, you can go to the network access tab on the left side. Delete everything from here, click on add an IP address and select allow access from anywhere. That will enter 0000/0. Will make your database accessible from everywhere, so it will be less secure. But if you are doing only the development and you are not making a website for a serious business, that's fine. Click on confirm. Okay. Now on the left side, go to the database and click on connect. Here on the connect to your application, select drivers and select Nodejs. Here scroll down and this is your connection string. The only thing that you need to do to use this connection string is putting the password that you copied at the time of creating your database user here. I cannot copy this because the other one will be removed from my clipboard. What I can do is copying the password inside my code, copy the connection string here, cut this password and put it on the password section of the connection string. cut the connection string, and now is the time for going to the render.com website. As you can see, we have a mongoose connection error here because we didn't set the environment variables. For setting the environment variables, you can go to the environment tab here. Here I want to add my environment variables directly. The first one was Mongo URI. That was the connection string that we copied and fixed. Click on add environment variable again. Go over your .env file, come back, paste it here, and write some random text as your JWT secret and save it. Now, if we go to the events, we are going to see another deploy has been started. We can wait and see the result. Here, everything is okay, but we only have one problem. It's a very simple problem, and it is that we are using port 5000 on the server. Normally, it's not possible because the server should decide which port we need to use. It's not our local host, it's the server. And the server port is inside process.env.port that we didn't use inside our server.js. Let's use it. Come back to the project, go to the server.js, and here at the end, after the port equal to, we need to write process.env.port with all capital letters and use or. It means if the port was null or undefined, or if we were on the local host while developing, it should select 5000. But when we are on the server, the render.com will provide this port number and it will be used for our ExpressJS app to listen on that port. Now, once again, let's go to the source control, click on stage changes, go to the terminal again, write git commit -- amend again -- edit, because we want to add this to the previous commit. Press enter and write git push origin master -- force to push the changes with force to the GitHub. Now let's come back to the render.com, go to events, wait for another build. Okay, here as you can see, port changed and we have all the successful messages. Now we just need to go to the link of our website, that is the name of our project, on the render.com.onrender.com. And as you can see, we have the project up and running. You can open the foods, add them to cart, and do the rest of the jobs on the internet. I know this video was a little bit long. I intentionally didn't remove the mistakes from my video so you could learn how to fix them. In this lesson, we want to implement the dashboard page. So after clicking on the user's name here, you will be redirected to this page that based on you are an admin user or not, you will see different number of items. So let's get into the code. Okay, here first of all, I want to add the icons of items. You can use any icons you want, or you can use my icons in the comment link in the description below. Here in the front end, right click on the public folder and create a new folder with the name of icons, and copy the icons that you downloaded and put it inside it. Currently, we just have only 4 icons: foods, orders, profile, and users. Now that we have the icons, we can create the component. So it's a separate page, so we need to go to the pages, right click on it and create a new folder with the name of dashboard. Then right click on it and create a new file with the name of dashboard.js. Then again, create another one with the name of dashboard.module.css. Come back to the dashboard.js, write RFC, press enter for creating the functional component. Now go to the router, approutes.js, scroll down, duplicate the last one that has this auth route, change its address to dashboard and its component to dashboard. Okay, it is added to the app routes. Now I want to add this link into the header instead of the profile when we click on the profile name. So copy it from the Explorer, components, header.js, that is our header component. Here, as you can see, we have a link to the profile, contains the username. I want to change it to dashboard. Now, if we go to the browser and click on the username at the top, we will see this dashboard here. It means the dashboard component is ready for adding the items inside it. So let's do it. Let's close the app routes and headers and come back to the dashboard.js. Here, if the user is admin, we want to show all items. But if the user is not admin, we want to show only profile and orders that the normal user could have access to. So we need the user. So write const user is equal to use auth. Okay, we want to get the user from the use authentication hook. Now we can go to the render part, set the div class name to classes.container. Obviously, we didn't add classes here. Import classes from dashboard.module.css. Okay, remove the dashboard, add another div with the class name of classes.menu. For the menu items, I need a list that is better to come from the server, but because for the moment my list is completely static, I want to write it here as a JavaScript array. So here at the bottom of the component, write const all items equal to an array that has these items. Okay, we want to show 4 buttons, so we have 4 objects here inside this array. Each one of them have a title, image URL, BG color, and color. We have orders, profile, users, and foods. So now let's come back to the top. Here inside the menu, let's use these items. So open up curly braces and write all items dot filter. As I told you, based on the user is admin or not, we need to do filtering or show all the items. For doing this, we need to write item and we write user dot is admin, or if the item dot for admin. It seems to be a little bit complex, but it's very easy. Here we are going to say if the user is admin, it will return everything because there is an OR, and if one side of the OR be true, the result will be true. So if the user is admin for all 4 items, the result will be true. But if the user is not admin, so where this is false, the items that is not for admin will be shown. Pretty simple. Now we need to map them. Okay, every single item should be mapped into a link that's coming from React Router DOM, imported. It should go to item.url. Its style should be equal to an object that is background color is equal to item.background color, and its color is equal to item.color. Let's close it, save it so it comes down. Okay, the link attributes are ready. Let's go inside it and add the image. img src item.image URL and set its alternative text to item.title. And for its title, I want to add an h2 with the text of item.title. Now, if we go to the browser, we are going to see some weird looking giant icons that we need to fix inside the CSS. Let's start with the container. Set this margin to auto, margin top to 1 rem, max width to 70 rem, and width to 100%. For the menu, we need to set its display to flex, and its justify content to center, so it will be centered horizontally, and flex wrap to wrap, so if the screen size is small, the menu items go down. Now let's add the styles for the link or the A tag. Everything here is obvious. I just gave the menu items a little bit of box shadow to give them a little bit of depth. Even if now we look at the browser and we see the icons are not in the good size. Let's select them and make them smaller. Okay, width of 10 rem, height of 10 rem, so there will be a square inside the menu item, and margin of 1 rem from all sides. The next thing that I want to work on is the hover effect. I want to change the box shadow based on the most hover. So now if we look at it, if we hover over them, we'll see a beautiful box shadow. And the last thing that I want to work on is the H2 inside the menu. So we'll increase the font size and we'll give it a margin right, so it's going to have a little bit of space from this side. But there is a problem. The background colors are not right because I gave them background BG color, not background color. I used background color here, so I need to change it to BG color. Now if we come back to the browser, we'll see that they have their beautiful background colors. Let's click on the profile here. Okay, it works. Orders, it works. But these two are not going to work because we are going to implement them on the next lessons. In this lesson, we want to add the foods admin page to the project. So after clicking on the user, going to the dashboard, clicking on the foods, you will be redirected to this page that you can search for a food and delete it. The add and edit part will be implemented on the next lesson. Here, first of all, we want to start by creating the foods admin page component. Then we are going to create its CSS file, add it to the app routes, and create a new component with the name of admin route for guarding the foods admin page, because only the admin users could be able to see this page. Let's start by creating the foods admin page component. Go to the code in the front end, src, pages, right click, create a new folder with the name of foods admin. Then right click on it, create a new new file with the name of foodsadminpage.js and create a new file with the name of foodsadminpage.module.css. Here, click on the foodsadmin page, write RFC for creating the functional component, remove the React from the top, and write import classes from foodsadminpage.module.css. Okay, our component is ready for showing, so we need to add it to the app routes. But before that, we need to add a new component inside the components folder, just like the auth route, but with the name of admin route. Auth route for guarding the routes, so only the authenticated users could see that route, but the foodsadmin page is for the admin users, so only admin users should be able to see it. So right click on the components, create a new folder with the name of admin route. Then create a new file inside it with the name of admin route.js. Here write RFC. Admin route is in fact an extend to the auth route. So when we are checking the user is admin, of course before that we need to check if the user is authenticated or logged in or not. I want to achieve this with a simple trick. Here first of all I want to remove the export default, so we will not directly export the admin route from here. Now we start creating the admin route. First of all we need the user, so we get user from use auth hook that we created. Okay, now we have the user. We need to remove the return part and check if the user is admin. We need to return the children. So we put the children here inside the input props. Then we write it here. So if the user is admin, we're going to see the children. Otherwise, we should show a not found component. So we write not found, press enter to import it. Its link route should be dashboard. So by clicking on the button, it will go back to the dashboard. Its text should be go to dashboard and its message should be you don't have access to this page. As simple as this. But as I told you, we don't want to directly export this admin route. I want to create another constant here with the name of admin route export or any other names you want. It is also a component that gets the children, but here we will wrap our admin route with auth route. So we write auth route, we import it, and inside it we write admin route. Then we put children here. Now this is what we want to export. We write export default admin route export. And by doing this, if we go to the auth route, if the user is not logged in, it will navigate the user to the login page. So by wrapping our admin route with auth route, we don't need to write that logic again. If the user is already logged in, it will come to the admin route component and checks if the user is admin or not. So we have it. Let's close it and go to the app routes, adding it to the routes. So let's go to the bottom. Let's duplicate the last one that is for the dashboard. For the path, let's set it to /admin/foods with the search term parameter that is optional. Now instead of this auth route, we need to write admin route first. Let's add it to the top admin route. Admin route export, remove the export part, just keep the admin route. Let's come down and change it to the admin route. So inside the route element, we have a dashboard that is routed by admin route created seconds ago. Now, if you go to the browser and click on the foods, oh, we have an error, I think. Let's open the inspect menu. Oh, it seems that we forgot to put the key for this list that we have here inside the dashboard. So let's go to the code. Let's open the dashboard.js. Here, scroll down for the first item inside the map. That is the link. Let's write key equal to item.title because each link has a specific title, so we know that they are unique. Let's close it and come back to the browser, refresh the page. We don't have any error anymore. Let's click on the foods, still not showing anything. Let's come back to the app route. Whoa, we didn't put the foods admin page here. Okay, sorry guys. Now let's go to the browser, and as you can see, we have this foods admin page, so we can start working on it. Now let's see what are the next steps. Here we finished adding it to the app routes and creating the admin route, but we didn't create these yet. Let's come back to the code, close the app routes. Here inside the foods admin page component, first of all, we need to create a state for holding the states of the food. Use the state like this. Next thing that we want to do is getting the search term from the use params, just like how we did for the home page. But here, instead of writing everything inside the use effect, I want to create a function function with the name of const load foods equal to an async function that gets the food from the server and set it. So it's like const foods equal to, if the search term has value, tries to use the search function from the food service. This is exactly like homepage, and we pass the search term. Otherwise, we use the get all function inside the food service. So if we don't have any specific search term, we are going to load all the foods. Then at the end, we set the foods, this foods that is coming from the server. Now we can add a use effect. Its handler that just calls this load foods. But remember to put the search term in the dependencies. So anytime the search term changes, it will call this load foods again. The next function that I want to add here is for handling the not found situation. It is in fact an inner component inside this component. I want to call it foods not found equal to this. Here I want to check if the foods have value and foods.length is bigger than 0, then we want to return. We don't want to go down. The foods not found is for the situation that we don't have any foods. Anything that we write at the bottom of this means the else case. Now here we write return if the search term has value. It means we searched for some foods and we didn't find it. So we show the not found like this. It goes back to the admin foods page without any search term. But otherwise, it means we don't have any foods inside the website at all. So we set the link route to the dashboard and we set it text to back to dashboard. Okay, our not found component is ready. Let's use it inside the return part. For the root div, just like always, I want to set its class name to classes.container. I want to add another div with the class name of classes.list. Here I want to add a title with the title of manage foods with the margin of 1 rem from top and bottom and auto from left and right. Add a link that goes to the /admin/add food. This is a link for adding a new food. Set its class name to classes.add_food. Close the tag, set its inner text to food with a plus at the end. This is not imported. Let's write it again. Add it from the React router DOM, and it is here. Then after this, let's add the foods not found, okay, that we created here. We could create it at the bottom of this component outside of it, but we needed to pass the foods and the search term in it. But since it's inside this component, we don't need to do that. Now let's go to the browser, and as you can see, we have this manage foods title and this link here. Now let's search for something that is not available here, for example AAA, and as you can see, we are seeing this nothing found, and whenever we click on this show all button, it will move us to the /admin/foods, that is for showing all the foods without any search term. So our foods not found inner component works. Now I want to add the search component here after the title component, but the search component needs a little bit of tweak to work here. So first of all, let's add it here from the components. Okay, it is imported. Now go inside the search component. Here I want to add 3 props. First one is search route. Okay, on which route it should search, what is the default route whenever the search is empty, and the margin that is for the style. For keeping our previous codes untouched, I want to give them the default props. So write search.default props equal to, copy these 2 here, set the search route to /search/, remember you need to put this trailing slash, and the default route to /. So by default, if we set the search to empty and press enter, it should go to the home page, and if we search for something, it goes to the /search/. So it could add the search term at the end of it. For the margin, I don't want to set anything, so the current one will be used. Now let's use these 3 props. Scroll down here inside the search function, then the term is available. Instead of going to the /search/, needs to go to the search route plus the term. So by default it is a /search/ this term, but we can pass our specific route for foods admin page here and the default route. Okay, and I want to set this margin to the style of this div, that is the root of the search term component. So let's write style and make it equal to margin. Okay, our search component is ready. Let's go here and set the props. We set the search route to /admin/foods with trailing slash. As I told you, the search term will be added here. The default route to /admin/foods and the margin to 1 rem from top and bottom and 0 from left and right. Now, if we go to the browser, we'll see the same search component here, but let's check if it works. We search for something that is not found. As you can see, it works. If we remove it, press enter, as you can see, it comes back to the default route. So now we can go ahead for showing the list of the foods here. Let's come back to the code here. After the foods not found, let's put curly braces and check if the foods are available. Then let's map the foods that every food will be converted into a div that its key is equal to food.id and its class name is equal to classes.list_item. Then we close the div and save it. Every single one of these list items will be a grid that has a bunch of grid items. The first item from the left is the image, that its src will be equal to food.image URL and its alternative text will be food.name. Then we have a link that goes to the food page. So let's write /food/ food.id. Close the link, set its text to food.name. Next one is the price of the food, so we'll add price here with the price of food.price. Now we need to add a div with a class name of classes.actions. Close the div. Inside this div, we are going to add a link for going to the edit page and deleting the food. This is the link for the edit page that we are going to implement on the next lessons. And the next one is a link with the text of delete that we are going to implement at the end of this lesson. But for now, I just want to keep it like that. So now if we go to the browser, we'll see the image of the foods, food name, and its price, along with actions. So now we need to go to the CSS for giving them the style they needed. As always, let's start with the container. Set its display to flex, justify content center, margin top 1 rem, and margin bottom 10 rem. I give it 10 rem margin bottom, so when you scroll down, you have a bunch of space from the bottom, so it's easier to see. For the list inside the container, I'm gonna give it 1 rem margin and a max width of 70 rem. Now if we go to the browser, you can see that they are on the center. And if we scroll down, we have a bunch of space from the bottom. So when we finish this list, it will be easier to see. Now I wanna work on this add food link. Let's go. I set its display to inline block, color and background, padding, margin, and border radius. And for its hover effect, I want to decrease its opacity by 10%. So I set the opacity to 0.9 with 90%. So when we hover over it, we feel that interaction. Now we want to work on this list item. Let's go to the code, scroll down and write. Okay, we have 4 items inside our grid, so we set our grid template columns to 4 min-max. So the first one, that is the image, are going to have a minimum size of 5 rem and maximum size of 7 rem. And just like that for the other items to the end and all the other styles that are obvious. Now we need to make the image inside this list item smaller. We gave them a width and height of 4 rem and border radius of 100 rem, so they will be completely rounded, and object fit of cover, so their aspect ratio will not be destroyed. Now if we go to the browser, we'll see them beautifully placed here. Now we want to work on these action buttons. Come back to the code, scroll down and write margin right of 1 rem, color of dark blue, it's a preference, and cursor up pointer when we hover our mouse over it. In fact, we don't even need to put it here. We can put it directly inside a tag and it's going to work. As you can see, when we hover our mouse over it, shows the cursor pointer. Okay, at the end of this lesson, I want to make this delete button to work. Let's go to the code, close the CSS and the search. First of all, I want to add the API for deleting a food, create its service, and add its function here inside this component. So let's go to the Explorer, go to the backend, src routers food router. Here after the first API, I want to add another API. So write router.delete. Its method is delete. When you are deleting something, it's better to use the delete HTTP method. Remember, when we are sending the request to the server, we need to use axios.delete. Not post, not get. They should be the same. Okay. For the address, we just write / and food ID. Okay. So when we send the request, by the delete method and ID, it should be deleted from the database. But not anybody could be able to do that. Only the admin users. So just like admin route that we added to the client side, we need to add an admin middleware on the backend side. So open the Explorer, right click on the middleware and add a new middleware with the name of admin.meet.js. This add middleware checks if the user is authenticated. Inside this admin middleware, we need to check if the user is admin. As you can see inside this add middleware, we set the user that we decode from the token that we server into the request.user, so we can easily use this inside the admin middleware to verify if the user is admin or not. So we just need to write const admin mid equal to, it has request, response, and next. Inside it, we check if the request.user.isAdmin is not true, then we send a response with the status of unauthorized. That comes from constant HTTP status that we created before, but is added as require. Here we click on this light bulb and we click on convert to ES module. At the end of this, we need to return next. But this admin middleware doesn't work by itself because this user should be set before coming to the admin middleware. In fact, the authentication middleware should be called before it. So we need to import the authentication middleware here. And when we exporting the default here, we need to export an array that its first item is authentication middleware and its second parameter is admin middleware. So first authentication middleware will be called. If the user is logged in and authenticated, the request user will be set, and inside this little function we check if the user is not admin. We'll send an unauthorized status. Oh, we forget to put the send function here. Okay, now it will be sent to the client side. Okay, our admin middleware is ready. Let's come back to the food router, put it here, the name of admin mid. I like it to be admin, so I make it admin here and here. Okay, now we need to put our async handler and async function as request and response. At the first line, we need to get this food ID, right? Const food ID equal to request.params. Then we need to delete this ID from the database. So write await food model dot delete one, pass an object, underline ID, colon food ID. So this food ID will be deleted from the database and we send the response without any value to the client side. Now we need to use this API inside the food service. So open the Explorer, close the backend, go to the services, food service. Let's add a very simple function here. Export async function, delete by ID that gets the food ID and calls /API/foods with the method of delete and passes that food ID to be deleted inside the database. Now we need to use this function inside our component. So let's create a function for it. Here write const delete food equal to async food, body of the function. First, I want to show a confirmation message. So I write const confirmed equal to window.confirm, that is part of JavaScript, that shows a message box with an OK button. So if you press OK, the result of this will be true. We ask a question, we say delete food and food.name. For example, we say delete food meatball and question mark. And on the next line, we say if not confirmed, it means if the user doesn't want to remove the food, we write return. Okay, so it will not continue to go down. Otherwise, if the user pressed yes, so confirmed is true, we call await delete by ID that we created inside the food service. Okay, and we pass the food.id into this function. Now we want to show a toast success message. So we add the toast here from React Toastify and we write success. And here inside the backtick, we put double quotes to emphasize on food.name. So we say food.name has been removed. Okay. These double quotes will be shown inside ending results because we want it to be shown. You can remove it. It's just a preference. Okay. Now that we know this ID is removed from the database, we need to filter the foods and set it again. Let's write set foods, call it foods.filter. When the FID is not equal to food.id. So in fact, it returns all the food except the one that we deleted. Since that one is equal to this food ID, it will be removed by this condition. Now we need to use this delete food function inside this link button that we put here. So right on click, write the handler and make it delete food. And pass the food into it. Now, if we go to the browser and click on the delete and OK, it seems we have an error. Let's open the inspect. We have some errors here that are not completely obvious. Let's go and check the backend log, open the terminal, go to the backend. As you can see, we have an error here. It says that cannot find HTTP status module. Oh, since we are using the type of module, we need to put .js for our handmade JavaScript file. Is it fixed now? We still have an error. For this one, auth.admin.js, and I think the same for the admin that admin has the JS. Okay, as you can see, it is working now. Let's refresh the page. We have all the items. Let's remove the first one and click OK. You have another error and it says that you are unauthorized. I think this user should be admin. Jane Doe. Let me check the Mongodb server. The Jane Doe is in fact the admin. Okay, I just logged out and logged in and the problem fixed. Now, if I click on the delete and OK, and as you can see, you have this toast message says pizza pepperoni has been removed and it is not here anymore. Even if we refresh the page, it is not here. In this video, we want to work on adding and editing the food. So here, after clicking on the add food, you will be redirected to this page that you can select the image of the food. So it will be uploaded and you can set the other fields for creating the food. Or you can click on edit. So you will see all the fields of the food that you can change and update. Let's go and see how we can do it. First of all, we want to create the food edit page component. This component is responsible for editing and adding the food. Let's jump into the code. In the front end, src pages, right click, create a new folder with the name of food edit. Then right click on it, create a new file with the name of food edit page.js and a CSS file, like always, food edit.module.css. Let's come back to the JS file and write import classes from /foodedit.module.css and write RFC for creating a functional component, then remove this import part. Since we want to create this component for both adding and editing food, we need to get the food ID. So when the food ID is available inside the route parameter, it means this is an edit page. Otherwise, it's an add page. If we have the food ID, we should fill the form fields. Otherwise, they will be empty. But before doing that, I want to add it to the route. Let's go to the Explorer. Here inside the app routes, here I want to add routes for both adding and editing food. So let's duplicate the last item here. Change its path to /admin/add food and change its component to food edit page. Now let's duplicate it and add another route for edit. Change this to edit food and it needs the food ID. Okay. If you don't like to have two routes for handling the food adding and editing, you can make this food ID optional and only have the second route. But I like my routes to be more meaningful, so I'm going to stick with this approach. Remember, our component should be surrounded by admin routes because only admins could be able to add and edit foods. Now let's go to the browser, go to the dashboard, foods, and click on edit. As you can see, we are seeing the food edit page and we have the food ID here inside the address bar. So we can get this food ID. And for adding the food, let's click on this. Okay. Now, as you can see, we are on the same component, but with different address. So both routes work. First of all, I want to start with edit because we need to get the food ID and load the foods and we have more things to do. So let's back to the code. Close the app routes, and here on the first line, write const food ID equal to use params, and import the use params from React Router DOM. Here, create a constant with the name of is edit mode, and make it equal to not food ID. This not converts everything into the representation of Boolean. If the food ID is not an empty string, it will be converted into true. If you have a number, if your food ID is, for example, 20, it will be converted into true. Okay, now we need to start creating our form. So write const curly braces and make it equal to use form hook from React hook form. Let's add handle submit function, register function, form state for getting the errors, and reset function. We didn't use reset in previous lessons. This reset function is responsible for resetting everything or resetting all the values inside the form. So when we get the data from the server, we use this for setting the new data or new values inside the form inputs. Okay, now I want to add use effect here. Okay, it needs to check the food ID. So anytime the food ID changes, this use effect should be called. Inside it, we check if we are not in edit mode. So is edit mode is not true. We need to return because we want to use this use effect for loading the data with that food ID from the server. And if that food ID is null or undefined, it means we are not in edit mode. So we shouldn't load anything. But if the is edit mode is true, it means the food ID has value. So we need to call get by ID from the food service that is in fact responsible for loading the food inside the food page that shows a single food. It's better to create another function for it, but everything that I wanted to edit was everything that I wanted to show at the moment. So I'm just using this function. Let's pass the food ID here and call the then get the food from the server. If the food doesn't have any value, just return. Otherwise, reset the food, or it's better to say reset the form with this food that came from the server. Now, before adding anything else here, I want to go to the UI part. For the root div, as always, I want to give it a class name of classes.container. Let's remove this and add another div with a class name of classes.content. Let's fix this. It should be inside curly braces. Okay. Let's add a title here from the title component and set its title equal to. Here we need to check if it's edit mode or if the food ID is valid. We need to show edit food. Otherwise, we need to show add food. Okay. So the title is dynamic and close the title. Now let's add the form. The onSubmit event of the form should call handle submit as always and call the submit function that we didn't create yet. Let's go here and write const submit equal to an empty function for now, and this is ready, and write no validate here, so default HTML validate will not be used. The first input that I want to add here is the input with the type of file for uploading the image. I want to put it inside an input container with the label of select image. If you remember, we created this input container and we wrapped it around the inputs. Now let's add the input here with the type of file, and on its on change, I want to call the upload function. Let's add this upload function here, const upload equal to an empty function. Okay, and for its accept attribute, I want to write image/JPEG. So only JPEG images or JPG images will be acceptable inside our website. If you like to add PNG files, you need to add it on the accept part. Now, if we go to the browser, as you can see, we have this input container that makes this input similar to our other inputs. And now if I click on this choose file, you can see that I can select this JPG file, but I can't select this PNG file. So it works as I expected. Okay, let's come back to the code. At the bottom of this input container, I want to show the uploaded image. So I want to create a state for it. So go to the top, after the food ID, write const image URL, set image URL equal to use state. You may ask, where should we use this set image URL? In fact, we should use it inside the use effect after resetting the form with the data of the food coming from the server, we should set image URL with the food.image URL. So when the food is loaded from the server, we use its image URL. Now let's add our state here after the input container. Here, first of all, check if the image URL is available. Then I want to show a tag. I like the user to be able to click on the image and see it in another page to verify if the image is good or not. So I put my image inside an A tag. Let's set its href to image URL and its class name to classes dot image underline link. Its target to blank, and close the A tag. Inside the A tag, let's add an image with the src of image URL, the alternative text of uploaded image, or just uploaded, or you can remove this alternative text. Here we go. Now, if we go to the browser, as you can see, since we are inside the edit mode, we are going to see the image that came from the server. Now let's add other inputs here and work on its CSS. Come back to the code. Here after the image URL, let's add an input from the input component with the type of text, with the label of name, then register, spread the register function here with the name of name. Remember, these fields should be exactly the same with the fields that is coming from the server. If you like to change these names, you need to consider it when you are resetting the form. Okay, let's continue here. The name is required, so we set the required to true. And it should have at least min length of 5. No special rule, you can set your own rules. And set the error equal to errors.name. And close the tag, save it, so it will be formatted. Now let's verify it inside the browser. As you can see, we have the name input container here with the meatball that came from the server. So it works. Let's go to the code and duplicate this input, paste it at the bottom, set its type to number, because this is for the price. So its label should be price. The capital P should be registered with the name of price with the lowercase p. Doesn't have any min length because it doesn't make sense for a number, but it's required. And the error should be equal to errors.price. The next item is for the tags. Tags could be of type text, so I copy the text from the name. Let's set its label to tags, its name to tags2, and its errors to tags, and remove everything. Tags are not necessary, at least for me. Now let's go for the origins. Change its label to origins. Register origins, but it's required. So set its required to true and set its errors to origins. The next thing is the cook time. I want it to be of type text. I don't want to be picky on it. Change its label to cook time like this. It is required. And for the errors, make it like this. Now for the submit button, let's add a button here from the button component. Set its type to submit and its text equal to curly braces. If it's edit mode is true, it should be update, because when we are in the edit mode, action will be update, otherwise it will be create. Sorry, it shouldn't be comma, it should be colon. Okay, let's close the button and check the browser. As you can see, we have all the fields filled from the server. Now before working on the upload and updating the food, let's work on the CSS and make it beautiful. Come back to the code, go to the CSS. Let's add a container with the display of flex, justify content center, so everything will be centered horizontally, and margin bottom of 10. So when you scroll down, you have a lot of space from the bottom, so your button doesn't stick to the bottom of the page. You can scroll a little bit up and see it better. That's a personal preference. Now let's work on the content class and the form tag. Their display should be flex, their flex direction should be column, so it will be top to bottom, max width of 25 rem and width of 100%. Now if we go to the browser, we can see that these inputs are in good shape, but the image is not. Let's work on it. Scroll up. Let's start with the A tag with the class of image link. Set its display to block, width to 100%, height to 20 rem, a little bit of border radius, a very light gray border, half a rem margin from the top, 0 from the right, 1 rem from the bottom, and 0 from the left. Now let's work on the image inside it. Set its object fit to cover, so it will keep its aspect ratio, width and height to 100%, so it fill its parent, and border radius of 1 rem. So this is going to have the same border as its parent. Now, if we go to the browser, we can see it's much more beautiful than before. Now let's see where we are. We successfully created the food page component, we added the CSS, and we added the form. Now we want to work on the process of uploading the image. In fact, we need to upload the image, get a URL, give that URL to the food, send it to the server, and save it. Now let's go create the upload service and add the upload image function inside it. Let's jump back to the code, close the CSS file, open the Explorer, go to the services, right click, create a new file with the name of upload service.js. Here we need to write export const upload image equal to async event. This event comes from the food edit page component. Okay, let's create the function. I want to use a toast message for showing the progress of the image uploading. For doing that, I need the toast ID. I set it equal to null for now, but it will be set when we are uploading the image. First of all, we need to get the image. I write await get image and I pass the event. This get image is responsible for getting the image file object from the event. So let's create it at the bottom. Write const get image equal to async event, create the body of the function, write const files equal to event.target.files. The files that we select using that upload button inside the browser will go inside the files property of that file input. You know that event target always selects the tag that we are interacting with. In this case, it is that input inside here, this input. Okay, here we need to check if the files are null, if there is nothing inside files, or if nothing is selected, or if the files.length is smaller than or equal to 0. Then we need to show a toast message. Toast, press enter to import it from React Toastify. Write warning. And as a text, write upload file is not selected. With the title of file upload and return null for getting out of this function. But if the files have value, we create a constant and we set it with files 0, the first file inside the files. Because at the moment, we want our foods only have one file. In the future course, I'm going to make it to accept multiple images. Okay, now we have the file. Here we need to check if the file.type is not equal to image/JPEG. So if the image is not JPEG, we need to show a toast.error. Only JPG type is allowed. Okay, file type error title. Then return null again. Otherwise, if the file was available and its type was JPEG, we return the file. So this get image gives us image file. Now we can send it to the server. But since we had multiple null returns here, we need to check if the image is null or undefined. Then we need to return null again and get out of this upload image function. But if the image was valid, we need to create a form data for sending it to the server. So we create form data equal to new form data, and we write form data append. Its name should be image and its value should be this image that we selected, image object, and the file name should be image.name. This image name here, just like the names inside the input. This image is the image object and this name is the name of the file that could be sent to the server. So now we need to make an Axios post for uploading this image. So write const response equal to await Axios.post. The Axios is not imported here, so let's import Axios. Okay, now here inside the post, write API/upload. We need to create this router on the server. Pass this form data that we created here in these 2 lines. But I like to have a progress bar, so I give it a config. It has an onUpload progress event. Inside it, it has a bunch of data, but I like to use the progress like this. And I want to say, if the toast ID that I defined at the top has value, then update toast.update that toast ID with the progress. This update especially will be used for showing the progress of something. It has a field with the name of progress that is the same with the input field of this onUpload progress event. So we directly pass it here. But if the toast ID wasn't available, we set the toast ID equal to toast.success with the text of uploading ... or any other text you want, and we pass the progress here. And this is how we handle showing the progress bar for uploading the image. Okay, after finishing this post, we need to write toast.dismiss toast ID for hiding or dismissing that toast. We don't want to show it forever. We just want to show it as long as we're uploading the image. And at the end, just return response.data.image URL. So here we upload the image and we send the image URL to the client side. Okay, our service is ready. Now we need to go to the backend and create the upload router. So open the Explorer, go to the backend, src routers, right click, create a new file with the name of upload router.js. For uploading the image, I want to add two packages. The first package is the Malter that is responsible for handling upload of the image using a simple middleware. And the next package is Cloudinary. Cloudinary is an image uploading website that gives us API to upload image inside it. Let's start with Malter. Open the terminal and click on this new terminal. Go to the backend folder and write npm install Malter and press enter. Okay, Malter is installed. Here, first of all, let's import the router from the Express and import admin middleware, the name of admin, then import the Malter from the Malter. Let's create a constant for the router equal to router. Create another constant for the upload by using the Malter. It gives us an instance, provides several methods for generating the middleware that process file uploaded in multipart/form data. So we are going to use the single function inside it that works as a middleware. So let's write router.post to the root of this API. User should be admin, and I want to use upload.single, and we need to pass input name. We set the input name here inside the upload service. Give it the same name that you set there. Now we need the async handler. Let's import it here. Import handler from Express. Async handler, okay, comma here, handler, async, request, response, body of the handler. Now that we have this upload.single, we can easily get the file by using request.file. See how is it simple? If the file is not valid, we need to send response that the status of bad request from the constant and send it. Then I want to return it so it doesn't go down. So if the file wasn't available, it will go out of this function. Otherwise, we set image URL equal to await upload image to Cloudinary, and we pass request.file.buffer. We send the buffer of the image to the Cloudinary. This function is not created yet, so let's create it at the bottom. Const and paste the name of the function here equal to image buffer. And now is the time for adding the Cloudinary package. But before adding its package, we need to go to its website. If you didn't sign up yet, you need to sign up for free. Otherwise, you need to click on login and log in to the Cloudinary. After logging, you need to click on this icon. Remember this icon, it is programmable media. Then click on the getting started. It is the default selected menu. As you can see, Cloudinary has options for different programming languages and frameworks. Select Node.js and you just need to install Cloudinary. Let's do that. Paste it here and press enter. Remember, you should be inside the backend folder. Okay, it is installed. This is how you need to configure your Cloudinary. As you can see, the API secret is not visible for security purposes, but if you click on the copy here, it will be copied to your clipboard. Now I want to create a config file for the Cloudinary. Let's come back to the code, open the Explorer, right click on the config file and create a new file with the name of Cloudinary.config.js. Here, paste what you copied. Since these data are confidential data, it's better to put them inside the .env file. So let's copy all three of them, open the Explorer, and open the .env file. Here, paste all three of them, change the colons to equal, remove the empty spaces, and remove the comma from the end of it. Change the first one to cloudinary, underline, cloud, underline name. Change the second one to cloudinary, API underline key, and the last one, cloudinary API underline secret. Remove the single quotes from here. They don't need any quotes because there is no empty space between them. Okay, they could be used directly like this. Now let's copy these three keys, close the env file, paste it at the top. Instead of cloud name, write process.env.paste cloud name. Let's paste this for all of them. The second one, change it to API key, and for the last one, change it to API secret. I want to put this config inside the config function and export it. Export const config cloudinary equal to function, and paste it inside it, and at the end return the cloudinary because we need it for uploading our image. Now that we created our config function, we can use it inside the upload router. At the first line of this upload image to cloudinary function, we can write const cloudinary equal to config cloudinary. Okay, gives us the cloudinary object. The cloudinary uploader doesn't use async await style, so I want to promisify it, so write return new promise, give it a resolve and reject. If the image buffer is null or undefined, reject with the value of null. Otherwise, use cloudinary.uploader. Its handler gives us the error and the result. Okay. If error has value or the result is not valid, reject with error. Otherwise, resolve it with the result.url. And if you ask, where is the image buffer? Where should we pass the image buffer? It has an end. Why it doesn't have an end? Oh, sorry, it's not uploader. It's uploader.upload stream. We should upload this stream, and it has an end function that we can pass our buffer, image buffer. Okay, so cloudinary.uploader upload a stream. Here with this handler, we define the behavior when the upload is finished with error or without error, and inside the end we pass the buffer to be really uploaded to the cloudinary. So now that we have a promise that its resolve and reject functions will be called at the correct positions, we can use this await for it, and it does the job. This upload to cloudinary function gives us an image URL as we set it inside the resolve here. We get it here, and we can write response.send image URL. Now we just need to export this router at the end of the file. Okay, this upload router seems to be ready. Now let's use it inside the server.js. Open the server.js. First of all, import it. Import upload router from routers/upload router. Okay, make a space here. Now let's scroll down. Here, duplicate the last one, change it to /API/upload, and use the upload router here. Now if we go to the browser, come back to the local host, open the inspect, click on the choose file, and select the file to be uploaded. As you can see, no request will be sent to the server because we didn't use this upload service inside our component. So let's go to the food edit page, scroll up to the upload function. Here as the input, we need to get event. It's an async function. First of all, after selecting the new image, I want to clear current image. So set image URL to null, write const image URL equal to await upload image, pass the event into it so it can get the file from it and send it to the server. And at the end, set the image URL with the new image URL uploaded and came from the server. Now, if you go to the browser, refresh the page, you have errors, maybe from the previous try. Let's upload it again. It seems we have an error on the server. Let's come back to the code, open the terminal, go to the backend that is running, cannot find module. I think that's the .js problem we have. Oh yeah, we forgot to put that JS again. Same for the HTTP status and cloudinary config, and maybe inside the server JS. No, server JS is okay. Is it running? Yes. Now refresh. Let's choose a new file. As you can see, it's uploading the image. As you can see, it's uploaded the image, gives us the URL, but it's not showing it here. I think it's a mistake from me. Here inside the upload service, I said response.data.image URL, but here inside the upload router, I'm directly sending the image URL. I need to put it inside an object, so it's going to have that field for showing it. Now, if we go to the browser, refresh the page, and do the upload again, I think this time going to be fixed. Okay, as you can see, we have the image uploaded here. If we click on it, as you can see, it's not on my computer, it is uploaded into Cloudinary. This is very good, but we have one problem. I don't know if you noticed it or not. Let's refresh the page and do the upload again. As you can see, this loading, that is the global loading, doesn't allow us to see the beautiful progress bar here. So we need to go to the loading interceptor and put a condition there. So if the data is of type form data, it shouldn't show the global loading. So let's go to the browser, close the terminal, open the Explorer, go to the front end, find the interceptors and loading interceptors. Here, as you can see, only in one place we show the loading when we are sending the request to the server. Here we need to check if request.data is instance of form data, or it's better to say if it's not an instance of form data, then show the loading. Okay, we use form data only when we are uploading something to the server. It will not be used normally when we are sending text to the server, so our loading will be okay in other places. Now, if we go to the code, for example, if we go to the home page, as you can see, when we refresh the page, we see the loading. But if we come back and try to upload the image, we are seeing the uploading progress. But as you can see, it is immediate because I am on the client side. But if I open the inspect, go to the network, click on this no throttling and set it to fast 3G, refresh the page, select an image that has relatively big size. For example, this image has 1.6 megabytes of size. As you can see, we have this beautiful progress bar that is showing the loading progress. As you can see, it's working really well. Now that the image uploading part is finished, we need to work on creating or updating the food inside the database. Since we are inside the edit mode, I want to start with update. Let's go to the code, right click on the food edit page and select close others. So all the other tabs will be closed. Then open the Explorer, go to the services and select food service. Here we need to write export async function update. It gets the food as input and simply calls the axios.put. As I told you, put will be used for updating /API/foods, and we are going to pass the food that comes from the component. Now I want to go to the backend and create this API inside the food router. So the backend, open the food router, and here before the router.delete, write router.put, put a slash as its path, give it the admin middleware, handler, async, request, response, and the body. First of all, for security purpose, I want to get all the fields that I want to save inside the database. So write const, put an empty curly braces, make it equal to request.body, get ID, name, price, tags, favorite, image URL, origins, and cook time. And simply on the next line, write food model.update1. For the condition, give it the ID that is equal to ID coming from the client side. And for the object, pass all the fields that you want to be updated: name, price, tags, favorite, image URL, origins, and cook time. Scroll down, and here after this, write response.send. Don't need to send anything to the client side for this one. Okay, the update function is ready. Let's use it inside the food edit page. Here on the submit function of the food edit page, first of all, we need to get the food. Since we are using handle submit, it will pass the form data to the submit. So we are going to have the form data here, or it's better to say food data. Then I want to concatenate this food data with image URL. Just for the image URL, I didn't use the React hook form, so I need to concatenate it with the current data. Now I want want to check if it is edit mode, then I need to call update function. So write await update and pass the food. We forgot to make it async, so make async here. Okay, after the update, write toast success toast. Okay, it is imported from React Toastify. Let's show toast.success. The text of put backtick food, double quote here, dollar, hashtag food.name. I put this double quote for emphasizing food name. Right, updated successfully. And return. Now let's go to the browser, change the price from 20 to 25 and click on the update, refresh the page. As you can see, price is changed. If we go to the home page, you can see that the price is changed. Let's come back. Let's change the name, save it, come back again. As you can see, it works. Bring it back to its default value. Oh, one thing that I forgot here is that these tags and origins, these are arrays inside the database, but if we change it here, they will be converted into text. So inside the router, we need to change them back into array before saving. As you can see, by using them inside React hook form, they will be automatically converted into text that is comma separated. And it's okay for us. So we just need to go to the food router on the backend. And here for the tags and origins, let's start with the tags. Write tags.split question mark. So if the split function is available, it means this is a text that could be splitted. So we write tags.split with comma. Otherwise, we directly use the tags. Because if you don't touch and change the text of array like origins, it will not be converted into a string. That's the reason that first we check for split function. If the split function is available, it means if it's a string, convert it into array using the split function by passing the comma as the separator. Otherwise, if it came to the server untouched and as an array, we directly save it again inside the database. Okay, now let's do the same for the origins. So write colon origins dot split is available, so use it, origins dot split. Otherwise, directly use the origins. Okay, we did it for both origins and tags. Now if we go to the browser, refresh the page, let's add another tag for the meatball. Okay, now let's update it. It says that it's updated successfully. If we go to the browser, refresh the page, as you can see, we have the healthy here and it worked. We have a new tag for the meatball and it will be shown here inside the main page. Now if we come back again to the edit page and add another country for the origins of this food and update it, let's go to the home page and inside the food page, as you can see, we have the Italy here that I recently added for this food. So editing the food is completely ready. Now let's work on the add food and start with the food service. Here we just need to write export async function add gets the food at const data equal to axios.post. For creation of something, we use the post, just like we used it for registering a new user. And we just need to pass the food here. Then at the end, we need to return the data that is the newly created food. Now we need to go to the router, food router. It is very similar to the update API. So let's duplicate this update API. Let's cut this part that we update the food, remove food model, update one, write const food is equal to new food model and pass that object here, then write await food.save and return the food to the client side. So response.send food. Here at the top, we don't need ID because we are creating a new food and the food is not created yet to have an ID. And don't forget to change this HTTP method to post because we use the post method on the food service. Now we need to go to the food edit page component here on the submit function. After this is edit mode condition, you can write const new food is equal to await add, press enter to import it from food service, pass the food and write toast.success backtick food food.name added successfully. Okay, now after adding the new food, redirect the user to the edit page of the newly generated food. For doing this, we need the use navigate. So let's import it. Import use navigate. Okay, let's use it here. Const navigate equal to use navigate. Call it. Now we can scroll down inside the submit function and use it. Navigate /admin/edit food / new food.id. And I don't want the user to be able to come back to the previous page. So I replace previous URL with the edit. So you say replace to true here. So now if you go to the browser, click on the username, go to the foods, click on the add food and try to add a new food, sample food, price 20, tags, lunch, healthy, origins, China, for example, China, Japan, cook time 20 to 30 minutes. For example, let's select image, click OK. It's uploaded. Let's click on the create. We have error here. Cannot read properties, undefined. Cannot post a slash. I posted directly to the slash inside the food service. It should be /API/foods. Sorry. Now, if you go to the browser, clear everything. Everything is okay. Click on create. Still have an error. The food is created successfully, but we have an error still. Oh, the problem is inside the food service, I didn't put wait, man, how many mistakes I did on this one line. Okay, let's come back, open the terminal, open the console and click on create. Okay, now we are inside the edit food and the button text changed to update. So the adding functionality works as expected, but I want to try it again. Let's add another food, price, tags, origins, cook time, and save it. As you can see, we are inside the update and it is added inside our website. Let's go remove it. Okay, the food's admin part is completely ready. We have the edit functionality, we have the add functionality, and we can upload the food and save it inside Cloudinary server. In this lesson, we want to implement the manage users page. So in the dashboard, as an admin, when you click on the users, you will be redirected to this page that you can see the users data like this, their admin status and actions for going to the edit page of the users and blocking and unblocking the user. Let's jump into the code to see how we can do it. First of all, we want to start by creating the user page component. Let's go to the code. Here on the front end, right click on the pages, create a new folder with the name of users page. Then right click on it, create a new file with the name of users page.js and another file with the name of users page.module.css. Close the Explorer, go to the users page and write RFC for creating the functional component. Now that we have our component, let's go to the Explorer, go to the app routes and add it to the end of this route. So let's copy the last one, paste it here. Its address should be /admin/users /search term and put a question mark at the end of it because the search term is optional. This is the address. Let's put the component here, users page, press enter. Remember that you need to put it inside the admin route, because only admin users could manage other users, okay? Now that we have it here, let's go to the browser and click on this users. As you can see, we have this users page text here, and it means we are ready for working on our users page component. So close the app routes, get back to the users page. Here I want to keep it as simple as possible. So I create a state for the users. So users, comma, set users equal to use state from the React. Next thing that I want to put here is the search term. So I get the search term from the use params because we should be able to search for users here. Here on the next line, I want to create a function for loading all the users. That is an async function. Here I need to get the users from the get all function inside my user service that I didn't create it yet. So I think it's better to go and create the get all function inside my user service. Okay, go to the user service. Let's copy the last function, paste it here, change its name to get all. It has a search term as input. Its HTTP method is get and its address is get all /API/users/get all, and we pass the search term here as a route parameter. What we say, if the search term has value, send it, otherwise send an empty string. So if the search term doesn't have any value, it will load all the users, otherwise it will filter the users based on the search term. Now we we need to make it equal to const data and return the data. Now that we have our service function, we can go to the user router and create this API. So open the Explorer, go to the backend, src, routers, and user router. Here before the last function, I want to write router.get. Its address should be get all. That gets the search term as parameter and it's optional. So put a question mark at the end of it. Only admin users are able to see this. So we put an admin middleware here. As you can see, it is imported at the top. I want to change it to admin, just like the auth and how we did for the foods router in the previous lesson. Scroll down again, change this to admin. Okay, let's use the async handler. Write async, request, response. Make the handler. Let's save it to make it formatted. First of all, we want to get the search term. So write const search term equal to request.params. Now we want to filter the users. So write filter equal to if the search term has value. We want to search for users with this search term case insensitive, just like how we did throughout this course. So we need to create a filter for Mongoose with regular expression operator. So we write the user name should be equal to an object that has regex operator that is equal to new regular expression, gets the search term as first parameter, and for the flags we pass the I, that means do it case insensitive, so it shouldn't care about the case of the search term. And otherwise, if the search term is not available, just search for everything, so we pass an empty object. Now we just need to get the users, so write users equal to await user model dot find pass the filter. As the second parameter for the projection, I want to set the password to 0 because I don't want to send the user password to the client. Now we just need to write response.send users. That's it. The getAll API is ready. The user service are using it. Now we just need to go to the users page and use it. Let's remove this and write it again. Get all selected from user service. Press enter. Pass the search term. Now we have the users inside this constant, so we can set it inside the users. So set users. Okay, we have the function for loading the users. We can put it inside the use effect. So write use effect, a handler. It should be triggered based on the search term, so we pass the search term as second parameter and we write load users inside it. Okay, now that we have the users, we can go work on the JSX bar and create the view. Just like always, I want to set the class name of the root div to classes.container. Oh, I forgot to import the classes. Okay, import classes from /users page.module.css. Here we are. Let's add the second div, set its class name to classes.list. Add the title component and set its title to manage users. Make it self-closing. For the title of the table, I want to add a div with the class name of classes.list_item. Inside it, I want to add h3s for all the titles that I want to show. The first one is name. Let's duplicate it multiple times. First one is name. Second one is email. Address is the next one. Admin status is admin or not. And actions. Okay, the title part is finished. After this div, let's put a curly braces. So we check if the user's state has value, then map it users.map user, map it into a div with the key of user.id and class name of classes.listItem. I want to show the user fields as a span inside this div. So write span. The first user data is the user.name. We're going to follow this order, duplicate it. The second one should be email. Third one should be address. Next one, here we check if the user is admin is true, then we show this emoji. Otherwise, we show this emoji. So we can easily figure it out. Instead of this emoji, you can write yes or no, true or false, or any other emojis you like. Now, if we go to the browser, we're seeing the table titles and the user data here. And as you can see, the only admin user has this green checkbox in front of it. So it works. Let's go for the actions column. So let's write a span, set its class name, classes.actions. Inside it, I want to put a link for editing the user. So it goes to the /admin/edit user. This is the page that we are going to prepare on the next lesson. So edit user, put a slash at the end of it and pass the user.id. I forgot to put the curly braces here. Okay. And the text of this link will be edit. What is wrong with this? Oh, it says link is not defined. Let me write it again and import it from React Router DOM. Okay, now it's good. Here I want to add another link for toggling the block state of the user. So if the user is blocked, by clicking on this link, it will be unblocked and vice versa. So let's write link on click, give it a handler. Here I want to add a function with the name of handle toggle block that gets the user.id. So I copy this name, I go to the top. All right, const paste equal to async gets the user ID. Once again, we need a function inside the user service with the name of toggle block. So I go to the user service. I duplicate the get all, paste it, change its name to toggle block. Okay. Its HTTP method should be put because we are updating a state, and its address should be /API/users/toggle block. Instead of search term, it should have the user ID, and we need to pass the user ID directly here. It's a mandatory route parameter, so we don't need to check if it's null or not. Now we can go to the user router and add it. Here at the end, write router.put address should be /toggle block that gets the user ID. Only admin users could be able to do that. And handler async request response. Like this. First of all, we need to get the user ID from the request.params. If the user ID is equal to request.user.id, what does it mean? It means if the user that you want to block is equal to the current user, it's your user. It should be stopped because normally you don't want to block yourself because you will lose your access to the panel. So we write response.status bad request. Okay. .send can't. Let's use double quote can't block yourself, exclamation mark, and return, so it doesn't go down. Otherwise, for other users, just get the user from the database. So const user equal to await user model dot find by ID and pass the user ID. Set user dot is blocked equal to not user dot is blocked. It should be lowercase, but as you know, we didn't add this is blocked to the user model. So hold the control down and click on user model, and here on the user schema part, duplicate the isAdmin that is a boolean type and make it is blocked. Is blocked is of type boolean, yes, and its default value should be false. So by default, a user is not blocked. It makes sense. Close the user model and we'll continue here and we save the user. So user.save. At the end, we just need to send response.send the user.isBlocked value to the client side. And based on this value, we try to re-render the user's page to match this state. Now that we have this function inside the user service, we can use it here inside this toggle block. So here we just need to write const is blocked equal to await toggle block is coming from the user service, and we pass the user ID into it. As you know, this is blocked is coming from the server, so we know that it is the newest state of the is blocked. We just need to map these users into a new list that for this specific user ID, its is blocked is changed. For doing this, I want to use set users with a handler for the new state instead of using value for the new state. So I give it a handler. I write old users dot map for every single user. If the user dot ID is equal to this user ID that we want to change its blocked state, we are going to have the current user, but the is blocked. Remember, this is blocked should have exact same case as this is blocked that you used on the servers. As you can see, B is uppercase here on the router, but it's lowercase on the front end. I'm gonna make them exactly the same. Okay. Otherwise, just need to return the previous user. Okay. Our handle toggle block function is ready and we can continue working on this link. Here as the text of this link, if the user is blocked, the function will be unblock. Otherwise, it will be block. So we wrote a function for toggling between block and unblock, and for the text, if the user is blocked, it shows unblocked, otherwise it shows the block. Let's test it inside the browser. Let's click on this block. As you can see, it works. When we refresh the page, keep going to have its state. But if we click on the block for the current user, its state will not change, and that's what we want. For its message, we can show toast, but I have a better idea. I think it's better to hide this block link for the current user instead of showing a message for it. So let's do it. We'll go to the code, scroll up. Here after the search term, we write const auth equal to use auth. Use auth are coming from the hooks. And we can scroll down. Here we can say auth.user.id is equal to user.id, this user.id that is in the loop. And we should say if it's not current user, show block unblock link. So now if we go to the browser, we don't have any block link here. So the behavior of this page is ready, but we need to make it beautiful. Let's jump into the CSS. So go to the users page.module.css and start coding. So we are going to start with the container. It should have a display of flex, justify content of center, so it will be put on the middle of the screen, margin top of 2 rem and font size of 1.2 rem, a little bit bigger than normal. So if we go to the browser, we'll see it on the middle of the screen. Let's add the list class here. It should have a width of 100% and max width of 50 rem. So we'll see it bigger, that fills the 50 rem. Now let's work on this table. I want to use the display of grid for it. It has the class of list item. Okay, display of grid. Based on the width of the items, I set the grid template columns to 20% for the first column, that is the name. Email is a little bit bigger, so I set it to 35, 20 for the address, 10 for the admin state, and 15 for the actions. There will be a gap of 1% between them. Their align items will be centered, so they will be centered vertically. 1 pixel, small border bottom, and mean height of 3 rem, so they're going to have a little bit of height to be easier to see. For everything inside the list item, if the words are too big, we are going to break the word. So we set the word wrap to break word. For the H3s that are the titles, we set their margin left to 0 because by default H3 has some margin. So it's going to be like this. And lastly, for the actions, we want these links to have a little bit of gap. So we go to the code and we set the display of the actions to flex and its gap to 0.7 rem. So it's going to be beautiful like this. On this lesson, we want to work on the user edit page. So after going to the admin dashboard, going to the users and clicking on the edit link, you will be redirected to this page that you can edit the user information and decide whether the user should be an admin or not. So let's jump into the code to see how we can do it. Okay, here we are going to start from creating the user edit page component. Let's go into the code, right click on the pages, create a new folder with the name of user edit, then right click on it and create a new file with the name of user edit page.js, then create the CSS file, user edit.module.css. Now, as always, go to the user edit page, write RFC, press enter. And now let's add it to the app routes. Go to the app routes.js, duplicate the last item, make sure it is an admin route. It should be a /admin/edit user, and the route parameter should be user ID, and its component should be user edit page. Now, if we go to the admin dashboard, users, and if we click on the edit, we are going to see this user edit page here. It means our component is ready. Now we can come back to the code and start doing our stuff. Close this app routes because we don't need it anymore. Here in this component, first of all, we want to add the use form from the React hook form. So here we need to write const curly braces equal to use form parentheses. Then we can come back to the curly braces and add register, reset, handle submit, and form state. And from the form state, we only need the errors. The next thing that we want here is the user ID from the route parameters. Okay, write const user ID equal to use params. It's not added here. Try to add it from the React router DOM. And since I want to use this component for both adding a user and editing a user, I need an indicator to distinguish between them. And for that, I want to create a constant with the name of isEditMode equal to user ID. Because anytime we have a user ID, it means we are in edit mode. And anytime we don't have any user ID, it means we want to create a new user. I like to use this constant instead of using the user ID directly. It makes our code more meaningful. Now I want to create a function here with the name of load user for loading the user with this user ID. So write const load user. It's an async function. Write const user equal to await get by ID. This is the function that we need to create inside the user service. So let's jump into the user service, duplicate the last one. Better to be a get method. Okay, change its name to get by ID. It needs a user ID and we need to pass the user ID. Its name in the user router should be get by ID. I mean its path, and it has the get method. Now we need to create this API inside the user router. So let's go to the backend, src routers, user router. Here I want to duplicate the last one. Its name should be get by ID. Its method should be get, and its route parameter is user ID, so it's correct. We get the user ID from the params. It is correct. We don't need this if because we could be able to edit our current user, so we don't need this part. And yes, we are going to get the current user from the database, put it inside the constant. We don't want to change it. We just want to send it to the user. So we send the user inside the response.send. And that's all from our API. One thing before finishing this, I don't want to send a password to the client. So once again, on the projection, that is the second parameter of this find by ID, I set the password to 0. So the password will not be sent for editing to the client side. Okay, the API is ready. The user service has the function, so we can use it inside here. Now press Ctrl space at the end of this or Command I in the macOS and import get by ID from the user service. We need to pass this user ID into this function, and on the next line we need to reset the form with the new user came from the server. Now that we have this function, we can put it inside the use effect. So write use effect, put a handler and check if is edit mode, which means we want to edit something. We have a data on the server. We need to load that data, so we call this function, and this use effect should be called based on the user ID. So whenever the user ID changes, this use effect will be called. Okay, now that we have the user, we can go to the JSX part and work on the view. Once again, we set the class name of this component into classes.container. Just like the previous video, we forgot to import the classes. Import classes from /useredit.module.css. Scroll down, remove this user edit page, press enter, add another div with the class name of classes.content. The first thing that I want to add here is the title with a conditional title. So if is edit mode is true, then we need to show edit user. Otherwise, we need to show add user. So the title changes based on whether we are in the edit mode or in add mode. On the next line, I want to add the form. So write form. For its own submit event, I want to use handle submit as always and pass the submit function that we didn't create it yet. So go to the top and write const submit equal to an empty function that gets the user data as input. Okay, let's continue working on this form and put no validate here for the form, so the default validations will be disabled because we have our specific validations. Now we need to add a couple of inputs here. The first input is for the name, so we set its label to name, and as always we spread the register function from the React hook form. Its name should be name. It is required, so we set its required to true and its min length to 3. And for its error, we pass errors.name and we close the input. Now we can duplicate this input for the email. So we set its label to email. Its name should be email and its errors should be email 2. It is required, but it doesn't have this min length. Instead of this, it should have the email pattern. We can copy it from the register page or login page, but I have a better idea. I want to create create a file that has the email pattern inside it. So every time we want the email pattern, we use it directly from that file. So open the Explorer, right click on the src on the front end, create a new folder with the name of constants, then right click on it and create a new file with the name of patterns.js. Now we can go to the register page component, find the email pattern, then copy it, move it to the patterns.js with the name of export const email equal to this. So we can go to the register page and change this to email. So it will be much more meaningful. I want to do the same for the login page. So open the login page, remove its pattern and write email and add it from the constant patterns. Okay, now close login and register page and close the patterns. Come back to the user edit page and here for the pattern property, let's use email. Much more easy to read. Now let's duplicate it for the address. Change the label to address, name to address, errors. It doesn't have the pattern of email. It is required and it should have a min length of 5. Let's duplicate it for the isAdmin. Its label should be isAdmin and its name should be isAdmin without a space. Doesn't have any validation options, but it should have a type of checkbox. Since it doesn't have any validation, so it doesn't have any validation errors too. So isAdmin will be like this. It's a checkbox with the name of isAdmin. And the last thing that we need to add here is the button from the components with the type of submit. Now if we go to the browser, we are going to see the user information like this. And since we created components for almost everything in this page, we are not going to have too much CSS. But for putting it on the center and some margin, let's go to the CSS. Open the CSS file. Let's start with the container. It should have a margin top of 1 rem, margin bottom of 10 rem. So we're going to have a bunch of space at the bottom, display of flex to make it center with justify content. Let's go to the browser. As you can see, the content gets squished. Let's make it bigger. So for the content, we give it a margin of 1 rem, max width of 25 rem, and width of 100%. So it will fill this 25 rem if there is enough room. So we are going to have a more beautiful form on the middle of the screen. Okay, the view of this page is ready, but now we need to work on the functionality. For example, if we set this isAdmin to true and save it, it should save the form. So we can go to the user service and add a new function with the name of update user. Duplicate the last one, change its name to update user. We change its HTTP method to put, and its address should be /API/users/update. We don't want to send the user ID as route parameter. We want to send the form data to the server. So here we need the user data, and we need to pass it as the second parameter. Now we need to create this API on the user router. Let's duplicate the last one, change its HTTP method to put, its address to update, and remove everything in front of it. The user should be an admin to do that, so we keep the admin middleware. Here we need to get the data from the request body, and here we are going to get the ID, name, email, address, and isAdmin, the fields that we get from the client side. Here remove the const user, it should be await user model. Let's change this function. This function should be find by ID and update. So it's going to find the user by the user ID that we sent to the server. And we are going to update the name, email, address, and isAdmin. And we are not going to send anything to the client. Just the response.send that sent an HTTP 200 to the client without any errors. We know that the update has been done successfully. So we have the API, we have the update user function in the service. We can use it inside the user edit page. Let's go to the submit function, press enter, and here we just need to call update user. So pass the user data. Now let's verify it in the browser. Let's check this isAdmin and save it. Refresh the page. As you can see, it keeps the state. If we come back, we can see that the first one now is admin. And if we edit it again, save it, come back, we see that it's not admin. Let's change the other fields and save it. Come back. As you can see, all the fields will be saved. We bring them back and save. So this page works successfully. Now before finishing this lesson, lesson, I want to add something that I forgot on the previous lesson, and it is the search component here. Since we already did it for the foods admin page, we can copy it from there. Let's go to the code, open the Explorer, find the foods admin folder, foods admin page.js, copy this search, then open the users page folder and users page.js and paste it after the title. Let's import it. Its search route should be /admin/users/ and its default route when there is nothing inside the search box should be /admin/users for showing all the users. So now if we go to the browser, we'll see this search. If we search for test, for example, we are going to see this user with the name of test1. Now, one thing, I don't like to see this search food mine here. I like to see search users. So let me modify this search component and put a placeholder property for it. So let's go to the code, hold the control down, click on the search. Here as the last parameter, let's add placeholder. Save it. Put the placeholder here on the default props. Scroll down, copy this search food mine and put it as the default placeholder and put the placeholder here inside curly braces. Now, if we go to the browser, we are going to see exactly the same thing, but now we can pass the specific placeholder in any page we want. So let's close this search.js, and here inside the users page, let's write placeholder, and as a text, let's give it search users. Save it. Let's come back, and as you can see, we have the search users placeholder here. We can do the same for the foods. As you can see here, we have search food mine. Let's open the Explorer, go to the foods admin page. Here we can give it a placeholder, search foods. We save it. See here we have search foods. In this lesson, we are going to work on the payment receipt email. So after clicking on the proceed to checkout, selecting a location and finishing the payment, you're going to get an email like this. And if you open it, you will see the details of the order as a customer, so you can track your order easily. Let's jump and code it. First of all, we need to create a Mailgun account. So open up the browser and go to the mailgun.com. Mailgun is an email sending platform that we can use its API for sending email. We are going to use the sandbox mode for the development, but the process is exactly the same. The only thing that is different is the domain. So click on the login if you have already an account, or click on get started for free for creating a new account. I already have an account, so I click on login. After creating the account and login, you will see this page, that is the dashboard. If you don't see it, you can click on the dashboard here. First of all, we need to create an API key for our application. So you need to scroll down and here click on the API keys. In this page, you need to click on add new key. Then here write a description for your API key. I want to write foodmine-react. Then click on create key. Upon creating the API key, it will give you that. But remember, you need to click here to copy it in the clipboard. Because as you can see here, this API key is displayed only once. If you lose it, you cannot have access to it anymore. So you need to delete it and generate a new one. Copy it and click on done. Let's get back to our application. Go to the backend and open the .env file. Here as the key, let's write mailgun_API_key and make it equal to the API key that you copied from the Mailgun. By doing this, we finished the first and second task. Now we need to create the mail config file. This file is responsible for giving us the client for sending the email. Let's come back to the code. Open the Explorer. In the backend, go to the src config, right click on it and create a new file with the name of mail.config.js. You can name it mailgun.config.js, anything you want, but I like it in the general form. Close the Explorer. Here for creating the Mailgun client, we need two packages. The first package is the form data package and the second one is the Mailgun package. Let's install them. So from the terminal, select new terminal. Make sure you write cd backend. You need to be on the backend project and write npm install --save form-data space mailgun.js. So we want to install these two packages. Okay, these packages are installed. Close the terminal. Now let's import them here. Right, import form data from the form data and import mailgun from the mailgun. Okay, we need these two packages. Now I want to export the function for getting the client. So write export function get client. At the first line, I want to create a new instance of mailgun. So write const mailgun that is equal to new mailgun and pass the form data class into it. Now let's create the client. Write const client equal to, here we want to use this mailgun instance for creating a new client. So write mailgun.client as an object, set the username to API. So we are going to tell the mailgun client that this key that we are sending to you is an API key. And this key should be the API key that we copied into the .env file. And we can get it by writing process.env and its name that we can copy from here and paste it here. Now that we have the client, we can return it. Remember, we can directly write these things everywhere we want to use the mailgun without creating a function for getting the client. But by doing this, we are going to separate the concern of creating the client from using it. And it's going to make our code much more readable and maintainable. Okay, the mail config file is finished. Now we need to create a mail helper file. We can call it mail service. Anyway, it's responsible for making the process of sending the email receipt easier. We're going to do everything about sending the email inside this file, and we are going to export a function that we eventually use inside the Pay API. So let's go create this function. Here inside the code, in the Explorer, right-click on the src, create a new folder for the helpers. Press enter, then right-click on it, create a new file with the name of mail.helper.js. Here at the moment, we want to export one function, export const send email receipt. Make it equal to function that gets the order, gets the user information from it, and sends the email. First of all, we need to get the client from the mail config that we just created. So write const mail client, make it equal to get client. This get client should come from the mail config, okay? Remember to put the .js at the end of them because we are using the type of module. On the next line, write mail client dot messages dot create for creating a new message. The first parameter is the domain, and we need to copy this domain from our mailgun account. So get back to the browser, go to the dashboard. Here, as you can see, I have a sandbox domain. You're going to have something similar to this one. Here you can right click and select copy, or you can click on it and from the address bar, copy from the sandbox to the end. This is your sandbox domain. Let's come back to the code and paste it here. The second parameter is an object that contains the mailgun message data. The first parameter that I want to write here is from. You can write any email here and it will show up inside your customer's email. I want to write orders@foodmine.com. For the to property, we need to get the email from the order. So we write order.user.email. Remember, when you are using the sandbox mode, the email that you're sending email to should be authorized inside your mailgun. For doing that, you need to go to your mailgun account, go to your sandbox domain that you used. Here on the right side, you have authorized recipients. You need to write your test email here and select save recipients. An email will be sent to that email address for verification. After verification, your test email will be verified. I just put this email for testing. So I need to change one of the emails inside the database to this email to make sure that my mailgun works correctly. Okay, now that you know it, let's come back to the code. Let's set the subject to an interpolated string, use backtick and write order, $ curly braces, order.id is being processed. Okay. For the body of the email, we can use HTML. For generating this HTML, I want to create a function here with the name of const get receipt HTML that is equal to function that gets the order and returns a backtick string. And here we need to create that HTML. You can create this HTML in any way you want. I don't want to waste the time on this. It's pretty simple. I just want to use table, tr, td, th. anything about the table in the HTML, and some basic styles. Let's do it fast and explain it after. Okay, I'm going to explain it, but before that, let's format it a little bit. Let's move the HTML backward a little bit. This style is part of the head, so let's select it and press tab. Let's do the same with everything inside the body. Okay, our HTML is ready. Let's explain it a little bit. As you can see, we just created an HTML tag. As I told you, you can send the full HTML as the body of your email. The head is a good place for setting your styles. I set the table border collapse to collapse. So if you have multiple borders, they will be collapsed together into a single border. I just set the max width of this table to 35 and I set its width to 100%. So it's gonna fill this 35. It has enough room. For the TH, that is the header, and the TD, we're going to have the text align of left, padding of 8 pixels. And for the TH specifically, we're going to have the border bottom. So my table are going to have only one border for the header. Inside the body, I put an H1 for the main header, that is order payment confirmation. Inside the tag, we write dear order.name. This is the name of the user. So if the username is John, it will be dear John. Thank you for choosing us. Your order has been successfully paid and is now in process. We set the tracking ID. We set the order date, but we convert it to ISO string. ISO string has a T between the date and the time. We want to replace it with an empty string, so it's going to be more readable. And we're going to substring 0 to 16. So it's going to be only the date and the time without any seconds. On the header of this table, we are going to have a TR, a single row with the TH tags for item, unit price, quantity, and total price. Inside the body, we are going to create a single row for every single item inside the order. So we are going to map every single item into a TR string, and we are going to put food name, food price, quantity, and total price of the order item in the order of the T header. This .join is not necessary, but if you want to read the variable that contains this whole HTML, it will be much simpler to see the TRs underneath each other instead of seeing them on a single row. So if I made any mistake, I can see the HTML and find the error. And after the table body, I'm going to add the table footer for the total price of the whole order. With colspan of 3, we have 4 items. 3 of them will be total, and this total price will be shown on the bottom right of the table. And we are going to show the order address as a paragraph at the end. This was for this HTML. Let's use it inside the HTML of Mailgun. So write get receipt HTML and pass the order. This is going to work correctly, but it will not show us any information if it passed, if it failed, or anything inside the console. I like to see what happened with the email inside the console. So we can put a then here. That will be called when this create promise is resolved or when the process was successful. So we write MSG for the message and we write console.log MSG. And for the error situation, we write .catch error console log error. Success, fail. Okay, our mail helper seems to be ready. Now we just need to go to the order router and call this send email receipt inside Pay API. Let's go to the code from the Explorer, routers, order router, search for /pay, scroll down, and here after the order save and before the response.send, let's call send email receipt and pass the order into it. Basically, this needs to send the email. So let's try it in the browser. Go to our React app, add something to the cart page, proceed to checkout. Oh, I think I made a mistake somewhere else that had a bad effect on this. Let's open the inspect, select something from our form and click on the form here. Oh, here as you can see, we have something from the foodedit.module.css. This shouldn't be here, and the problem is that instead of using a class, we directly use the form tag. Because as you know, everything that you use inside the module CSS should be a class. Otherwise, it's going to have a global effect. The solution is pretty simple. We just need to go to the code, press Command P or Control P in Windows and search for foodeditpage.module.css. And here, as you can see, the line 8, we have the form that we used it directly. Let's put a dot before it. Now let's click on the foodedit.module.css and select foodeditpage.js. Here, scroll up, find the form and add a class name equal to classes.form. So now we are going to use .form class instead of form tag. Now, if we go to the browser, we're going to see that our checkout page is working correctly. Let's check the food edit page. Let's go to the foods, add a new food. As you can see, this one is okay too. Let's come back to the checkout page, select somewhere on the map, go to payment. Now, before clicking on the PayPal and going through the payment process, let's open the Mongoose and change the email of the current user to my test email user. You need to use the one that is verified inside your sandbox domain. Okay, here on the MongoDB Compass, click on Connect. Go to your React project database and go to the users. Find the website current user here, double click on it, select everything, remove it. Let's copy the email from here and paste it here and click on Update. Now, as you can see, the email of current user is updated. So this email will be used for sending the order receipt. Now let's come back to the website, click on PayPal button, log in with the sandbox account of the PayPal, then click on complete purchase. Okay, it was successful. Now let's go to our test email address. But as you can see, we are not getting any email. It seems that we have an error. Let's go to the code, open the terminal. Here, as you can see, we have a 400 error and the detail is 2 parameters missing. It means we cannot navigate from order to the user and get the email. There could be 2 problems. The first problem is that in the order model, we didn't set the reference to the user model. And the second one is that we didn't populate the user when we were getting the order from the database. Let's fix the first one. Open the Explorer and open models and open the order model. Scroll up and find the order schema. And here, as you can see, we have the user. Let me close the terminal. We have the user, but we didn't set the reference to the user model. So let's put a comma here and write reference colon user. If you say, where is this user coming from? It's coming from the user model. We created our user model with this key. If this is different for you, you need to use that exact key here. Okay, now that we corrected the reference of the user, we can go to the order router and check where is this order coming from. It's coming from the get new order for current user function. Let's go inside it. And as you can see, we are using the find one function. Here, after this find one, we need to say populate. Okay, we need to populate which property. We need to check our order model. As you can see, the property of the user here is the user. I know this user property is exactly the same as the user model, but don't confuse them with each other. If you have another user model name, it doesn't matter. You should use the user property inside your order schema. Let's copy this property and paste it here. Now, anytime we call this function, it will give us the order along with the related user to that order inside the user property. Now let's scroll up to the Pay API. It seems to be fine. Let's go to the browser, go to the home page, select the food, add it to the cart, proceed to checkout, select the location, go to payment, click on PayPal, complete the purchase. Let's go to the code, open the terminal. As you can see, the status is 200. It means the result is okay. Now, if we go to the browser that has our test email open, we can see that we have an email here with the subject of order ID is being processed, order payment confirmation, tracking ID, order date, and order items in a table along with the shipping address. Okay, this was about this lesson. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'd love to see you next time.